This guy is just an F rank, yet he managed to pass the evaluation with a perfect score. He even killed a boss with his bare hands, making the examiner scream, "Is this guy using cheats?" He completely trashed the training room meant for S ranks. The old manager could only cry in despair. Where in the world did this monster come from? There goes my salary for this month. It turns out, in his previous life, he was the legendary #1 hunter. But because he trusted his comrade too much, he was ultimately betrayed by him. On the 8th floor of the tower, a place known as the Deadlands, an icy atmosphere enveloped everything. Amidst the white snow and towering stone pillars, a formidable army marched forward. Leading the elite soldiers was Kyojo Itsuki Kazuki, the guild master of the Blue District and the current 6th-ranked hunter. He boldly declared to his troops, "All right, everyone, today we make history by taking down the 8th-floor boss." Kazuki didn't forget to add a stern reminder, "Don't slack off just because this is a coalition raid. If we don't clear this place, the 9th floor will remain a mystery forever." Just as the soldiers raised their weapons in unison, Kazuki suddenly froze in astonishment. From a distance, a group was steadily approaching, causing everyone to gasp. Look who it is. It's Blue Eye. The one leading them was none other than Narukami Subaru, the master of the Blue Eye Guild and the man who held the #1 rank. Upon seeing the familiar figure, Kazuki eagerly called out, "Subaru." Approaching with a calm demeanor, Subaru replied softly, "Sorry to keep you all waiting." But Kazuki just waved his hand and said, with a laugh, "Waiting? You're the first one here." He also mentioned hearing that the martial arts team would be joining the raid today. Kazuki continued, suggesting that since Subaru was the leader, the others were probably just tagging along to pick up any scraps he left behind. Hearing this, Subaru lightly touched the hilt of his sword and murmured, "If they're just here to pick up trash, they might be in for a big surprise, because I've got something right here." With those words, Subaru took out an item glowing with a brilliant red light and placed it in Kazuki's hand, leaving him utterly stunned. It was the Blessing of the Archangel, a legendary-grade piece of equipment capable of instantly and automatically recovering half of the user's fatigue once they hit their limit. Staring at the treasure in his hand, Kazuki stammered. Subaru explained that while he intended to complete this raid perfectly, he wanted Kazuki to hold on to it, just in case. Although Kazuki tried to refuse, arguing that Subaru needed it more, Subaru remained firm and made a surprising offer. "Besides, after this battle, do you want to come back to Blue Eye?" Subaru added. "I'll lend you my gear, but if you think about keeping it, we're going to have a problem." The moment Subaru placed his hand on his old friend's shoulder, a terrifying pressure suddenly crashed down on them, causing both their expressions to change in horror. Kazuki shouted, "It's here!" Even Subaru couldn't hide his surprise at the enemy's premature arrival. As the Legion fell into chaos and fear before the overwhelming power of the 8th floor Guardian, Kazuki roared, ordering the entire army to brace for impact. Instantly, a colossal monster with the form of a multi-headed dragon known as the venomous hydra appeared, ready to crush everything in its path. Facing the grotesque beast, Subaru felt an unsettling sensation crawl across his skin, making it itch. Immediately, a powerful current of electricity surged through his body, causing his eyes to glow brightly in the darkness. Subaru growled with murderous intent, "Today is the day you die, so don't bother me while I'm itching." Seeing the monster gathering dark green energy in its mouth, Kazuki yelled in a panic, "It's about to unleash its breath! Everyone, fall back!" But Subaru stood his ground, unmoving, and replied with firm resolve, "There's no need." While everyone was still confused, Subaru shot forward, meeting the dragon's deathly breath head-on. A world-shaking explosion erupted. Subaru tore through the opponent's attack with a single slash carrying the power of lightning. Witnessing the scene, Kazuki could only mutter in a daze, "Subaru, you never change." Right after that impressive opening blow, the team members gathered around Subaru. A red-haired young man cheered excitedly, "That was amazing, Subaru. Your training methods really work." In contrast to the excitement, Kazuki clicked his tongue in regret. "Damn it, I was a step too slow. I wanted to land the first hit." Just then, a girl from the group approached and quietly asked Subaru about the item he'd given Kazuki earlier, but he simply replied, "You'll find out soon enough." Subaru adjusted his mask, his eyes revealing a steely determination as he stared down the enemy. "Is everyone ready? We're gonna kill this giant lizard and clear this damn 8th floor." The colossal monster roared furiously as Subaru's forces began to charge and attack. Watching from the back, Kazuki wore a dark smile as he observed the warriors' seamless coordination. He muttered quietly, "Look how united they are. The one with the brightest smile is always the most wicked." Everything seemed to be proceeding exactly as Kazuki had planned. He told himself that his hidden soldiers were already in position, ready to execute his secret plan. Feeling the time was right, Kazuki turned and gave an order to the men waiting behind him. Excellent. In that case, let's begin. Receiving the command, a middle-aged man with a mustache and his mysterious cloaked companion nodded in acknowledgement. "Good luck. You're going to need it in a minute." Kazuki didn't reply. He just silently turned, his cold gaze fixed on the battlefield that was spiraling into chaos. High above, a female mage calmly observed the entire scene, preparing to provide support. The battle was incredibly intense, as the multi-headed dragon continuously swung its long, grotesque necks to crush anyone who got close. However, the members of the coalition showed no fear. They charged forward as one, unleashing thunderous slashes and sharp, icy spear thrusts relentlessly tearing through the monster's flesh. In the midst of the fierce clash, a female assassin with elusive movement suddenly leaped into the air, swinging her dagger down hard on the dragon's neck. Her solo reckless action made a nearby teammate scream, "Hey, don't just attack without saying anything. Are you really still not used to how I work?" Despite her response, her teammate frowned, reminding her to be more careful in dangerous situations like this. Tosi then charged into the fight, his spirit burning. He yelled out his own name and challenged his comrades. "Whoever deals the most damage gets to be the boss, you hear me?" Following his shout was a powerful slash carrying a crimson aura that came crashing down on the monster's neck. Not to be outdone, another warrior leaps into the air, his blade a blur of emerald light. He shouts with excitement, "Loser buys dinner!" Slash after slash tears through the monstrous water dragon's hide, forcing it to roar in agony. From the back line, Chino shouts, rallying her comrades, "Don't worry about me. Keep attacking. Leave the defense to me." But just as Chino raises her protective barrier, Kazuki materializes directly behind her. He calls her name, his voice dripping with ice-cold mockery. "You think you can defend against this?" Before Chino can even react, Kazuki ruthlessly drives his sword straight through her back. He calmly declares, "Seriously, this is the price you pay for arrogance." Sensing the betrayal, Subaru whirls around in horror. He sees Chino collapsing, stabbed in the back by that bastard, as Kazuki stands over her, his sword dripping with her blood. Subaru's eyes blaze with pure fury. A wicked grin spreads across Kazuki's face, splattered with the blood of his own teammate, as he taunts, "Subaru, you don't have time to be looking away." As the monster looms ever closer behind him, all Subaru can choke out is a single bitter question. "Kazuki, why?" In the past, when the world began to change, a message appeared. "You have been chosen by the tower." It was the fateful announcement that started everything. A mysterious summons. "Welcome, lambs, to the slaughterhouse of the tower. Prepare to suffer." This single message, sent to everyone, marked the first appearance of the Great Tower. To this day, no one knows if it was a cruel trial or a salvation. Nor does anyone know who was behind it or the true purpose of that message. Everyone simply obeyed the irresistible command, aiming together for the peak of the tower where no human had ever set foot. From Earth to the martial world, from Runeterra to Alfred and Lucan. Warriors from countless different dimensions, each carrying their own heavy burden, tirelessly continued their arduous journey up the tower. But the price of this journey was far too devastating. After a horrific battle, the corpse of the 8th floor boss, the Crimson Hydra, is now nothing more than a mangled heap of flesh lying motionless against the white snow. The victor becomes king, the loser is torn to shreds, black smoke rises from its colossal body, a testament to the merciless slaughter, but the surrounding scene is far more tragic, with the bodies of fallen warriors strewn everywhere. Amidst the ruins, Subaru gasps for breath, his face caked in blood and his eyes wide with shock. Looking at the still Kyo grounds on the ground, he chokes out, "I told you all to run." But they didn't listen. In the end, the Alliance had managed to defeat the monster once rumored to be indestructible. But this victory tasted like the bitter ash of loss. Subaru looked at his fallen friends, cursing them through his grief. I don't remember giving you idiots permission to die. The system continuously blares an emergency warning. Subaru is poisoned, and his natural recovery has been completely disabled. With his fatigue level at 94, he knows he'll die if that number reaches 100. As he lies dying, Subaru thinks bitterly that if he could go back, he knows exactly what his comrades would say to him. Standing before him now, Kazuki mocks the Thunder King. Unable to contain his rage, Subaru roars, "Why did you do it? Answer me." Kyojo Itsuki replies only with the calm, chilling smile of a traitor. He steps closer, speaking casually. "It's been 10 years, Subaru. I've waited 10 years for this day," he admits. "Now, disappear, my dear friend. If I hadn't drawn your attention, your precious Blue Eyes Guild would have certainly stood in my way." Glancing at the bodies of their comrades lying scattered in the snow, Kazuki screams madly that Subaru has no idea how much everything he gave him was pure torment. And so he declares, "I chose the world over you." He clicks his tongue, feigning regret that things had to end this way. But now, he can finally see the ending he always wanted. Kazuki raises an item, the Blessing of the Archangel, and scoffs. "Oh, that's right. I guess I won't need to return this, will I? After all, the Blue Eyes Guild will disappear along with you." He tells Subaru not to be sad, because even in death, he'll be remembered as a hero. Faced with such hypocrisy, Subaru just smirks. To the very end, you only hear what you want to hear. He tries to cling to his last shred of strength. Subaru knows he can't survive this, but he refuses to die such a meaningless death. Instantly, he activates a magic item, and glowing purple cards materialize around him. Don't mess with the inventory of the #1 player. Witnessing this sudden change, Kazuki's face twists in horror. Impossible. Subaru forces himself up, holding the Fan of Aeolus, a legendary grade item, level 80 or higher, capable of creating a powerful gale that can blow a designated target up to 10 kilometers away. Kazuki is stunned to see the artifact is still functional. He screams in disbelief, "It still works? It still has uses left?" Despite his grievous wounds, Subaru swings the Fan of Aeolus and retorts with contempt, "I'm not about to tell you, you piece of trash." The system announces the item has 4 uses remaining, exactly the number of surviving Blue Eyes members collapsed behind him. Just this, Subaru thinks, at least everyone else can get back safely. An immense blast of pressure explodes outwards, sweeping his comrades away from the catastrophic battlefield. Seeing his prey escape right before his eyes, Kazuki furiously orders his soldiers, "After them! Quickly! Don't let a single one survive." But Subaru blocks their path with a challenging smile. "Where's the fire? Stay a while and face my thunder." The system keeps warning that his fatigue has hit 95 and his resistance is critically low. A colossal pillar of lightning descends from the heavens, the pure wrath of the Thunder King scorching the earth and repelling the soldiers. Faced with such overwhelming power, Kazuki can only manage a strained, calculating smile. "Subaru, you really are a stubborn bastard, aren't you?" Despite his depleted stamina and rising fatigue, Subaru stands tall amidst the brilliant golden sparks. He glares at the surrounding crowd and snarls, "I don't know what Kyojo Itsuki promised you to make you do this, but if you had the guts to betray us, then you should have prepared your coffins." Subaru's eyes flash with a cold blue light. He declares with absolute finality, "From this moment on, no one leaves without my permission." Sensing the danger, the traitors can only make a desperate all-or-nothing charge. Subaru swings his weapon, creating slashes that tear through space itself, meeting the oncoming wave of enemies head-on. Normally, Subaru would never lose to small fry like this, but right now, his body had reached its absolute limit. He knew if Kazuki had attacked directly, things would have been far, far worse. Facing these grunts in a state of complete exhaustion, Subaru was struggling desperately. The system repeatedly warned that his fatigue level had climbed to 97. Knowing he couldn't drag this fight out any longer, Subaru tried to force himself up, but an enemy instantly closed in from behind. A single, brutal slash tore through his defenses, wounding him severely. Subaru crumpled to his knees in agony. The system coldly announced his fatigue had hit 98, and his vision began to blur. He groaned in pain as a relentless barrage of attacks rained down, threatening to crush what little strength he had left. His sword clattered to the ground. Seeing their opponent could no longer resist, one of the soldiers roared in triumph. "We did it! We killed Subaru Narukami!" But just then, Subaru's head snapped up, his eyes blazing with a deathly glare that froze the soldier in his tracks. He growled, his voice laced with pure killing intent. "Who did you say you just killed?" In that instant, a violent explosion of golden lightning erupted from Subaru's body, blasting away the entire surrounding legion and incinerating everything in sight. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, Subaru stood firm, like a god of war. The few remaining soldiers trembled at his imposing figure, stammering in terror. Is he down? Did we get that monster?" Watching the devastating scene from a distance, Kazuki remained stone-faced. He muttered with an emotionless expression, "Subaru, I never thought your era would end so simply." The system flashed a series of deathly red warnings. Fatigue has risen to 99. Danger. Fatigue level is critical. You will die if fatigue reaches 100. Subaru coughed up blood, his breath coming in ragged gasps, but his eyes still burned with fire. Though his body was so broken he couldn't even lift a limb, Subaru forced himself up, gripping his weapon as it crackled with golden lightning. Pouring every last ounce of his remaining strength into a final decisive charge, he declared with iron resolve, "One last breath. I'm taking you down with me." Kazuki glanced at the treasure in his hand and mused mockingly, "My condolences. I'll be surviving with this." Before he could finish, Subaru's eyes blazed with fury. A colossal pillar of lightning struck Kazuki's position, leaving him able to utter only a single shocked word. "Impossible," Subaru declared with pride. "In the end, I will be the one who wins." But immediately after, his consciousness began to fade into an endless darkness. He mocked himself, trying to sound cool while looking so pathetic. Subaru's only hope was to drag Kazuki to the grave with him before he truly vanished. The final lightning strike had hit its mark, but in the moment before death, a strange, indescribable feeling crept into his mind. Subaru wondered if he would be trapped in this void forever. The emptiness was a brutal form of torture in itself. Suddenly, a thick, disgusting stench assaulted his nostrils, making him grimace. Huh? Does hell really smell this much like garbage? A spark of hope ignited in his mind. Could it be? The dry clatter of a trash can lid being thrown open echoed. Subaru was stunned to find himself sitting in a pile of stinking garbage in a dark, narrow alley. Looking around at the unfamiliar scene of old brick walls, he gasped, "This is hell?" Suddenly, a magic status window materialized before his eyes. Name: Narukami Subaru. Affiliation: Earth. Level: 1. Fatigue: 61. Subaru stared blankly at the pathetically low stats. Narukami Subaru? What the hell is that? And what is this garbage status window? From a top-tier item to clearance junk. A splitting headache suddenly erupted, threatening to tear his brain apart as he clutched his head and groaned. He thought to himself that the name didn't fit his face at all. And worse, it was from Earth, a place known as a home for trash. Just then, two strange young men approached and sneered. "The hell are you doing here? You just here to make us look good?" Subaru realized the grim truth. The great Subaru Narukami was now just some weirdo, and he had to find a way to regain even half the power he'd had 20 years ago. Subaru's eyes widened in shock. Huh? Subaru Narukami died 20 years ago? Subaru stared in horror at his own reflection, unable to believe that this body belonged to a completely different person. In his panic, he tried to convince himself it was all just a dream. But the sharp pain from tumbling off the garbage pile onto the hard ground yanked him back to a harsh reality. Amidst the trash, Subaru suddenly spotted a discarded player device. He realized that, with this, he could find information about what had happened. Without hesitation, Subaru activated the device and typed in the keyword "blue eye." A flood of headlines appeared, leaving him stunned. Kyojo Itsuki, the powerless heir to the blue eye? The secret behind the name Kyojo Itsuki, Subaru Narukami's naming sense. The news article added that Kyojo Itsuki was continuing to develop in order to inherit his will. But what shocked Subaru the most was the headline, Guildmaster Kyojo Itsuki. We will win the next tournament. He couldn't help but scream, "Where's the justice in this world?" He couldn't believe his eyes. The picture showed the traitor, still alive and well after 20 years. Looking at the face with its long scar and eye patch, Subaru gritted his teeth in pure hatred and spat out the name Kyojo Itsuki. Memories of the past flooded back. Subaru remembered that night on the rooftop when he told Kazuki he was planning to leave Blue Eye and asked him to inform the others. Back then, Subaru had always considered Kazuki a close and trusted friend. Kazuki had just smiled gently, told him not to worry, and affirmed, "Even if you leave, I'll always be your shadow." And yet, a few years later, Kazuki had formed his own guild and appeared under the name Kyojo Itsuki, a name they had once joked about as being his shadow. Back in the present, Subaru scoffed. Still stuck on the 9th floor after 20 years? And this weakling has the nerve to call himself a leader? Lost in thought, he suddenly froze when he saw a news story about a memorial service that had drawn thousands of visitors. Subaru was speechless when he realized that this world had built an entire memorial hall named after Subaru Narukami to remember him. Standing before the massive building erected in his own honor, Subaru could only utter in utter disbelief, "This can't be real." Stepping inside the hall, he was taken aback by the sheer scale of the place. He thought to himself, "This building is more impressive than I expected." Staring at his old mask, displayed with honor alongside giant holographic images recreating his golden age, Subaru wondered bitterly, why memorialize me? Who did this? And for what purpose? Why would they go to all this trouble? The narrator's voice from the video boomed across the hall, forcing Subaru to clutch his head in agony. A confession echoed with it. He was my idol, but I was the one who accidentally killed him. The hero of the Blue Eyes Guild, creator of an undefeated legend. The man closest to the top of the tower, Subaru Narukami. As the words filled the air, Subaru grew sickened by the hypocrisy of it all. He was stunned. "Are you kidding me?" On the large screen, the image of Kazuki appeared, dressed in an elegant suit. The man declared confidently, "Together with all my comrades, to forever remember him, we have established this memorial hall." Watching the traitor play the part of a loyal friend, Subaru gritted his teeth and roared in fury. "Kazuki," a voice called out. On the screen, he continued his sickeningly fake speech. "Subaru Narukami and Blue Eyes are gone." However, Kazuki proclaimed, "The Blue Eyes is the only guild that remains, carrying on their noble spirit." Unable to stomach another word of these lies, Subaru roared, "Shut up! Stop spewing that garbage!" Subaru's eyes blazed with raw fury. He snarled, his voice a low threat, "Wasn't just killing me enough for you? If that's how it is, then I'll be sure to live up to your expectations this time." Meanwhile, the image of Kazuki on screen casually affirmed that Subaru, Narukami, and Blue Eyes would never return. "But rest assured," he added, "we will never forget them." Watching his enemy flash a triumphant smile as the world cheered, Subaru's hands tightened into fists. He stared directly at Kazuki's giant visage and declared with cold resolve, "Just you wait. I'm going to reformat this entire world of lies. I won't let him get away with that crap a second time." Subaru's eyes narrowed, hardening with resolve. He swore to himself that he would not let this second chance go to waste. Lost in his thoughts, Subaru suddenly collided with someone, sending the person tumbling to the ground. He froze for a second, then quickly reached out a hand to help. Subaru started to speak, but the moment he saw the other person's face, he froze solid. Standing before him was a young boy, and he was wearing Subaru's own iconic black and gold mask. "Wait, since when did my limited edition mask become a dime-a-dozen knockoff?" Subaru, though, stunned. The boy, whose name was Minato, mumbled, I'm sorry. "Are you all right?" the boy's guardian asked, rushing over in a panic. Subaru managed a weak smile to reassure them. "It's nothing. We just bumped into each other." But his shock instantly multiplied when he realized it wasn't just Minato. The people with him were wearing the masks, too. Subaru rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. "What the hell?" he thought. "Is the entire server using the same default skin?" As his gaze swept across the hall, Subaru went completely still. The entire space was a sea of people wearing his mask. The elderly, children, young adults, every single person wore the symbol of the Thunder King, creating a bizarre and haunting spectacle. "What in the world is going on here?" he screamed internally. Just then, Kazuki's words from years ago echoed in his mind like a curse. "It's a shame things had to end this way. But don't be so sad. Even in death, you'll be remembered as a historical hero." Recalling the traitor's wicked smile, Subaru realized with a bitter pang that this was how Kazuki was honoring him, all for his own gain. Standing frozen, amidst a crowd of people wearing his face. Subaru could only wonder if this had been Kazuki's true plan all along. Subaru gritted his teeth, cursing the traitor's name in his thoughts. He pushed his way through the massed crowd, heading for the center of the hall. There before him was an altar, glowing with flowers and candles, and on it sat a funeral portrait of himself. A bitter realization washed over Subaru. Was all of this just an elaborate scheme for Kazuki to claim all the glory of Blue Eyes for himself? Suddenly, Subaru's gaze locked onto a cluster of blue chrysanthemums, emitting a faint spiritual energy. His pupils constricted in shock, and the world around him faded away. Subaru lunged forward, shoving people out of his way without a second thought, ignoring the angry shouts erupting behind him. "Hey, get in line, kid. Don't just charge in because you see some pretty flowers." But Subaru didn't slow down. He dropped to his knees before the altar, his hand trembling as he reached for the strange blue chrysanthemums. Sensing a familiar aura from them, Subaru picked up one of the blossoms and whispered in shock, "It's you, isn't it, Asagiri?" High above, watching from a shadowed corner of the building, stood two mysterious figures in black cloaks. One of them spoke. "We made it through this year's ceremony without incident." The other noted that if they had been any later, they would have run into the Blue Eyes. A young woman with them questioned if performing the ritual at every anniversary was truly necessary, suggesting that simply leaving the chrysanthemums should suffice. At that moment, a man with silver hair emerged from the shadows. "You never know what could happen," he replied calmly. "Subaru might recognize the flowers we leave for him." Standing on the windswept rooftop, the hooded figure asked his companion skeptically, "Do you really think that kid is still alive?" The man with long silver hair paced slowly, his gaze distant. "I won't believe he's dead until I see a body. What's the point of just waiting around?" The hooded figure sighed wearily. "At this rate, Kazuki will find us long before we ever find Subaru," he yelled, his voice laced with bitterness. "Besides, if Subaru were really alive, we wouldn't have been forced to stand by and do nothing for the last 20 years. You fool!" In the face of such anger, the silver-haired man simply remained silent, a faint smile on his lips as he gazed at the sun setting on the horizon. Meanwhile, Subaru was tearing through the undergrowth, his breath coming in ragged gasps and sweat dripping down his face. His mind was consumed by urgent questions. Is she really, truly alive? He clutched the blue chrysanthemum tightly, whispering the name he hadn't spoken in years, Asagiri. As night fell, Subaru returned to the cramped, shabby, rented room that had belonged to this body's previous owner, Narukami Subaru. Glancing around the rundown space, he couldn't help but mutter, "So, this guy was broke, huh?" Huddled on the simple bed, Subaru intently searched for information on a handheld device. But every search for Blue Eyes came up empty. History is written by the victors, he thought grimly. Still, he was certain Asagiri was alive. She had to be hiding somewhere. Subaru clutched his head, his thoughts racing. He knew Kazuki was at the heart of all this. Knowing that bastard's personality, he would never let anyone who knew the truth about the betrayal live in peace. The memory of that horrific battle from 20 years ago flooded back. Subaru questioned whether Asagiri could have truly survived on her own amidst all that destruction. He recalled the moment he'd used his fan to blast his comrades to safety, but even now, he couldn't be certain if all four of them had truly made it out alive. Subaru gazes at his reflection in the window, knowing that as long as Kyojo is alive and in power, contacting his old comrades is a death sentence. Besides, in his current, pathetically weak body, pushing himself would only paint a target on his back. First things first, Subaru tells himself he needs to reclaim his original strength. Staring at the bony hands of this new vessel, he resolves to start again, from square one. Using Narukami Subaru's memories, he finds an old sword and begins grinding on weak mobs. 2 days later, Subaru stands in the guidance hall. Before him lies the test lobby, a vast and majestic arena. Here, the test proctor Hyuga, a burly man with a long white beard, watches the candidates' battles with his arms crossed, his expression dripping with dissatisfaction. Down in the arena, a young man has just barely managed to take down 2 slimy green monsters. He's panting, his blood-soaked sword trembling in his hand. Hyuga approaches and drops a cold remark. You passed. But do you wish to proceed to the next stage? Before the bewildered young man can react, a system notification appears, inviting him to the next challenge. With each new level, another goblin will be added to the fight. In exchange, the rewards will be far greater. But the moment he reads it, the young man frantically waves his hands. No way! I'm absolutely not doing that. Are you insane? There's no way I can fight 3 of them at once. All talk and no spine, the man's whining grates on Huga's nerves. Huga snaps, keep it down. You're giving me a headache. I'll fail you right now. Terrified, the man still manages to ask if he truly passed before vanishing in a flash of light. Watching the pathetic figure disappear, Huga sighs in utter disappointment. He thinks to himself, that's the best he could do in the tutorial. This world is finished, he muses, if even scrubs like that can pass. In Huga's mind, only Isaac, the son of Reinhard, showed any promise, having cleared stage 20. He recalls the image of Isaac single-handedly wiping out hordes of monsters with firepower. Then, glancing at the current list of candidates on his tablet, Huga can't help but feel disgusted. He clicks his tongue, muttering to himself that the standards for this guidance test are pathetic. The quality of recruits has truly hit rock bottom. Huga looks at his handheld device, his brow furrowing slightly as the name Narukami Subaru appears on the screen. He muses that it's a name carrying a heavy burden, but it means nothing unless the boy in front of him has the skill to back it up. Subaru steps into the arena with calm composure, facing 2 goblins that have just been spawned by the system, along with the command, eliminate the targets. Let's begin this test. But before Huga can even finish his sentence, a black shadow streaks past in a blur. A flash of blue spiritual energy rips through the air, and in a single heartbeat, the monsters' heads are severed from their necks. The proctor's face drains of color, utterly stunned. He stammers, D, did something just fly past me? Subaru had ended the fight in a single moment. A confident smirk plays on Subaru's lips. He realizes that spending 2 days testing the limits of this new body was the right call. It feels absolutely incredible. When the system invites him to continue the challenge with increasing difficulty, Subaru doesn't hesitate. I've got a blood debt to settle. So, if you worthless mobs could just die quickly for me, that'd be great. Witnessing this arrogance and terrifying speed, Huga is frozen solid, his jaw hanging open in complete shock. Goblin corpses now litter the arena floor. Huga stares at the carnage in disbelief. He can't trust his own eyes, wondering what in the world is happening. The proctor realizes Subaru isn't just swinging his sword wildly. He's reading his opponent's movements too, even 3 steps ahead, delivering perfect finishing blows every time. With another razor-sharp slash, Subaru overwhelmingly clears the next wave of monsters. Huga is floored by the young man's technique. That's not just the mark of a good swordsman, he thinks. Even I can't move like that. An impossible theory begins to form in the proctor's mind. This attitude, this sword style, it can only be the legendary Subaru, brought back to life. Meanwhile, Subaru continues to cut down the monsters with cold, precise, and powerful strikes. Goblin bodies lie piled at Subaru's feet. The system notification appears. Stage 49 complete. Do you wish to challenge the final boss? Without a shred of hesitation, Subaru growls his reply. Bring it on. An immense pressure suddenly explodes outward, plunging the entire arena into a suffocating, deathly atmosphere. The ground cracks under the immense force from above as a gigantic, demonic hand slams down, shaking the very fabric of the space. Witnessing this reckless act, Huga screams in terror, Hey, you idiot! Wait! You're not Narukami! He desperately tries to stop him, yelling, If you value your life, you'll stop right here. But despite the warning, Subaru stands his ground, facing down a colossal monster with glowing red eyes that has just clawed its way out of the void. As the giant beast appears, so does a system notification. The Goblin King has been enraged by the sacrifice at stage 49. Seeing its overwhelming presence, Huga shouts in a panic, Give up! Before it's too late! Fighting the Goblin King is too risky. This is suicide. He warns Subaru not to be greedy. No matter how skilled he is, the gap in power stats is just too massive to overcome. Subaru's expression remains perfectly calm as he thinks to himself, I know that. With my current stats, I can barely scratch him. But instead of retreating, Subaru lets his sword fall to the ground. This blade is too dull, he declares. Let's make this more exciting. I'll use my bare hands. The sword clatters to the floor with a dry thud, leaving Subaru standing unarmed before his towering enemy. This act completely breaks Huga. He clutches his head and screams, Why did he drop his weapon? Is he insane? I knew there was something wrong with him from the start. As the monster lunges forward in a rage, Subaru suddenly flicks a small object. The giant goblin freezes in pain as a sharp needle embeds itself in its leg, causing it to roar in stunned surprise. The beast looks down, bewildered by the small but irritating wound on its massive body. Seizing that moment, Subaru quickly gathers more needles from the goblin corpses on the ground. He looks his opponent dead in the eye and sneers, "Surprised, big guy? I've got a lot more where that came from." With the sharp needles in hand, Subaru's eyes gleam with killing intent as he issues a challenge. "Let's make a wager. Will you crush me first? Or will I turn you into a pincushion before you get the chance?" Subaru puts all his strength into his arm, launching the needles with wind-ripping speed. He roars with absolute resolve. So, what's it gonna be? Tiny weapons, packing terrifying power, plunged into the opponent's massive body, causing the monster to roar in a mix of pain and shock. Enraged, the Goblin King swung its giant axe in a thunderous blow. However, Subaru deftly dodged at the last second, the devastating attack merely crushing the ground behind him. He lowered his center of gravity, his sharp eyes scanning the monster for any opening. His eyes blazed, revealing the awakening battle instincts of a legend. In this life-or-death moment, memories of his early training suddenly flooded Subaru's mind. He recalled Karina's strict instruction on the art of throwing hidden weapons. With a throw like that, how do you ever expect to kill anyone? She explained that anything could become a hidden weapon if the user understood its center of gravity. Karina demonstrated with a powerful throw, turning a tiny object into a lethal projectile. Back in the present, Subaru's needles had hit their mark with absolute precision. The Goblin King cried out in agony as a continuous barrage of weapons pierced its neck and face, leaving it unable to fight back. Subaru casually walked forward. He remembered the lesson from long ago. Power is proportional to rotational force, and accuracy is inversely proportional to hesitation. He stood tall before his weakening enemy in the center of the arena. This was exactly what Karina had taught him. Subaru thought to himself, recalling the old hidden weapon techniques. He suddenly realized a special mechanic of this challenge. With all these items dropped on the ground, it'd be a waste not to pick them up and keep throwing. Subaru scoffed at himself, never imagining he'd one day use a mechanic he once despised to turn the tables. Not only did he use his swordsmanship to mow down the monsters, but he also seamlessly combined it with his throwing techniques to pierce through every one of his opponent's defenses. Witnessing the unbelievable performance, Huya could only exclaim in astonishment, "You're a genius." The proctor was at a loss for any other words of praise. He wondered if the word genius was even enough to describe how terrifying this young man was. The Goblin King was now covered in wounds. It groaned in pain before collapsing to the ground under Subaru's cold gaze. Approaching his dying foe, Subaru calmly raised his sword and said, "I have no grudge against you." As the monster growled in despair, he decisively swung his sword to finish it, ending the battle with a single, brutal slash. The system immediately announced, "You have defeated the Goblin King and completed the 50th step of the tutorial for the first time." Subaru wiped the sweat from his forehead. He silently complained about the excessive difficulty, putting a monster like that in a training stage. A flood of congratulatory notifications appeared, from leveling up and gaining reputation to earning achievement points. Most importantly, Subaru had unlocked the tutorial shop, a feature that could only be used during this phase. Looking at his accumulated points, he wondered what he could buy. With 2,425 achievement points in hand, Subaru was stunned. He had never seen a shop like this before. Scrolling through the list of items, from recovery potions to basic equipment priced from 5 to 200 points, Subaru figured he'd have plenty of points to spare. But then, his eyes froze in utter shock as he spotted a special weapon. It was the nameless demon sword, a failed creation of the legendary master blacksmith Kin, priced at 1,000 points. Subaru couldn't believe he'd find a work by Kin in a place like this. Subaru faced a difficult choice between the two rare-grade weapons in the shop. On one hand was the demon sword, with its devastating attack power, but a heavy cost to his life force when combined with his lightning skills. On the other was the holy sword Miranda for 1,400 points. It was a blessed mithril sword capable of reducing fatigue accumulation and extending combat time. Subaru asked himself, should I choose the demon sword or the holy sword? Raw damage or a tanky build? This is harder than the boss fight. Both had their own merits, forcing him to think very carefully about how to spend these precious starting points. Suddenly, a strange skill caught his eye, making him pause. I can still exchange for this? It was the skill, the name, priced at 1,400 points. An S-rank skill with an unheard of effect. It completely nullified all side effects from skills and items used by the wielder. Subaru realized its immense potential. I've never seen a skill with an effect like this before. With the demon sword, it could even negate the debilitating debuff from his lightning. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately selected purchase. The system announced that Subaru had successfully acquired the skill, the name, for 1,400 points and the nameless demon sword for 1,000 points. Holding the new weapon, which emanated a dark purple aura, Subaru smiled in satisfaction. Absolutely worth it. He realized the new skill and the demon sword were a perfect match, allowing him to unleash his full power from the start without any difficult calculations. Just then, the proctor approached and spoke up. Damn, kid, you've got killer taste. It's like giving wings to a tiger. However, the old man couldn't hide his confusion. I am Huya, a proctor, and I just don't get it. Huya crossed his arms and asked thoughtfully, why did you choose that skill? I don't know if it's useful, and you couldn't have been sure it would be effective either. Faced with the barrage of questions, Subaru could only let out a weary sigh. Do you want me to explain every little detail? Instantly, Haya released a terrifying pressure, his eyes glowing as he growled, Explain. The old man's sudden change in attitude made Subaru break out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, having to be polite to people like this really is a challenge. Seeing the young man's expression, Huya suddenly retracted his killing intent and softened his tone. You must be exhausted after the test, so I'll let it slide this time. Subaru muttered under his breath, Huya. Huh. Looking at Huya now, Subaru realized this was the snot-nosed kid from years ago, who had now become a proctor. In his memory, a young boy named Hiroto with a sweat-streaked face had once nervously approached him with a notebook, stammering, My idol, please sign this for me. When Subaru had coldly replied that he didn't have a signature, the kid had pleaded, Then just writing your name is fine. My name is Hiroto. Back in the present, Huya was still rambling on about his era, a time when becoming a player was a sacred ritual. He roared in frustration as he compared them to the kids today, arrogant with just a few skills, disrespectful to their elders, and calling people like him old-fashioned relics. Hearing this, Subaru nonchalantly retorted, Times have changed, just like the amount of hair on your head. The remark hit a sore spot, infuriating Huya, but Subaru ignored him and demanded he keep the test results a secret. In the face of such a dismissive attitude, Huya roared with fierce determination. All right, if that's the case, I'll train you myself from the very beginning. The man eagerly offered Subaru a spot in the Knights Guild, emphasizing how rare it was for a proctor to personally recruit a player like this, much like an old fan clinging to their idol. But Subaru simply uttered a decisive, I don't want to, and walked straight towards the transfer gate. Despite Huya's panic screams to stop, Subaru quickly commanded the system to transport him to the second floor. Watching his figure disappear in a flash of light, the proctor could only sigh in disappointment. My God, I'm so disappointed in you. Arriving on the second floor, Subaru materialized in the middle of a bustling town known as the Land of Beginners. The air was electric, filled with the shouts of merchants who had flocked here from all corners of the world. From fresh Runeterra fish and special dried meats to martial arts fabrics and wool coats from Earth, seeing the familiar sight, Subaru remarked quietly, That smell of Runeterra fish and dried meat. It's unmistakable. He realized he was holding a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a second chance to do everything over. Striding confidently through the streets, Subaru told himself that since he had already experienced everything once, he would definitely handle things better this time. The faces of his old comrades flashed through his mind, fueling his will to fight more fiercely than ever before. Subaru knew they were still waiting for him, and he had returned to avenge the horrific end they had all been forced to face. Subaru sought out a private training room, a place where players often went to hone their skills and test the durability of their equipment. Seeing the young man, the old manager at the reception desk asked, What floor are you from? Subaru calmly replied, I just came up. Hearing this, the old man suggested, Then you should use training room number 1. There's a scarecrow in there. But Subaru made an unexpected request. Room number 1 is for kids. Give me room number 5. The manager exclaimed in shock. Number 5? He tried to genuinely dissuade him. I'll be honest with you. Don't do it, it's a waste of money, just use number 1. However, Subaru stood his ground. I appreciate your concern, but just give me 30 minutes. Watching Subaru walk away, the manager muttered sarcastically, acting like he's the main character in some Korean drama. Whatever, suit yourself. But there are no refunds if you leave halfway through. The system immediately announced that Subaru had spent 50 credits with a remaining balance of 10.05C. In this place, the higher the room number, the greater the difficulty. Glancing at the other training rooms with their various brutal challenges, Subaru understood that for a player without proper gear, being looked down upon was only natural. He clenched his fist, grasped the doorknob, and stepped into room number 5. Facing the vast stone arena, Subaru said to himself, "All right then, let's begin." The moment he drew his weapon, a system message appeared. "Welcome, new master. Please offer a bit of blood to start the machine." Instantly, a crimson pressure erupted. All of his skills were temporarily boosted, but in exchange, the weapon began absorbing its user's HP and MP. Subaru groaned in agony as he felt his body being ravaged. Immediately after, his level 1 antibody skill activated to counteract the sword's violent backlash, helping to restore some of the lost HP and MP. However, level 1 quickly failed to contain the sword's rampaging power, and Subaru's fatigue level began to climb. He realized his current level was still too weak, but he forced himself to stand. Just as I thought, level 1 is too weak, but just a little more. The sword continued to drain Subaru's life force, injuring him and causing him to cough up blood, but in return, his combat abilities soared, directly proportional to the amount of HP he had lost. In the throes of extreme pain, Subaru wondered if this was his limit, but then affirmed that it was still within his expectations. He immediately spent 10 credits to upgrade his antibody skill to level 2, a perfect example of a whale overpowering problems with money. The skill now reached rank E, allowing it to effectively block side effects from items and completely resist the backlash from the sword. The system announced that the level 2 antibody skill had partially succeeded in resisting the sword's violent reaction. Even so, the nameless magic sword continued to ferociously absorb his HP, causing his body immense damage. But in return, his combat power grew even stronger. Seeing the crimson aura enveloping his weapon, Subaru smirked. Success. Wasting no more time, he shot forward, thinking, time to test my strength. A single world-shaking slash descended, causing the entire training room to tremble violently. Meanwhile, the manager in the outer hall, who was dozing off, was suddenly jolted awake. He looked around in a daze and wondered, am I still dreaming? Or am I hallucinating? Did my entire room just disappear while I was asleep? Just then, from the dark corridor, Subaru's figure emerged from training room number 5, his body covered in blood and scratches. Seeing the bloodstains splattered across the floor, the manager realized in horror that it was the same kid who had entered room number 5 earlier. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He wasn't even in there long enough to warm the seat, and he's already wrecked my room. A mix of curiosity and worry drove the old man closer. He knocked on the training room door. "Hey, Dreamer Kid, are you still in there?" But as soon as he cracked the door open and peeked inside, the manager's eyes widened in terror and he let out a horrified scream. Before him lay a scene of utter ruin and devastation, as if an earthquake had just struck. Giant stone spheres were smashed to pieces, the brick walls were shattered, and countless arrows were embedded deep within the wreckage. The manager trembled, exclaiming, What in the world happened in here?" Elsewhere, Subaru had returned to his quarters and just woken up after a long sleep. He groaned softly, how long was I out? Stretching to shake off the fatigue, Subaru realized his body was still incredibly stiff from the insane training session. Later, sitting pensively in a small diner, Subaru took a sip of hot tea and told himself that if he'd had a normal sword instead of that cursed blade, he certainly would have cleared that training room with much more ease. However, he also had to admit that his physical stats had increased significantly and he had successfully unleashed the power of the demon sword. Looking at his status window, Subaru saw he had reached level 10, with his strength, agility, and stamina stats all showing marked improvement. He thought to himself, with stats like these, I shouldn't have even been able to lift this demon sword, let alone wield it in a fight. The synergy between his antibody skill and the sword is flawless. This means a fusion with lightning is not just possible, it's inevitable. But the next hurdle is the skills level itself. The system announces that his antibody skill is ready for its next upgrade. He needed 20,000 credits. His current balance? A measly 50 cents. A cold sweat broke out on Subaru's brow as he stared into his cup, lost in thought. A radiant hero on the outside, but in reality, he was down to his last 2 lottery tickets. The credit crunch was pushing him into a corner. But then again, he'd already died once, so he tried to reassure himself that this kind of trouble was to be expected. Just then, a loud shout ripped through the air, grabbing Subaru's attention. "Hey everyone, what's going on?" A young man with bizarre cat ears and bright yellow hair was running around with a live streaming device. He excitedly announced he was here to explore the second floor and bring some youthful memories to the new members. His theme for the day, showing off trendy items popular with the younger generation. Instantly, a notification popped up on the man's screen. A player named Alexander had just donated a whopping 1,000 credits to commemorate the stream. The young man roared with delight, screaming his thanks to Alexander in front of the entire crowd. He even poured coffee on his own head like a madman. The cat-eared streamer kept forcing a smile, thanking the donator profusely, willing to abandon all shame for money to keep his viewers hooked. Watching the scene unfold, the people around him couldn't help but feel disgusted. What's wrong with that guy? Is he insane? Subaru watched silently from a distance. He scrolled through the info on his device and realized this was the era of PvP live streaming. It seemed 1 out of every 3 players was a live broadcaster, raking in millions of credits from donations. Subaru muttered to himself, "Live streaming, huh?" So that's what that guy was doing. As he was lost in thought about this new way to make money, a familiar voice suddenly spoke right beside him. Well, I thought you'd have kicked the bucket in some garbage heap by now. How did you manage to crawl your way up here?" Looking up, Subaru saw a young man in a chic, elegant outfit looking down at him with a smug expression. The man stepped closer, feigning surprise at seeing him there and asking if he lived nearby. The moment he approached, Subaru's body tensed up and a cold sweat trickled down his skin. He felt a powerful resistance from deep within, as if his own body was automatically warning him of the toxic relationship between them. Seeing Subaru silently staring at his screen, the other guy's annoyance began to show. He growled, "Hey, your friend is talking to you. Don't just ignore me." This feeling wasn't just discomfort, it was a violent rejection from the deepest parts of his subconscious. Subaru trembled, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he faced the blonde young man sitting before him. When Subaru finally confirmed he'd arrived, the man let out a scornful laugh. "Huh? What a surprise. I never thought a weakling like you could pass the tutorial test." He continued his mockery, saying he thought Subaru would have been killed by goblins long ago. In that instant, the painful memories of this body's former owner came flooding back. Subaru growled the name of the man before him, Isaac. Flashes of a pitiful, younger Subaru being brutally tormented by Isaac filled his mind. When he had weakly asked why, Isaac had simply roared in anger, claiming that Subaru's name and his serious face just pissed him off. For that absurdly pathetic reason, he'd insulted Subaru, calling him an empty-headed fool with no parental guidance who couldn't even complete basic instructions. Despite Subaru trying to explain that he wasn't given enough credits, Isaac had heartlessly screamed, "Don't talk back, you bastard." He had beaten him senseless, thrown him into a tattered box amidst a pile of rubble, and casually declared that from now on, that box was his home. With a twisted smile, Isaac had tossed him a piece of filthy food and threatened that if he dared take a single step out of that box, he would find out what happens next. Back in the present, Subaru wondered why this body's original owner had endured such senseless beatings without fighting back. Seeing Subaru's silence, Isaac started boasting about his own achievements, bragging that he'd completed up to the 20th part and had even surpassed his own father's record. He smugly recounted how the Proctor Huya had showered him with praise, saying he was truly Renhard's son. Isaac puffed out his chest. "I also got the best B-rank skill in this whole tower." In the face of all this bragging, Subaru simply said he was thirsty and picked up his glass to drink. After he finished, he coldly stated, "I'm leaving." Then he turned his back and walked away. Isaac, maintaining his superior attitude, casually ordered, "Oh, really? In that case, buy me a coffee on your way back. Anything cheap is fine, just pick whatever." Subaru froze, a disgusted "huh" escaping his lips. This attitude set Isaac off. He put a hand to his forehead and sighed. Seriously, still as disobedient as ever. He glared at Subaru, studying him intently. What's wrong with you lately? You just keep staring at people and talking back. Did you get your soul swapped or something? Not even bothering to engage, Subaru shot back coldly as he walked away. I don't have any credits. Buy your own damn coffee. Rejected, Isaac snarled, ordering him to sit down. Subaru thought to himself, Kid, I'm sorry, but I don't have time to deal with your personal issues. He continued walking, silently vowing that if anyone dared stand in the way of his revenge, things would end differently. Suddenly, Isaac lunged forward and grabbed Subaru's shoulder, forcing him to a halt. With bloodshot eyes blazing with menace, he snarled, Hey, do you actually want to see yourself get beaten to a pulp? Faced with the bully's aggression, Subaru didn't flinch. His eyes hardened, radiating a chilling, killing intent that seemed to freeze the very air around them. He growled a warning, Let go of my hand, or I'll make you log out of Earth for good. Isaac's eyes widened as he yelled, Don't get so arrogant, Subaru! However, Subaru quickly reined in his anger. He told himself he couldn't cause a scene in front of this crowd. Making a fuss now would only make things worse. Unexpectedly, Isaac burst out laughing. He cackled, saying he was just messing with Subaru, trying to scare him like he used to. Isaac mocked him, saying Subaru was still as timid as ever and figured that with his skill set, he must have struggled just to pass the tutorial test. He leaned in close to Subaru's shoulder, his voice suddenly turning cold and venomous. You piece of trash. Do you really think you can beat me? If I wanted to, I could make you disappear. You know who my father is, don't you? After saying his piece, Isaac casually turned and walked away, not forgetting to give a wave and a fake farewell. Be careful, my friend. With friends like that, you'd be better off alone. Watching the arrogant figure disappear, Subaru remained silent, his gaze razor sharp. A scornful smirk tugged at his lips. Friend? What friend? At that moment, the world began to reveal the two main ways a player could grow in power. The first was by clearing floors. By conquering the tower's challenges and earning rewards, players could naturally become much stronger. To enter these gates, players are required to pay a certain amount of credits. In return, however, they are guaranteed absolute safety within a digital space. Because these gates are created within it, even if a player dies, all they lose are the credits they spent and their progress. The second method is hunting. By directly hunting monsters outside the safe zone or clearing dungeons on each floor, a player can truly grow. When choosing this path, a player's development is significantly faster than clearing gates. But because the hunt takes place in the real world, if you die out there, you die for real. That is the brutal law of hunting directly in places like the Whispering Orc Lair dungeon. This is also why the majority of players avoid hunting. No one wants to risk their life without a truly compelling reason. But for Subaru, things were completely different. He thought to himself, if you want to get rich quick, you have to take risks. If you want to dominate, you have to enter the dungeons. He sat beside the corpse of a giant orc he had just defeated, checking his device, when he suddenly froze in astonishment. A live broadcast was pulling in 80,000 viewers. Its title read, Narukami Subaru will reach the 4th floor today. On the screen, a streamer wearing Subaru's signature black and gold mask waved enthusiastically at the audience. Hey everyone, is everyone watching? Today I'll be challenging the 3rd floor gate. Watching the scene, Subaru couldn't help but find it ridiculous. The name Narukami Subaru and that mask? Just how many people have used this name? At that moment, a donation notification popped up with a provocative message. Here's 20 grand. Act like a fool for me. Instead of getting angry, the streamer replied cheerfully, Oh, Narukami Subaru will act like a fool for you. Thank you for the 20,000 credits. Witnessing the enormous sum of money exchanged for just a few jokes, Subaru was stunned into silence. There are even 20,000 credit missions? The rain of money didn't stop. A flood of other missions poured in, with amounts ranging from 5,000 to 15,000 credits. The fake streamer continuously made heart symbols and promised, Thank you, everyone. I will clear this gate for all of you. Subaru let out a weary sigh at the absurd contrast. While that guy was effortlessly raking in a fortune from live streaming, he had to fight monsters with his life on the line. Glancing at his own balance of a mere 50 cents, Subaru gritted his teeth, his mind racing as he stared at his device's screen. Breathing a sigh of relief after a fierce battle, Subaru wiped away his sweat, reminding himself there was still one final job to complete. Just then, a powerful tremor shook the ground, heralding the arrival of uninvited guests. A horde of orcs with blood-red eyes burning with murderous intent emerged from the darkness. The system immediately issued a warning. The boss, General Orose, has appeared. Facing the massive monster, which wore a necklace made of animal bones, Subaru remained unnervingly calm. He thought, I may not have the poison needles like last time, but I have a far more magnificent weapon now. As Subaru gripped the demon sword, the system announced the item was frantically absorbing his HP to grant its master a surge of power. Thanks to his level 2 God's Will skill, which promptly resisted the backlash, Subaru stood firm, his eyes blazing with fury. He stared directly at the horde of monsters and declared in a low, menacing voice, "Move. I've got money to make, and I'm busy." With that, Subaru shot forward like a bolt of lightning. He roared that he didn't want to waste time on this trash, a quick victory, then he was off to become a streamer. With fluid, unpredictable movements, Subaru unleashed powerful kicks and slashes carrying a blazing red spiritual energy that tore through the enemy's formation. The Orc General only had time to let out a desperate roar before a merciless strike from Subaru sliced through its body, extinguishing its life completely. After the Whispering Oros lair was cleared, Subaru returned to his room and silently gazed at the familiar black and gold mask lying on his desk. He sighed, realizing he had to put it on once again to carry out his plan. Subaru now fully understood how streamers made their money and decided he would pour all his effort into what he did best to accumulate wealth quickly. Standing before the mirror, he slowly placed the mask on his face, officially returning to the mysterious guise of the legend of old. I'm the real deal anyway, he thought. When the original makes a move, the fakes disappear. With that conviction, when the Subaru decisively walked out the door, his hand gripping his sword, ready for a bold new plan. Instantly, a shocking notification appeared on the system. Narukami Subaru has started a broadcast. At the headquarters of Sun Entertainment, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Hasuka, a beautiful woman with long black hair, stared intently at her device's screen, her face a mask of fury. She gritted her teeth in anger, her lips pressed into a thin line as if trying to contain a simmering rage about to erupt. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the office, shaking everyone. Subakichi, a male employee with blue hair, tumbled out of his chair in utter terror at the new notification that had just appeared. Hasuka couldn't hide her irritation. What the hell is it now? She cursed inwardly at the trash players out there. When even the strongest players couldn't complete the challenge, how dare someone use that name? Subakichi scrambled to his feet. He reminded her of the self-censored audio rule and the 1,000-point bonus that had just been triggered. Hasuka demanded to know which fool was so bold this time. Subakichi looked at the screen and exclaimed, "Narukami Subaru. Is he the real deal or just another impersonator?" He shrugged, saying, "Whoever hits the hardest is the real Narukami. Let's just keep it simple." Subakichi sighed in exasperation at the sight of everyone and their mother pretending to be Narukami Subaru to make a quick buck. He wondered aloud if the live streaming industry had finally reached its end. Hasuka immediately shot back, arguing that they make their living from this very service, so he shouldn't say such dreadful things. She found it laughable that these people would risk their lives to climb the tower without even knowing its basic rules. Seeing how sharp Hasuka was being, Subakichi curiously asked why someone like her would give up the tower to work in an office like this. Hasuka fell silent for a moment before answering, because it was boring. She didn't forget to remind him that he was also one who had abandoned the climb. Subakichi immediately screamed his defense, claiming it would have been different if he had talent and that he only quit due to a lack of skill. The classic excuse of lazy grinders, Hasuka said with a smirk, suggesting that perhaps his passion had faded when his goal of meeting the real Narukami Subaru disappeared. In the middle of their argument, Subakichi suddenly freezes, spotting something unusual on the screen. He shouts, his voice filled with excitement. "There's an incredible kid right here," Hasuka wearily asks what kind of weirdo he's found this time, but Subakichi insists this is a brand new Narukami Subaru cosplayer. On the screen, a single viewer is watching a figure in Subaru's familiar black and gold mask, standing silently in the middle of a dark dungeon. Subakichi gasps in amazement. "This is insane." Instantly, Hasuka slams her hand on the desk in a fit of rage. She calls this whole talent search ridiculous and meaningless. Noticing his colleague is still completely absorbed, Subakichi asks why she's paying attention to a broadcast on the second floor that doesn't even have a single viewer. Hasuka stares pensively at the screen. She admits he's right, but every time she sees someone put on that mask, she can't stop herself from hoping. Annoyed by his pestering, Hasuka kicks Subakichi to the ground and reveals she just sent the mask guy 1,000 credits. Meanwhile, Subaru has officially begun the trial on the second floor. After quickly clearing the opening dungeon and emerging, the system announces that his completion score will be based on the number of monsters he defeats. Subaru strolls through the dark cave, thinking to himself, a trial that feels like a walk in the park. Kinda boring. Still, knowing someone is watching through the screen puts him under a little pressure. A notification pops up on his device. 2 people are watching, along with a flood of messages from an account named Love Money. This person is curiously asking what floor he's on, if this is his first time, and warns that if he's a rookie, he'll have a tough time not knowing the terrain. Subaru calmly replies, yes, this is my first trial. The moment the words leave his mouth, a massive dark shadow closes in from behind. It's a one-eyed bat with grotesque purple wings, diving in for an attack. Without flinching, Subaru snatches the monster's neck right out of the air. Its only response, a pathetic, strangled cry. Using just his bare hand, he instantly crushes the life out of it. The system announces, one-eyed bat defeated. Receiving a single point, Subaru adjusts his mask. His eyes glow with a cold intensity as he stares into the screen and asks his audience, is there a problem? A question that silences the viewers. Subaru silently pushes forward into the rookie dungeon with a single goal, kill as many monsters as possible to rack up achievement points. By now, his broadcast has attracted its first 3 viewers. An account named W is stunned by his sharp reflexes. Meanwhile, Love Money remains skeptical, pointing out that streamers on the second floor usually give up quickly because they can't get any views. Seeing Subaru about to venture alone into a dangerous area, Love Money advises him not to get greedy and to wait for other party members. But Subaru just calmly replies, hey, Love Money, thanks for the advice, but no can do. I prefer to handle things myself. His arrogant declaration causes the viewer count to jump to 6, with a flood of comments worrying about the fate of such a reckless rookie. Advancing deeper into the dark cavern, Subaru tells himself, my name is its own brand. Go live, get views. No advertising needed. Suddenly, a mud hydra bursts from the ground in an attempt to ambush him, but Subaru instantly swings his sword and slices it in 2. He mutters, now, let's see just how far I can go. A flurry of sharp, swift sword strikes erupts, tearing through the darkness. The system continuously announces he has defeated his targets and earned more achievement points. His attack speed is so fast it leaves the viewers bewildered. They can't even get a clear look at the monster he just obliterated. Immediately after, a screeching swarm of one-eyed bats descends to surround him, but Subaru just spins, unleashing a powerful, arcing slash. A torrent of red and black demonic energy explodes from his blade, obliterating the swarm in the blink of an eye. His movements are so decisive and precise that viewers like Love Money and Turai Master can only cry out in shock, completely baffled by what just happened. Looks like another fanboy is about to be hooked. The viewer count has now climbed to 10, all of them holding their breath, captivated by the masked man's every move. After annihilating more one-eyed bats and hydras, Subaru calmly sheathes his sword and explains, if you focus on the sounds, you can tell which direction they're coming from, and how many. He strides past the heaps of monster corpses at his feet, leaving behind a chat log fiercely debating whether he's really a rookie like he claims. Subaru adjusts his mask again, nonchalantly telling his audience, since you all seem to know so much, I'll just tell you what I'm thinking. The comments keep scrolling. Some argue that talent is everything. Others mock him for trying to ride the coattails of the legendary Narukami. Ignoring the chatter, Subaru presses forward with a single thought in his mind. Still not enough. I need to rack up as many achievement points as I can before I get out of here. Seeing him push straight ahead without scouting or studying the terrain, the viewers start to worry, warning him he's heading for big trouble. Subaru's gaze hardens behind his mask as a horrific sight unfolds before him. A dense black cloud of purple one-eyed monsters swarms him from all sides. Quantity over quality, huh, fellas? Their glowing red eyes blink in the darkness, ready to tear the intruder to shreds. The audience begins to mock him, certain that he's finished. Someone even says they'll see him back at the entrance. Just then, a viewer quest from someone named Myloni Stream suddenly appears, offering a reward of 100 prestige points if he can defeat them all by himself. Staring at the glowing quest notification, Subaru smirks with confidence. Despite other viewers calling it a crude and ridiculous trap, he casually accepts. Real money on the table, huh? I'll take that bet. This is too easy! Meanwhile, back at the company office, Subikichi is screaming in despair as he watches the events unfold on screen. He frantically claws at his hair, unable to believe where he went wrong, and wails for his money back in utter agony. Realizing how loud he is, Subikichi quickly lowers his voice and apologizes to Hasuka. Oh, sorry, was I being too loud? My bad. But Hasuka isn't paying any attention to his apology. Her eyes are glued to the screen, her expression incredibly serious and tense. Noticing his colleague's unusual silence, Subikichi asks curiously, "What is it? What are you looking at?" Hasuka stared intently at the masked man's every move on the screen and murmured, "Something isn't right." Hasuka's eyes trembled as she stared at the monitor, unable to believe what she was seeing. She told herself this wasn't about money or bets anymore, it was something far greater. Hasuka cried out in shock, "Narukami Subaru!" Noticing his colleague's strange behavior, Subikichi curiously asked if she was still watching that broadcast. But the moment he glanced at the screen, he too was left speechless. Is there something wrong with my eyes, or did the idol Narukami just manifest for real? On the live stream, Subaru was creating a horrifying spectacle. Blazing red sword slashes tore through the space, wiping out the swarm of monsters in an instant, leaving viewers screaming in astonishment. A flood of comments appeared, filled with disbelief. "Holy crap, is he a rookie on the second floor? Are you kidding me? I'm starting to feel sorry for the bats." Everyone was stunned, wondering how one person could possibly take down so many monsters at once. Subaru walked calmly amidst the piles of monster corpses. His sheer dominance left the audience speechless. One viewer even admitted that despite being on a higher floor, they felt like they were being taught a lesson by a second-floor rookie. Despite his unparalleled combat strength, Subaru was clumsy when looking at the chat, mumbling, "Communicating is so hard." When he was about to leave, viewers quickly reminded him, "Don't forget to collect your reputation points from the mission." Subaru froze. "Oh, right, I forgot." He picked up the device, fumbling with it for a long moment with a confused expression. The audience began to laugh, asking if he was lagging. Subaru scratched his head in embarrassment and asked, where's the button to collect the money? A master with a sword, but a total noob with an app, they teased that he was definitely a new streamer. Thanks to the viewer's guidance, Subaru finally managed to press the accept button, receiving 100 reputation points. He offered a polite word of thanks before heading deeper into the cave. All right, the next place should be the last one. At that point, his reputation had reached 150, with 118 achievement points. Back at the office, Sion Hasuka suddenly let out a shriek that shook the entire building. She clutched her face, which was bright red with excitement, repeatedly exclaiming, "It's over, my heart is gone! The idol has truly descended, everyone!" Seeing this, Subikichi sarcastically remarked that she was the one with the real problem. Hasuka immediately shot back, demanding to know if he'd ever seen anything so incredible, even though Subikichi argued she was overreacting since this was only the second floor. Hasuka vehemently insisted, "Yeah, I am overreacting." She shot up from her seat. Hasuka read the boy's on-screen introduction over and over again. "I am Subaru Narukami from Earth." She was ecstatic, wondering if this was fate, or perhaps even the reincarnation of the legendary Subaru Narukami, just like a transmigration trope from a comic book. Witnessing this excessive fanaticism, Sion Hyun could only break out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself that his colleague turned into a completely different person whenever her idol was mentioned. Hasuka was even blushing and feeling so dizzy she wanted to close her eyes and daydream, forcing Sion Hyun to frantically intervene, afraid she was about to do something reckless right there in the office. Faced with her colleague's suspicion, Hasuka declared firmly that she wanted to scout this rookie personally. Despite Sion Hyun's sarcastic retort that he was just some lonely streamer and his warning about getting chewed out by the manager, Hasuka remained resolute. The playful attitude she had during the bet was gone, replaced by an unusual seriousness. Hasuka's eyes were glued to the image of the masked boy on the screen, challenging Sion Hyan to just wait and see what would happen next. Meanwhile, in the dark dungeon, Subaru had found the end of the trial. He pushed open a stone door and stepped into the boss room. Subaru muttered under his breath, "You hid well, but it's time to log out, little one." Before him stood a massive creature with shaggy, dark gray fur, radiating an incredibly heavy pressure. The guardian of the gate was the werewolf, Greg. Its appearance made the chat explode with fearful comments about the monster's insane power. Many players admitted to struggling against it dozens of times, some even thinking it was a system bug because the difficulty was so high. Subaru realized the werewolf wasn't a monster meant for regular hunting. It served as a gatekeeper, judging the strength and qualifications of players who wanted to conquer the rookie dungeon. Instantly, a special quest appeared in the system, requiring him to defeat Greg the Werewolf to receive a large amount of credit. Looking at the notification, Subaru couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Huh? The reward for this mission is up to 3,000 reputation points and credits, a colossal sum for a newcomer." While the livestream was now drawing 20 viewers, Greg the Werewolf, the guardian of the second floor, appeared with a menacing presence. Comments kept scrolling by, some mocking him for being rude, others worrying that this wasn't a monster that could be easily defeated. The giant wolf snarled, its hot breath steaming in the cold air. It began to gather its strength, preparing for a lethal pounce. Seeing the person before it, Greg thought to himself, another young one here to serve himself up for dinner? Facing the massive gatekeeper, Greg the Werewolf seemed skeptical. Alone? You really came here alone? This wolf definitely hasn't been watching the live stream, Subaru retorted coolly. Can't you see for yourself? The monster growled, leaning its nose close to Subaru and remarked with surprise. You truly are an interesting one. I smell the scent of a great warrior on you. Its words caused the chat to explode, with one player bitterly complaining that the wolf had called him a goblin corpse while praising Subaru. Greg explained that warriors of the wolf tribe could smell a special scent. It wasn't just body odor, they could see through to a person's very essence. After a moment of careful observation, it suddenly retracted its killing intent and declared, "You are qualified to pass through this place. The test is over. You may go." This decision left the viewers completely stunned by the monster's blatant favoritism. Subaru was just as astonished. He thought to himself, even in my past life, something this strange never happened. However, instead of leaving through the now open exit, Subaru coldly declared, "Too bad, my target is you, boss." "Wait, what? I said you could go." The wolf froze, whipping its head back to ask in disbelief, "Me? Not the door behind me?" Upon receiving a firm confirmation from Subaru, Greg suddenly broke into a savage grin, revealing its sharp fangs. It let out an excited roar, as if it had finally found a worthy opponent. Truly, he possesses the soul of a great warrior. As Subaru's battle with the werewolf is about to erupt back at the Sun Entertainment office, the atmosphere is just as tense. Manager Ju is glued to the screen, his fingers flying across the keyboard. He mutters, "How many viewers does that stream have?" Hasuka quickly reports the current count, around 20 people. But Joe cuts her off with a single cryptic word, "No." Ju's voice is low and menacing. It's over 30 now. As Seonhyun mumbles that Hasuka is an idiot, the manager's patience wears thin. "You get a full paycheck for these pathetic view counts?" He roars, accusing Hasuka of wasting time by bringing in a nobody with a measly 20 viewers, just as she tries to correct him, saying it has already reached 30. Ju bellows in fury. "That's not the point!" He even scoffs sarcastically, telling Hasuka she should just become a streamer herself, since she's got the skills and would definitely attract fans. In the middle of the manager's tirade, Seonhyun suddenly gasps, watching the viewer count break 40. Ignoring his subordinate's excitement, Ju keeps yelling, feeling like he's being ignored, but back in the dungeon, Subaru is facing the crushing pressure of the werewolf. He tells himself to stay cool, to clear his mind, calm down. The system repeatedly flashes notifications. The Nameless Demon Sword is absorbing his mana to boost its power stats. At the same time, his level 2 greed skill activates, neutralizing the sword's side effects. "Let's fly! I'll tear you apart, just like always." With that, the massive beast lunges forward with a thunderous pounce that makes the entire cave tremble. Subaru instantly swings his sword to meet it head-on, igniting a brilliant explosion of spiritual energy in the darkness. The repeated impacts shatter the ground beneath them. Subaru struggles to counter the terrifying power of the beast's razor-sharp claws as they relentlessly rain down on him. A massive impact sends him skidding backward across the floor. He thinks to himself, if I can't win with brute force, I'll have to win with my brain. Subaru's eyes narrow, calculating, as he recognizes the overwhelming difference in pure power. Across from him, the werewolf, Greg, silently praises his opponent. What a warrior. The monster unleashes another devastating swipe, forcing Subaru to dodge again and again. He tightens his grip on the demon sword, now glowing with red energy, ready to face the creature's overwhelming power head-on. A deafening explosion rocks the cave as sword meets claw, sending brilliant sparks flying everywhere. The chat feed absolutely explodes with viewers in awe of the rookie's ridiculous power. They're convinced that whoever issued this quest is going to regret it. Subaru pants lightly, realizing that sometimes there are better ways to win than with brute force alone. Greg looks thrilled by his formidable opponent. You've finally made this interesting warrior. The monster roars, "This ends now," and lunges with a lightning-fast pounce, meant to crush its target. But Subaru vanishes like a phantom, his voice echoing coldly, "That's my line." The words hit Greg with stunning force. Subaru reappears right at the beast's flank, his eyes blazing with fury. He scoffs that the creature's attacks are far too predictable, then unleashes a vicious slash that tears through its defenses. Subaru's voice is a low growl. Die. Greg howls in agony as it's hit by a flurry of Subaru's blazing sword strikes. He moves so fast that after images appear, each one delivering another critical blow, leaving the monster gravely wounded. A final, devastating slash carrying all of his strength descends, finishing the second-floor gatekeeper for good. As its life fades, the werewolf manages one last compliment for its foe. Excellent warrior. Greg's colossal body collapses to the floor, the sound echoing through the ruined dungeon. Boss down, level up. A flood of system notifications announces that Subaru has defeated the werewolf, granting him a massive level boost and a wave of stats in strength and agility, plus 500 precious achievement points. The viewers watching the broadcast are left completely speechless. They can't believe a rookie just single-handedly defeated such a terrifying boss. Hats off to whoever gave him that quest. Praise floods the chat as viewers witness Subaru's incredible feat. A system notification declares the mission complete. He instantly receives 3,000 reputation points from his boss, Seth. Looking at his device screen, Subaru cracks a small smile. I'll put this to good use. Boss Seth, a new notification reads, "You have now accumulated 3,150 reputation points and 618 achievement points." Just then, a massive gate materializes and swings open, followed by a system announcement. The gate is open. Subaru starts to walk through, but he freezes in utter astonishment. A dazzling array of challenge emblems, ice, fire, wind, earth, and more materializes before him, lighting up the entire area. The viewers begin to buzz with confusion. What's happening? Everyone is stunned to see a total of 13 options appear, a record-breaking number that no rookie on the second floor has ever achieved before. The system announces that the number of choices is directly proportional to the player's talent before posing a question, will you participate in the Lightning Challenge? Faced with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Subaru doesn't hesitate for a second. Is that even a question? Shocking things is my specialty. His followers are ecstatic, spamming the chat that if he doesn't pick Lightning, he should just change his name. The moment his choice is confirmed, a brilliant blue light envelops Subaru, pulling him into the grueling Lightning Challenge. Back at the Sun Entertainment office, Hasuka is losing her mind with excitement. She grabs her colleague Seon-hyun and screams, "He did it!" She can't believe the viewership has skyrocketed, hitting 60 in the blink of an eye. Hasuka says in disbelief, normally, quests give 2 or 3 choices at most. But he got 13. Standing nearby, even manager Ju has to admit the performance was impressive, especially since Subaru took down a werewolf, a beast rumored to be unbeatable. Still, the manager remains skeptical, reminding them that Subaru is just a rookie streamer on the second floor. Seeing his doubt, Hasuka throws out a bold challenge. "Manager, want to make a bet with me?" She declares that if Subaru fails to acquire the lightning attribute, she and Seon-hyun will work for a fixed salary for the next 5 years. Hearing his name dragged into the bet, Seonhyun panics and yells in protest. What? Why am I part of this? He shouts. Colleague of the year, right there. But despite his protests, Hasuka presses on. On the other hand, if he succeeds, I'll sign him, no questions asked. Zhou offered a defiant smirk. He reminded her that the only player to have ever mastered lightning was the legendary Subaru Narukami. Hasuka, maintaining her confident smile, shot back, "We'll never know unless we try, right?" Faced with such resolve, Zeus let out a cold snort and decisively accepted the bet. While Hasuka was ecstatic that the wager was set, the poor MC could only groan in despair, having been suddenly thrown in as collateral for this insane bet. The moment he stepped into the lightning trial, Subaru felt a surge of azure energy enveloping his entire body. He let out a soft gasp of amazement. But as he was taking in his surroundings, a piercing scream suddenly ripped through the air. "Move it, man! You'll get fried standing there!" Before Subaru could even process the words, a stranger lunged forward and shoved him to the ground. A thunderous impact instantly detonated right where he had been standing, shattering the ground in a heartbeat. The man roared in fury. "You only get one life. You just gonna stand there admiring the view, kid?" Before them loomed a hulking, gray monster with a powerful physique, a giant fragment. Subaru dropped to one knee. He was stunned, instantly recognizing the creature that had just appeared. He wondered to himself, why is that guy here? The massive monster let out a deafening roar, swinging its rock-hard fists, ready to crush them both. On the broadcast screen, viewers began to panic, questioning what was happening. A flood of confused comments scrolled by. They recognized the creature as a monster from the giant race and wondered why it had shown up here. Subaru narrowed his eyes, his mind already calculating. He realized this was a boss-level monster that should have only appeared in the second part of the trial. He questioned himself, did something change because I defeated Grave? The monster roared again, slamming a lightning-infused fist into the ground and creating an earth-shattering explosion. From within the thick cloud of dust and debris, Subaru strolled out, looking completely unfazed. He assessed that while this monster was huge, its composition was far inferior to Grave's, and luckily for him, he already knew this. Seeing Subaru standing motionless, the strange young man screamed as he fled for his life. "Run! I got into trouble saving you!" Subaru adjusted his mask, his eyes glowing with killing intent. He decided to end this quickly, before anyone else could interfere. The moment he gripped his sword, a system notification appeared. The nameless demon sword is beginning to absorb the user's blood, causing all stats to skyrocket in proportion to the amount of blood consumed. The system announced that the skill, the name level 2, had been activated, successfully neutralizing the brutal side effects of the nameless demon sword. The giant fragment swung its colossal fist, aiming to pulverize everything in its path, but Subaru deftly dodged aside. He kicked off its arm, launching himself into the air with the grace of a Falatino. Beneath his mask, Subaru's eyes gleamed with a murderous light. With that speed, the boss doesn't stand a chance. The young man who had saved him could only gasp in astonishment, realizing Subaru had somehow already gotten behind the monster. A brutal thrust from the demonic sword plunged deep into the enemy's nape. The monster bellowed in hopeless agony, but Subaru just coldly scoffed that it was being too loud. He snarled, telling it to be quiet for the rest of its life, then decisively unleashed another volley of fatal strikes. The monster's roars faded as Subaru relentlessly tore its body apart with furious slashes. The giant fragment's eyes grew dim before it collapsed to the ground, sending a powerful shockwave through the entire area. The system repeatedly announced that Subaru had defeated the boss and completed Stage 4, leaving live viewers to spam a series of question marks, completely shocked by his conquest speed. After the battle, Subaru leveled up 3 times instantly. Along with a significant increase in his strength, agility, and magic stats, plus 4,000 achievement points, he also received the incredibly valuable items, the Giant's Heart and the Thunderclap armor. Subaru stood silently amidst the wreckage, his blood-soaked sword still clutched in his hand, his breathing heavy. Witnessing the monster get taken down in a flash, Fowen was completely dumbfounded. He stammered, Who are you?" Meanwhile, the livestream chat was exploding over Subaru's unbelievable performance. A flood of viewers sent gifts and reward points, praising his generosity and his flawless clearing skills from stage 1 through 4. Fowen ran over, still trembling, unable to process the masked man's power. He pressed him. "Are you human or a ghost?" You just treated that boss like a punching bag. Subaru just glanced at him, his hand still gripping the bloody sword, and replied calmly, Can't you tell by looking? I came here to defeat giants. Leaving the dungeon, Subaru returned to a peaceful town of quaint wooden houses nestled by a small stream. He found a simple room to rest in and check the spoils of his battle. Sitting on the bed with his device, Subaru saw the viewers were going wild. They were constantly urging him to show them the items he had just received. One person even speculated, Is it purple or gold gear? Show us, man. The suspense is killing me. Seeing their enthusiasm, Subaru let out a small smile. I'm curious too. All right then, let's take a look together. He immediately activated the interface to inspect the treasures, which were glowing with a mystical purple light. The first item was the giant's heart, a rare grade ring. It was an accessory carved from the heart of a real giant, capable of significantly boosting health and recovery. Subaru nodded in satisfaction. Accessory type equipment is very valuable. It boosts health. I like this effect. Next up was the Thunderclap armor, also rare grade, with impressive defense stats. This armor was infused with the power of lightning, allowing the user to activate a special skill to neutralize all negative status effects once per day. Subaru realized this was exactly what he needed to increase his chances of survival in the fierce battles to come. The moment Subaru put on the new armor, a sudden storm of quests from the audience rained down on him. Do a good job, and I'll give you 5,000. Money is nothing to me. This was followed by a flood of other quests from users like Imban, Mission Villa Inn, and Save ESET, with rewards totaling thousands of credits. Subaru was taken aback and offered his sincere thanks to everyone. He stood up, donning a majestic black cloak, his eyes burning brightly behind his mask as he felt the power surging within him. Subaru told himself he wouldn't disappoint those waiting for his lightning magic, because his presence now might hold a greater meaning than he ever imagined. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Subaru called out coldly, Enter. A man entered, leading a golden-haired knight in majestic silver armor. He approached Subaru and said, Apologies for the wait. This is the village's knight commander, Sir Peleus. Peleus studied Subaru with a thoughtful gaze. The guide explained that the giant attacks had become more frequent recently, forcing the knights to stand guard 24/7 in full gear. For everyone's safety, the villagers had been told to limit their movement unless it was absolutely necessary. The guide seemed surprised to see Subaru still outside at this hour, but his tone quickly shifted to one of deep gratitude. I heard you protected the village while I was away. Peleus stepped forward, bowing his head gracefully. My deepest thanks, great hero, for carrying the team in my absence. In response to this formality, Subaru remained cold behind his mask. No, I only did what was necessary. Peleus wasn't just the face of the village. He was a courageous knight, always on the front lines, fighting against the brutality of the giant clan. He revealed that during a reconnaissance mission, the knights had discovered the whereabouts of the giant clan's chief. They were planning to risk everything to corner them. But then, to the shock of everyone around them, both Peleus and his companion dropped to their knees before Subaru. In a voice filled with desperation, Peleus begged him, Forgive my impertinence, but I'm asking you, please save our village. Witnessing this scene, the live stream viewers grew anxious, their comments flooding the screen with prayers for the blonde knight. But Subaru's expression was grim, his eyes dark. Based on the memories of his past life, he knew a cruel, undeniable truth. In the next act, Peleus was destined to die. Looking down at the hopeful knight kneeling at his feet, Subaru reached out and commanded, Stop kneeling. Your knees will get sore. Then, he stated decisively, I understand. I'll cooperate. Peleus grasped Subaru's hand, his voice thick with gratitude. Thank you so much. Instantly, a system notification announced the start of Act 5 Survival. Under a blazing red sunset, the company of knights trudged into the treacherous Rocky Mountains to begin their raid. Walking at the back of the line, Subaru quietly checked his broadcasting device. He noticed his viewer count was skyrocketing, causing the comment feed to scroll so fast he couldn't possibly interact with it. Suddenly, Peleus signaled for the entire troop to halt. He pointed ahead, his voice tense. That's the chief of the giants. It was an old giant with pale skin and a long beard, sleeping soundly in the forest. Peleus quickly outlined a plan. I'll draw his attention so that our benefactor can strike him from behind. A fine plan, but this boss was different. Just as Peleus drew his sword to charge, Subaru grabbed his shoulder, stopping him. Wait! Before the bewildered Peleus could ask why, powerful tremors began to shake the ground. Subaru pointed forward, warning him about the thing ahead. His eyes glowed with vigilance. He growled, "That's no human." Immediately, the enemy's form began to warp grotesquely. It wasn't a single giant chief, but a horde of colossal creatures with chalk-white skin, pitch-black eyes, and grins that stretched from ear to ear, now emerging to surround the knights. Staring at the horrific sight, Peleus cried out in disbelief, "Why have these monsters started a massacre?" One of them snatched a poor soldier, his desperate screams echoing through the air. "Ah! Stop!" Another managed only to cry, "Help me!" before being viciously attacked. Subaru stood motionless, his eyes reflecting the carnage as a monster flashed a ghastly smile, its face splattered with the blood of his men. Facing the relentless onslaught, a panicked Peleus roared out his orders to the troop. "This is a slaughter! Everyone, fall back and save yourselves!" He frantically urged his soldiers to retreat and preserve their lives. "Hurry!" The pale-skinned, black-eyed giants were creating a horrifying bloodbath, their roars of madness echoing as they crushed the soldiers. Amid the horrific scene, a soldier cried out the name of a fallen comrade in agony. Realizing the situation was hopeless, Peleus gave a decisive order. "This is an order! Everyone, run!" He reminded them to think of their families and their village, insisting this was not the end, that they would start over. Peleus resolved to stay behind and cover their retreat, entrusting the leadership of Falson to the survivors. Turning to Subaru, Peleus urged, "You too, you need to run." He pleaded with Subaru to rebuild the Knights' Order and avenge them. But Subaru, his demon sword glowing with red spiritual power, simply replied, "That's my line." He turned the question back on the knight, "Aren't you going to run?" Peleus was stunned, not understanding what Subaru meant. Subaru coldly put his mask back on and declared, "Get out of here so I can get serious." Though Peleus feared they would both die and refused to abandon an outsider, he had to relent in the face of Subaru's firm resolve. "Then I will go and gather the warriors," Peleus said. "If you can hold out until then." Subaru replied softly, "Thanks." As Peleus ran, he shouted, "I owe you my life. Stay safe." At that moment, the giant monster roared in pain as Subaru's slash tore through its pale flesh. Not giving his enemies a moment to react, Subaru moved like a phantom through their ranks. His demon sword, now glowing with a pitch-black energy, radiated a chilling, killing intent. His overwhelming speed and power sent them crashing to the ground in an instant. The system immediately announced that 2 traces of the giants had been defeated. Gaining 20 achievement points, Subaru stood tall amidst the swirling dust, his eyes blazing with fury, ready to crush anyone who dared stand in his way. Watching Peleus's silhouette disappear into the forest mist, Subaru adjusted his mask. He thought to himself that even though this was just a test, he was never one to be left behind. His words might be harsh, but his blade never stopped swinging. His gaze hardened. The solitude on the battlefield seemed to awaken the fighting instincts of a legend more fiercely than ever before. In the distance, Peleus gritted his teeth in agony, sweat pouring down his face, as he forced himself to leave his benefactor behind to complete his mission. Meanwhile, Subaru was now completely surrounded by an army of the white-skinned giants, their ghastly ear-to-ear smiles fixed upon him. The live-stream chat exploded with negative comments. They called his actions a suicide mission, unable to understand why he would send the other warriors away when the score depended on the number of survivors. Subaru stared deep into the pitch-black eyes of the monsters as they lumbered closer. A cruel memory surfaced in his mind. Everyone here, including Peleus, was fated to die. His eyes began to glow with resolve. Subaru tightened his grip on his sword and affirmed, "The tower is a terrible scriptwriter. I guess I'll have to rewrite it for a happy ending." The pale giants shrieked and charged, but Subaru was ready, his demon sword in hand. A single swing sent an enemy crumbling in an instant. The system continuously announced, "Trace of the giant defeated." Receiving 10 achievement points, Subaru moved like a ghost, every slash a death sentence, reaping more points from the colossal corpses that littered the ground at his feet. Just then, the brilliant red spiritual energy from his weapon began to erupt violently. A system warning flashed. The nameless demon sword is absorbing the user's mana. Every stat point increased in direct proportion to the mana consumed. Subaru calculated that if he took them down one by one, it wouldn't be difficult. The real question was, how long could he borrow the power of the demon sword? He knew he couldn't afford to get bogged down in this encirclement. The most critical objective right now was to secure a clear line of sight and find the boss. Subaru launched himself into the air, plunging a fatal sword strike straight through a giant's head. He moved relentlessly, transforming the battlefield into a stage for blazing red sword strokes that tore through the darkness. Man, just watching this looks painful. Despite the overwhelming number of enemies swarming him from all sides, Subaru fought like a whirlwind, clearing every obstacle in his path with powerful swings that gave the monsters no time to react. His speed was incredible as he carved a path straight through the horde of giants. In the chat, viewers held their breath. One wrong move meant instant death. Someone even joked about his terrifying speed. Just as his stamina began to hit its limit, a special skill activated, Greed Level 2, completely nullifying the side effects of the nameless demon sword. The user's stamina and mental strength have been restored. Feeling the berserk rage slowly coming under control, Subaru confirmed the change in his stamina consumption. Gear really does make a difference. I need to find the boss fast, before I hit my limit again. Subaru muttered to himself, his eyes burning with fury behind his mask. Amidst the swarming monsters, an ancient giant with a white beard and a savage grin entered his sights. He roared, "There he is!" The boss bellowed with monstrous laughter as Subaru channeled all his strength and charged forward. He didn't have to do it in one shot, but he preferred to make it quick. Please, let this work. Subaru bet everything on this one decisive strike. Instantly, he activated the power of his gear, unleashing Thunderclap. A violent storm of lightning exploded, its thunder echoing across the battlefield, transforming Subaru into a god of thunder descending to punish his enemy. The surrounding giants shrieked in terror at the lightning's immense power. The boss stared wide-eyed at Subaru, gasping in horror. Damn, kid, that's one hell of an electric shock. Without giving his opponent a moment to recover, Subaru unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. A system notification popped up. The nameless demon sword was absorbing the user's mana to push his power to its absolute maximum. Subaru moved like a tempest, unleashing devastating slashes that made the giant roar in desperation before being finished off. A final sword swing came down, and the system coldly announced that the giant seed had been defeated. Its corpse collapsed onto the ravaged ground. The system continuously displayed notifications for completing Stage 5. Survival, along with an excellent achievement. Subaru leveled up spectacularly. His strength, agility, stamina, and magic stats all skyrocketed. On the stream, the viewers were in absolute disbelief. They couldn't believe someone had defeated that boss so easily. Subaru looked at the wreckage and mused to himself, if this were a story, this would be the absolute coolest way to end it. But just then, the sky abruptly darkened, and menacing bolts of lightning began to tear through the night. Just as Subaru had predicted, the monsters didn't disappear even after he had cleared the stage. They would only vanish when the entire test was over. And right on cue, a crimson notification flashed before his eyes. Greed Level 2 has failed to suppress the nameless demon sword. The demonic blade began to backlash, siphoning his life force and leaving Subaru completely drained. He bitterly realized that the very mechanic he had used to his advantage was now driving him into a corner. The power in his body was fading. While the colossal monsters lumbered closer, their faces split by savage grins. Suddenly, a world-shaking explosion of lightning erupted, engulfing Subaru in the heart of the enemy's circle. Looks like the main character's plot armor is back in full force, everyone. Deep within a tranquil ancient forest, the last rays of sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating a scene of uncanny peace. In a small wooden cabin nestled deep in the woods, a girl with long black hair sat quietly on the porch, her eyes glued to the device in her hands. All at once, a man with long, dashing silver hair approached, breaking the silence with a question. "What are you doing in a place like this?" He glanced up at the sky and remarked, "Beautiful weather, isn't it? The air is so fresh, too." The girl, without looking up from her screen, replied with a cryptic tone, "It's something you can only enjoy for now." The man grew pensive. "It's almost time, isn't it?" The girl gave a slight nod, her voice tinged with a faint sadness. 1 year at most. The man's gaze instantly turned ice cold. He growled, "Then it's time to end everything." Seeing the girl's apparent indifference, he couldn't help but grumble. "You really are something else, acting so sluggish while we're having a serious conversation." It was like one of them was worried about the end of the world, while the other was still busy scrolling on their phone. curious about her intense focus, the man leaned in and asked, "What are you watching so intently?" The girl casually held out the screen and introduced him. "Oh, this. Right now, he's called Subaru Narukami." The name hit the man with such force that he lost all composure. He screamed, "Subaru! Did you just say Subaru?" His reaction was so intense, you'd think he just heard his ex came back from the dead. Seeing his alarm, the girl calmly explained, "Of course it's not that Subaru. This one just stole the name Subaru Narukami. He's a rookie currently attempting his second trial." On the screen was an image of Subaru fighting his way through hordes of monsters, earning widespread praise for skills that were extraordinary for a so-called rookie. You know that, right? The silver-haired man's voice dropped low, his eyes boring into Saiger. He stated with absolute certainty that if the real Subaru had actually survived, the traitor Kyojo Itsuki would have been wiped from this tower long ago. Faced with Saiger's silence, he snarled, "Subaru is dead. You need to accept that fact." Unable to take it anymore, Saiger screamed at him to stop talking about it, but the man wouldn't let it go. He stepped closer and pressed her. "Saiger, how much longer are you going to hide in that kid's shadow?" Enraged, Saiger shot to her feet, her eyes burning with fury as she stared down her companion. He coldly snatched the device from her hand and scoffed. "And what about you? Is this why you're so obsessed with things like this?" Saiger could only weakly reply that she was just killing time, but in that very moment, a terrifying transformation on the screen made her gasp in astonishment. "Huh?" The man was also stunned, staring at the device. He stammered, "What now?" There on the war-torn battlefield, a cataclysmic explosion of lightning had just erupted from Subaru's position. A violent storm of golden electricity radiated outward, blasting away the entire legion of giants that had surrounded him. It looked like he'd accidentally hit the delete map button. The terrifying power shattered the ground below, carving a deep crater into the earth, a testament to the explosion of an unimaginable energy source. System notifications flooded in. He had acquired the lightning skill, along with a precious 2,000 achievement points for his incredible feat. Subaru stood tall amidst the wreckage. A rookie like this makes veteran players want to log out for good. The live stream chat exploded with frantic comments from the audience. They couldn't believe their eyes, stunned by the insane difficulty of the challenge he had just conquered. Staring at his palm, as it crackled with electricity, Subaru thought to himself, "This isn't something I should have been able to get here." The A-rank lightning skill was officially his, allowing its user to wield the power of thunder at the cost of both stamina and mana. Gazing at the vanquished horde of monsters, Subaru let out a sigh of relief. "At least I didn't die. That's all that matters." The challenge ending right then really saved me. A flood of quest completion notifications poured in, causing Subaru's reputation points to skyrocket at an astonishing rate. From loyal fans to major investors like Save's, everyone donated without hesitation, pushing his total points past the 20,000 mark. The donations were flooding in like he was a top-tier idol on a live broadcast. Staring at the screen, Subaru gave a grateful nod. "Thank you, everyone." He recalled a promise he'd made and announced clearly, "I believe I said that if I received a gift, I would put on a special performance as thanks." As he spoke, Subaru tightened his grip on his demon sword, which pulsed with a blazing red aura. As the horde of monsters charged forward with a roar, the system announced that the challenge would continue. Behind his mask, Subaru's eyes blazed with fury. He growled defiantly, "Then I'll show everyone what they've been waiting for." Without a moment's hesitation, he poured all 20,000 of his newly acquired reputation points into upgrading his skill. A system notification confirmed that his greed skill had reached level 3, completely nullifying the devastating side effects of the lightning skill. Brilliant golden sparks began to dance across Subaru's hands. He thought to himself that he wanted to let the energy surge through his entire body, but for now, he focused on channeling the lightning into his hands, preparing for the finishing blow. Facing the surging horde of monsters, Subaru roared, "Every last one of you," and then shot forward like a bolt of lightning. You could tell this was about to become a highlight reel. He channeled all of his lightning power into the nameless demon sword, causing it to erupt with a deadly aura of red and black energy. In that instant, a memory from his glory days flashed through his mind. Subaru wondered if he should just wipe them all out with a single slash, just like he used to do back in the day. A single earth-shattering swing of his sword descended, unleashing massive arcs of energy that obliterated the entire monster legion in the blink of an eye. The battlefield became a scene of pure devastation. The pale giants were sent flying, completely annihilated by the terrifying might of the reborn Lightning King, clearing the entire map in one flawless strike. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, surrounded by the littered corpses of monsters, Subaru stood silently, breathing heavily. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it. Despite the decisive victory, Subaru realized he had gone overboard, pouring far too much power into that final attack. He had planned to conserve some energy for the journey back, but in the heat of the moment, he had completely misjudged the power consumption. Subaru collapsed to one knee, his hand clutching the hilt of his sword to steady his body, which was trembling from exhaustion. As the sun began to set behind him, his moment of glory ended in total collapse. It was a classic case. Seeing Subaru's figure standing tall on the battlefield, Peleus could only exclaim, "Huh? You're our savior." The scene then shifts to the office of a management company, where a trembling hand rests beside a tablet displaying a new system notification. In the office, manager Ju and Seong Hyun looked on with concern as Hasuka buried her face in her hands, completely mortified. The vibe in the room was like accidentally sending a message meant for your crush to the entire class group chat. Seong Hyun wondered aloud, did she really have to go to these lengths? Jo could only shake his head in exasperation. Don't ask me. I'll never understand women. Hasuka was in a state of total panic, frantically running her hands through her hair as she berated herself. This is a disaster. What am I going to do? Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment as she replayed her actions in her mind. Hasuka worried, wondering if she had sounded too cold, or if maybe she should have added more emojis to seem friendlier. Seong Hyun read the message and sarcastically remarked that she sounded just like an obsessive fan pestering a streamer. Unable to contain herself any longer, Hasuka shot to her feet and yelled, "I was a die-hard fan long before I became a manager. How can you blame me?" She declared firmly to her boss that the lightning skill the player had just acquired was one of a kind, making him a unique existence, a skill meant only for Subaru Narukami. Seong Hyun smirked, pleased that Subaru's performance meant he had won their bet and secured his salary. He clearly had his priorities straight: secure the bag first, worry about everything else later. Manager Joe's attitude began to shift as well. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. No wonder no one else could obtain it. He's definitely someone to keep an eye on. Suddenly, Hasuka gasped, "Ah, sir," pointing to a new notification on the screen. Her voice trembling, she reported that it looked like Subaru Narukami had read her message, but then the brutal reality hit her. He just left it on read. The shock of being ignored by her idol was too much for Hasuka. She completely broke down, freezing in place like a pale statue in the middle of the office. Seong, Hyun, and Jo could only watch in stunned silence as their colleagues stood there, completely catatonic from Subaru's cold, silent rejection. One person's silence, three people's pain. Well then, shall we begin? In a room filled with character figurines and countless modern computer screens, a young man was preparing for his broadcast. His name was Hokai, a streamer who specialized in analyzing the matches of top-tier players. Using his razor-sharp insight and profound knowledge, he had outsmarted countless rivals, building a solid reputation for himself in the world of analysis. To put it simply, he fought with his brain and dealt critical damage with his words. Hokai showcased his keen analytical skills as he reviewed footage of various players. Among them was Kurakawa Amon, a recent recruit to the Blue Eyes Guild who was already being hailed as its future. Hokai noted that a new dark horse had emerged, one who was climbing the tower at a dizzying speed. Some were even calling him the second Narukami. His analysis also covered Kazuki Kyojo, a former member of Blue Eyes who now served as Earth's representative player. Hokai figured the pressure on Kazuki's shoulders must be immense, but today he wanted to take a closer look at his skills. Of course, the generational legend, Narukami Subaru, was no exception. Hokai declared that no matter what anyone said, lightning belonged to this man. When you think of a player on a level far beyond everyone else, most people's minds immediately jump to Subaru Narukami. The official live stream begins. Hokai excitedly welcomes his audience. "Hello, I'm Hokai. Thanks for tuning in today." He announces the main topic of the breakdown. The hottest player right now, Subaru Narukami? Instantly, The chat explodes with a storm of mixed comments. Some excitedly ask, "Is Subaru Narukami back?" While others mock, "That's not the real one. Or isn't he still on the second floor? This soon?" One person even suggested Hawkeye had run out of ideas and was just clinging to a big name. Ignoring the chat's chaotic online debate, Hawkeye focuses on the screen and gives a warning. Now, let's not ruin the mood right from the start. Yet, the moment he witnessed Subaru's combat footage, Hawkeye himself was left stunned. This is insane. His eyes were glued to the screen, sweat beading on his forehead from the sheer excitement of what was unfolding, and all he could utter was pure astonishment. Incredible. Hawkeye couldn't believe his eyes, wondering, no, what is with that level of focus? He analyzes that no ordinary person could use a newly acquired skill so perfectly. Subaru controlled the skill with masterful precision, channeling exactly what was needed into his sword and not wasting a single drop of power. That level of control, that refined technique, and that absolute concentration made the impossible possible. Hawkeye asserts that Subaru made zero mistakes throughout the entire battle and asks in awe, where did this monster crawl out from? He'd bet that many viewers didn't even understand what they were watching because the skill gap was just that massive. This was the kind of person who shows up and makes everyone else wonder what their years of training were even for. Hawkeye declares that this young man will undoubtedly become a major figure and announces his plan to keep following him in future broadcasts. To Hawkeye, this masked rookie was simply phenomenal. Hawkeye concludes his analysis with a heavy, impactful statement. Oh, right, I forgot to give Hawkeye's one-line summary. To be blunt, in terms of control, he might even surpass Narukami in his prime. Immediately after that shocking declaration, Subaru jolts awake in bed, breathing heavily and drenched in sweat. The system continuously displays new notifications, indicating that Stage 6 is approaching and his fatigue has been completely eliminated after his sleep. The game signals a new stage, while life signals more drama is on the way. Although his physical stamina had recovered to zero, Subaru still felt mentally exhausted. Looking at the conditions for pausing the trial, he tells himself, "My fatigue level is zero, but my mind is still tired. Maybe I should pause the trial for a bit." He's shocked to see that the number of viewers on his stream has skyrocketed to 742 people. Despite the audience's chants for more, Subaru decides to say his goodbyes. Thank you all for watching today. I'm sorry, but the next stream will start the day after tomorrow. I'll be taking a one-day break. The system announces the official end of the live broadcast. Subaru slowly walks out of the trial area to begin the stage's exploration phase. Standing in the quiet space, he opens his handheld device and sees a message marked "Important" from Souten Entertainment. That word "important" on a message is just as terrifying as getting a "we need to talk" text. Hasuka, a manager from the company, sent a message of thanks and an eager invitation for him to confirm receipt to discuss a partnership, promising the industry's highest revenue share and comprehensive support for streamers. Subaru removes his mask, revealing a tired face with sharp golden eyes, and mutters in suspicion. Souten? Souten Entertainment. He reads the description of a major MCN company that manages and supports streamers, one that's growing at lightning speed thanks to aggressive investment. Subaru couldn't help but marvel at how times had changed. The world has definitely changed. Now even companies like this exist. Souten wasn't just some random name. It was a leading MCN in the entertainment sphere. Subaru realizes that the streamer Hawkeye, who had just showered him with praise, was also a member of this organization. Reading the enthusiastic comments praising Hawkeye's sharp eye for talent, Subaru lets out a faint smile. He thinks to himself, that kid really does have a good eye. Closing the device, Subaru walks through the streets of the newbie zone, his mind consumed with thoughts of his next move. Meanwhile, in another corner of town, Isaac is also glued to a screen, his face twisted in a hateful scowl. And right on cue, the villain clocks in for his 9 to 5. Reading Hawkeye's assessment that the rookie named Subaru might have already surpassed Narukami in his prime, he trembles with uncontrollable rage. "You've got to be kidding me!" Isaac roars in fury. "He just got to the second floor!" His eyes burn with bloodshot anger. Isaac grinds his teeth, swearing that once he climbs up there, he'll gouge out the eyes of every single person singing his praises. He stomps his foot on the ground and curses bitterly. "My whole morning is ruined." Isaac trudges into a cafe in a foul mood, But the moment he sees Subaru sitting alone in a corner, a sinister smile spreads across his face. You just know that smile means he's about to start something. Is it just my bad luck today or what? Before he can even finish his thought, Isaac deliberately bumps hard against the table, sending a cup of hot coffee spilling all over Subaru. Caught by surprise, Subaru can only yelp hot as he tries to dodge the liquid staining his clothes. Oh, my bad. Isaac offers a fake apology with a triumphant look on his face. He feigns surprise at seeing Subaru again and sarcastically remarks that the second floor must be tiny for them to keep running into each other like this. Faced with Subaru's uncomfortable silence, Isaac continues his verbal assault. He offers to buy Subaru a new coffee, knowing he's always broke. Subaru ignores him and starts to leave, but Isaac blocks his path, his voice a low threat. I'm pretty sure I warned you last time. Is there something wrong with your head? Not stopping there, he violently grabs Subaru by the collar, snarling, "You bastard." Isaac shoves his face close, his voice dripping with malice. Wipe that smug look off your face. You think I'm just going to let this go? If you wanted to get beaten to a pulp so badly, you should have just said so. I'll crush you all over again, just like the old days, exactly how you want it. Faced with such raw aggression, Subaru remained strangely and completely calm. He answered softly, "Sorry." But in the next instant, Subaru seized Isaac's wrist, shocking him with an unbelievable display of strength. "I don't have time for that today," Subaru declared coldly. Isaac stared in disbelief, realizing his own hand was trembling as he questioned what was happening. Has he always been this strong? Only now realizing he'd picked the wrong fight, Isaac was still frozen in shock. Subaru decisively turned his back and walked away, not forgetting to leave him with a sarcastic parting shot. "Let's just call that your payment for my coffee. Thanks for the treat. A complete package deal. Get your ass handed to you and foot the bill." Isaac screamed in helpless fury, "You son of a bitch!" "Get back here!" he roared, but Subaru was already out the door, leaving only the tinkling of the bell behind. Isaac stood alone in the cafe, letting out a long, frustrated sigh. And here I was, planning to climb the tower quietly. A surge of fury erupted within him. Isaac clenched his fists, his eyes burning with rage as he remembered the past. First it was Subaru Narukami, and now it's Narukami Subaru. They all keep provoking me. He stalked out of the cafe, his desire for revenge burning hotter than ever. Meanwhile, Subaru was checking his equipment as he walked. Oh, right, he began scrolling through the notifications and messages he had just received. Elsewhere, amidst the hazy white steam of a bathroom, a girl was relaxing in a warm tub with a yellow rubber duck. She stared intently at the phone propped on a wooden shelf, which displayed a critical message just sent to Narukami Subaru. The text was brief but firm. "Let's meet. Just once." As she read, Subaru was venturing deep into a dark dungeon. There, the corpses of lizard monsters lay scattered in glowing, ethereal blue water. The scenery was beautiful, but one wrong step could be your last. The demon's sword in his hand blazed with lightning. Ready for the life-or-death battle ahead, the system immediately sent out a notification. Subaru was entering the boss room, the exiled lizardman's hideout. The moment he stepped inside, his level 3 greed skill activated to nullify the brutal side effects of the nameless demon sword. He had to turn it on early to avoid self-destructing before the fight even started. Subaru mused that he was slowly getting used to this new body, but the challenge before him would be the truest test yet. Suddenly, a torrent of brilliant fire erupted. The boss, a massive salamander, appeared with an earth-shattering roar, ready to incinerate the intruder. To prevent a repeat of the last accident and master his lightning techniques, Subaru decided to test the absolute limits of his current power. He lowered his center of gravity, channeling lightning into his legs to maximize his speed before launching himself forward like a thunderbolt. Subaru soared through the air, facing the raging fire monster head-on. He poured all his electrical energy into the nameless demon sword, unleashing an explosive attack that tore through space itself. But the system flashed with red alerts. Level 3 greed had failed to completely suppress the side effects of his lightning, and his fatigue began to skyrocket. Despite the immense pressure crushing his body, Subaru gritted his teeth and swung his sword in a devastating arc, cleaving the giant salamander in two amidst a maelstrom of violent lightning and fire. The system continuously displayed notifications Subaru had successfully conquered the dungeon, the exiled lizardman's hideout, Along with leveling up, his strength, stamina, and magic stats all received a boost. Subaru walked casually through the silent night. He noted to himself that the stamina reduction effect was better than he'd expected. I've still got plenty of energy left. Looking at his status window, which showed his fatigue at 61, he felt confident that increasing his power wouldn't be a problem. 61 and still calling himself healthy, he was the type to keep scrolling on his phone even when the battery was red. However, when he looked at his skill, now at rank D level 3, Subaru couldn't help but frown at the requirement. 40,000 reputation points for the next upgrade. He let out a weary sigh. Isn't doubling the reputation points needed to level up a bit harsh? Just as he was struggling with his financial woes, wishing someone would magically appear and offer him a good job, a dark figure emerged from behind a large tree, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Out for a hunt, are we? A hunt? The figure who appeared with a devilish grin was none other than Isaac. He approached Subaru and continued to mock him. We've known each other for a long time, but this is a surprise. Faced with this irritating persistence, Subaru simply replied in a cold tone, "You're certainly a persistent one." Isaac's crazed expression intensified. He growled that he had thought long and hard about this, but his rage had finally pushed him past his breaking point. Isaac stood before Subaru, his eyes glinting with a challenging light. Why don't we just end this right here? Subaru silently stared back at his opponent, quietly sizing the man up. As the moonlit tension reached its peak, in another corner of the bustling town, a strange young man with golden hair and a jade necklace suddenly appeared. Over here, Johto's voice called out as he saw Hokai strolling over. Hokai cheerfully raised a hand in greeting. Joe, long time no see. When asked if his streaming was going well, he answered casually. Well, it's so-so. Most of the viewers are the same, so the numbers haven't changed much. Joteu took a slow sip of tea and remarked that this was actually better, because things built slowly are not so easily destroyed. There goes the boss, getting all philosophical again. Hokai cut straight to the point. I don't have time to sit around drinking tea. Let's get down to business. Joteu smiled, appreciating the sharpness that befitted his name, Hokai. He then changed the subject to Subaru Narukami, the very person Hokai had praised so highly the day before. Seeing his boss's serious expression, Hokai took a sip of tea before reaffirming his opinion. Ah, that newbie? Like I said, I think his talent is greater than even Subaru Narukami's at his peak. But whether or not he can actually reach that position is another story entirely. When he realized Jotei was reevaluating his judgment, Hokai curiously asked why. The answer he received was, I'm planning to recruit him for the company. Hokai's eyes lit up. As expected, you've got a good eye. However, he also gave a practical reminder that Subaru currently had too few viewers and too little recognition for a major company like San to recruit him. Joe Teu tightened his grip on his teacup. He admitted that was true, but Hokai's own words had only strengthened his resolve. He declared boldly, let's set up a collaboration between you and Subaru Narukami. Increasing his viewership and recognition is our job. Meanwhile, back in a dark, deserted corner, Isaac stood menacingly before Subaru and snarled, It's just the two of us here now. Isaac began his taunts. This only happened because you got carried into a dungeon, you know that? Look at you, not a single scratch. You must have run away immediately. He scoffed at Subaru. Just know your place. You only got this far through sheer luck. Isaac leaned in close to Subaru's face, grinding his teeth as he asked if he was delusional enough to think he'd become the real Subaru Narukami, or if he was just dreaming of wielding lightning like that famous streamer. He then furiously cursed Subaru Narukami. That piece of trash. If he's already dead, he should just stay buried in his grave. Isaac dug his fingers into Subaru's shoulder, his face twisted with contempt. He was so bitter, he hated everyone on sight. Isn't that right? He spat. He sneered that this era was pathetic, flooded with cheap Subaru Narukami imitators. But faced with such open hostility, Subaru remained eerily calm. He coolly shot back, Let me ask you something. Why do you hate my guts so much? Through gritted teeth, Isaac answered it was simply because his name was Subaru. Subaru nonchalantly asked why he hated a name that everyone else loved so much, a question that left Isaac sputtering in absolute fury. Isaac roared, You know who my father is, and you still have the nerve to ask that? but Subaru was unfazed, mocking him for being a grown man who still hid behind his father's name to threaten people. The moment the name Reinhard was spoken, a memory flashed through Subaru's mind. The High Master of the Ninth Floor, the legendary one-strike swordsman. The past replayed a shocking scene. Subaru Narukami of the Blue-Eyed Guild had appeared like a shooting star, felling a top ranker from the ancient language continent with a single, devastating blow in less than 30 seconds. In the memory, a defeated Reinhard was left gasping on the ground, desperately and hopelessly begging for another chance to fight. Seeing Isaac's fury, Subaru finally understood. The real reason for this burning hatred wasn't just his father's defeat, it was the humiliating one-strike nickname he'd earned. In a low, dangerous tone, he demanded to know if Isaac had any idea what the real Narukami Subaru had to endure because of that ridiculousness. Losing all control, Isaac shrieked, "Shut your mouth!" as fire exploded from his body, engulfing him completely. He declared there was no more need for talk and commanded Subaru to die. Isaac's resentment for the legend of old erupted into a literal inferno. He roared in disgust. "I hate Subaru Narukami so much it makes me sick to my stomach." His bitterness was so intense it had become a physical reaction. To him, that hero was nothing special, just some guy who hogged the spotlight and acted all high and mighty. It was that arrogance that led his followers to their gruesome deaths. A sick, twisted smile spread across his face. He gloated that all of them got exactly what they deserved. They're probably all rotting in hell right now, paying the price. Focusing his entire firepower into the palm of his hand, he created a blazing orb of flame and screamed. Having that name is the worst luck you could possibly have. A cataclysmic fire dragon explosion instantly engulfed Subaru, turning the entire area into a raging sea of flames. All that for a big boom, but we'll see about the results. Staring at the scorched battlefield, Isaac feigned remorse, covering his face and muttering that he'd accidentally lost control of his power against a friend. But a moment later, his eyes gleamed with malice as he began planning his next move, hunting down and eliminating that masked streamer who was making waves. Suddenly, from the heart of the raging inferno, a dark figure strode out, his eyes glowing with incandescent fury. To his opponent's absolute astonishment, Subaru emerged completely unharmed and coolly asked, "You mean this?" Just when he thought he'd won, he got completely outplayed. Isaac stumbled backward in utter shock, unable to believe his eyes. He stammered in pure terror. "Impossible, you took a direct hit from my flames. How?" Without giving his enemy a moment to recover, Subaru channeled lightning into his legs, his explosive speed tearing up the ground beneath him. He shot forward like a lightning bolt, unleashing a devastating punch as he growled with contempt. "It's irritating, isn't it? Listening to a spoiled brat like you run his mouth." The force of the blow sent Isaac flying backward. He coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground in utter shock. Subaru loomed over him, his eyes still glowing with rage as he stared down at the whimpering figure at his feet. With the aura of a final boss entering the room, he growled, his voice filled with fury for how Isaac had dared to slander them. Isaac struggled to breathe, staring at his trembling hands, unable to process how easily he'd been defeated. Subaru stood over him like a divine judge. He began to remove his mask, his voice sending a chill down Isaac's spine. "Let me ask you, who do you think is standing in front of you today?" Subaru's voice was ice cold as he listed the possibilities. "Is it Narukami Subaru, the one you bullied until he cried? Is it this masked streamer, Subaru Narukami, or is it Subaru Narukami of the Blue-Eyed Guild?" Isaac slumped to the ground. Though terrified, he tried to act tough as he realized Subaru was the infamous streamer. He was defeated, but desperately trying to salvage what was left of his pride. He sneered, claiming the lightning skill was no big deal and mocking that even a piece of trash like Subaru could learn it. He frantically channeled fire into his fist. He arrogantly declared he was even better than the legendary Narukami of old and charged forward in a blind rage. But his effort was utterly meaningless against such overwhelming power. In an instant, Isaac's attack failed, and he found Subaru right beside him, a razor-sharp blade pressed against his throat. "Too bad," Subaru said coldly. "Wrong answer." He expressed his disgust at Isaac's meaningless insults toward his former comrades. Feeling that dense, suffocating, killing intent and aura he somehow recognized, Isaac began to tremble in absolute terror. He stammered, his breath catching in his throat, "Don't tell me you're the Blue-Eyed." "Narukami!" Before the traitor could finish his sentence, Subaru silenced him with a single ruthless slash of his sword, his icy gaze fixed on his defeated foe. "Playtime is over," he stated flatly. Subaru walked away, putting his mask back on as he muttered sarcastically, "And I was going easy on you too." Looking back at Isaac's motionless body amidst the rubble and smoke, he thought to himself, "Consider this my thanks for letting me borrow your body." A thank you that sounded more like a final farewell. After the battle, Subaru headed to a coffee shop to rest. His appearance in the black and gold mask immediately drew whispers from the other patrons. "What's with that guy? Is he some Subaru Narukami fanboy?" Someone else sneered maliciously. "Has he no shame? Looks like he's streaming too." Ignoring the gossip like he was immune to drama, Subaru calmly checked his equipment. He reaffirmed his strategy. As a streamer, he would stick to the original Subaru Narukami's policy of never showing his face. Was a massive advantage, keeping his enemies from ever knowing who he really was. Just then, a girl rushed up to his table, panting as she apologized profusely. I'm so sorry, I kept you waiting." Subaru looked up in surprise as the girl blushed, stammering shyly. "Ah, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm the one who contacted you. My name is Hasuka." Subaru stood and politely shook her hand, introducing himself. "I'm Subaru Narukami." Hasuka was so moved, she was trembling. I'm truly honored to meet you," she managed to say. Staring intently at the mask before her, Hasuka couldn't help but wonder. They're so much alike. If the real Subaru Narukami were still alive and returned, what if he hid his face with a mask just like this? But what if you're just a fake? Seeing Hasuka just standing there, her face bright red and completely dazed, Subaru asked, "Is something wrong?" Startled, Hasuka was utterly flustered as she scrambled for a reply. The voice of her department head suddenly screamed in her mind, lecturing her about the need to make a good impression to win over the client. Utterly dejected, Hasuka cursed herself. Great, I've already blown it. Seeing her bizarre expression, Subaru cut straight to the point. "Are you a fan of Subaru Narukami?" Without the slightest hesitation, Hasuka confessed. "Yes, an extremely passionate one." Subaru felt the need to calm her down. "I'm not the real deal, so just relax. Besides, manager, I think you're younger than I am." But Hasuka was adamant. "No, I'm a fan of you." She then excitedly revealed that she had been following Subaru back when he had 0 viewers. She was his very first viewer, the one who watched him defeat the poison bat and overcome Grab's trial. A true day one fan who subscribed when his channel had 0 followers. She vividly recalled every single detail, from the moment he chose the lightning trial all the way to his clash with the giant fragment. Subaru froze in place, sweat dripping from behind his mask. "She's really my first viewer? She remembers more about my streams than I do." A small smile touched his lips as he admitted he was just winging it back then, amazed she'd stuck around. Meanwhile, Hasuka was over the moon, thinking to herself, "This is destiny." She eagerly told him how she had rushed to the company, begging for the chance to be his manager, all while mentally reminding herself to remain professional and earn the Thunder King's trust. Hasuka then shifted into business mode, presenting a pre-prepared contract. She explained that while Subaru focused on streaming, she would handle the professional side commercials, event clips, anything to increase the value of the Narukami brand. When Subaru wondered what his part in all this was, Hasuka smiled reassuringly. "Just keep streaming like you normally do. That's all we need from you. Sounds like a dream job, right? Easy work, great pay." Subaru was taken aback, wondering if being a streamer was really that cushy. Hasuka explained that because he was the first person to master lightning, the entire company, from the top down, valued him immensely. Subaru asked curiously if all the managers at Sound were like her, which sent Hasuka into a panic. She rushed to explain that everyone else was far more reliable and professional than she was. Subaru clarified that wasn't what he meant by his question at all. He could see right through her flustered act and made a silent assessment. Based on the aura she's giving off, she's no ordinary player. Someone with that level of power is just a manager? While Hasuka was internally screaming that her career was over, Subaru was already contemplating the much stronger enemies he would have to face. He told himself there was no time to rest. He had to get even faster. Noticing Hasuka's anxious fidgeting, worried he might reject the contract, Subaru suddenly held out his hand. "I can tell you're someone I can trust." Then, with sincere gravity, he asked, "Please, I'll be in your care." Faced with such a gesture of trust, Hasuka was so moved her face flushed a deep crimson. She quickly grabbed his hand, her voice thick with emotion as she responded. I'm the one who should be saying that. I'll be in your care. The second he went live, Subaru was floored. The viewer count instantly shot past 700, and the chat exploded with a torrent of welcoming messages. There he is. I've been waiting for you. He's got the mask on. We know what that means. Subaru quietly realized this was all thanks to Hasuka's professional support. He could see her working diligently at her computer, managing his skill distribution schedule for him. Not one to keep his audience waiting, Subaru declared decisively. All right, let's get right into it. No more messing around. A brilliant blue light engulfed him as the system announced the official start of the legendary level Stage 6. The scenery instantly shifted to a military encampment amidst a torrential downpour where soldiers kept a vigilant watch under the dark, oppressive sky. Inside the command tent, a group of knights huddled around a map table, deep in tactical discussion. Peleus asked with concern, "Where is our benefactor?" But his worry was met with nothing but suspicion and ill will from the other knights. One of the knights sneered, "This is all highly suspicious. Are we really supposed to trust someone who isn't even a knight?" The others quickly piled on, agreeing it was unbelievable that an outsider could just show up and defeat the giant clan's boss all by himself. A classic case of denying what you can't comprehend. A knight named Classic, marked by a long scar across his face, outright mocked Peleus, claiming he'd been duped. He even questioned if the creature was a real boss or just some low-level grunt. Hearing them insult the one who saved them, Peleus exploded in anger. "How dare you speak like that?" Just then, a soldier burst into the tent, breathless. "Sir Peleus, the benefactor is awake!" Subaru casually strolled into the tent, stunning everyone into silence. Spotting him, one knight hurried over. "Benefactor, are you feeling okay?" Subaru answered nonchalantly, "Thanks to you, I can walk perfectly fine on my own." His answer was casual, but the aura he radiated was anything but weak. Yet, despite his presence, the surrounding knights didn't stop their contemptuous whispers. They stared him up and down, sizing him up. This is the hero who defeated the giant clan's boss? I mean, no offense, but he doesn't look that strong. Behind his mask, Subaru's eyes narrowed, turning ice cold. He stared directly into the crowd, his voice low and challenging. "It seems you don't believe I defeated it, or maybe you just don't want to believe it?" As the atmosphere grew thick with tension, Subaru secretly activated a special feature that Hasuka had shown him earlier. By striking a pre-saved pose, he could adjust his microphone's frequency, making his voice audible only to his stream viewers. A pretty handy feature for boring situations like this, Subaru thought to himself. Seeing his bold move, the chat erupted once more. "Don't you dare underestimate him. Did he just smirk under that mask? That's some serious confidence." "Laugh my ass off, chat loves the drama." Just then, an older knight with silver hair and a well-kept mustache stepped forward. He offered a friendly hand and said, "First and foremost, thank you. My name is Dale." Subaru shook his hand, receiving a heartfelt welcome. But then Dale's tone grew somber as he spoke of their struggle to protect the village, which was being trampled by a mysterious foe. When Subaru questioned how something could be more dangerous than the boss, Dale explained that the true giants, the ones who warred with the gods, had been sealed away eons ago. Most of the monsters they fought now were merely leftover traces or lingering thoughts. However, the giant that appeared after the boss fell was a completely different story. Its power was nearly on par with the giants of legend. In other words, this wasn't the demo version, this was the real deal. Seeing the utter shock on Dale's face, the viewers on stream couldn't help but question the insane difficulty spike. Despite the grim situation, Subaru remained calm, stating, "Then we have no other choice. We have to defeat it." His confident attitude prompted another knight to scoff, sneering that Subaru was all talk because he hadn't actually faced the creature yet. Just then, Puss suddenly spoke up, "Benefactor." He revealed an ancient legend about Millennium Mountain, where a legendary fragment of lightning was said to be hidden on its towering peak. This already sounds like an SSS rank side quest. Peleus looked at Subaru, his eyes filled with hope, and declared with absolute certainty, "I believe it can only be you, Benefactor." Faced with this new responsibility, Subaru fell into a thoughtful silence beneath his mask. Memories of the enemy's cruelty flashed through his mind of raging fires and the horrifying screams of the villagers. A colossal entity named Pai Dan loomed amidst the sea of flames. It roared, "My child, While its massive hands relentlessly crushed everything in their path, the soldiers could only scream in helpless agony, forced to watch the horrifying spectacle unfold before them. The monster crushed a soldier in its palm, its eyes blazing with fury as it bellowed with hatred. I will. I will send you off with the blood of humanity. He recognized the pure madness in the enemy as it strode through the smoldering ruins. That thing. It's actually trying to kill everyone. Subaru's broadcast chat began to buzz with a flood of astonished comments about the boss's sheer scale. Puss stood anxiously by Subaru's side, informing him that it would take the giant about 3 days to reach their location. Realizing the danger was spiraling out of control, the knight pleaded with him, "If you can't find the lightning by then, you must run away. It's the only way to protect your life, benefactor." But Subaru had no intention of backing down. He spurred his horse forward into the pouring rain, heading straight for Millennium Mountain with ironclad determination. To defeat the giant, the power of lightning was absolutely essential. This could be the key to the entire trial. Facing Puss's suggestion to give up, Subaru let out a smirk and declared, "No, there isn't a single trial in this tower that I cannot conquer. The chat must be spamming confidence memes right now. I love it." But right after uttering those arrogant words, he froze, cursing himself internally. Damn it, I accidentally used a catchphrase. The live viewers immediately recognized the familiar phrase, causing the chat to explode with praise for his unshakable confidence. A flood of new quests were instantly posted by investors and fans, offering thousands of reputation points if Subaru could complete this challenge. This is a high-stakes gamble. Win and you get rich, lose and you're erased from existence. Subaru let out a quiet sigh of relief, seeing that the audience's reaction was mostly positive. Good, I wasn't found out. And that wasn't a bad reaction, was it? He pulled hard on the reins, urging his horse up the steep rocky slopes as the rain grew heavier. After a grueling journey, Subaru finally reached the towering summit. He dismounted, walking slowly toward a colossal cliff face. Subaru placed his black-gloved hands on the cold stone surface, his eyes glowing with anticipation as he felt the hidden energy pulsing within. A fragment of lightning is hidden here. He stood silently before the magnificent cliff, preparing to awaken the ancient power that lay dormant. Puss continued to explain grimly that the lightning fragment was something that existed only in legends. Whether it was a special power, an item, or even a person, there was no concrete information at all. The knight admitted they only knew the location of the mountain from the legend, but he was sure of one thing. The one who once wielded the lightning was the very same person who had annihilated the giants. Meanwhile, in the real world, Hasuka stared at her phone in disbelief, wondering what on earth was happening. She immediately broke into excited cheers, reporting to her department head that the contract had been finalized. Jite was stunned for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. He sarcastically remarked that Hasuka had finally become a decent person. Hasuka skipped with joy, telling herself that with this success she would finally earn everyone's respect. Talk about going from a random fan to a top-tier manager in a single moment. Absolutely legendary. Though her boss tried to say more, Hasuka quickly wrapped up her work and rushed to her bed, ready to enjoy her idol's stream. Hasuka's eyes shone with adoration as she mused that watching her idol on screen was the ultimate joy for any otaku. On the live stream, Subaru declared loud and clear, "There isn't a single trial in this tower that I cannot conquer." That sentence stunned Hasuka so completely that all her excitement evaporated in an instant. She was horrified. She recognized those exact words from over 20 years ago now being spoken with such unnerving confidence from this young man's lips. At that moment, at the peak of Millennium Mountain, bolts of lightning began to rip through the gloomy sky. Subaru stood defiantly in the middle of the storm, ignoring the worried viewers in his chat, asking if he was about to do something desperate. He channeled all his strength into his fist, slamming it down on the rigid cliff face with a challenge. "Let's see which one is harder. We'll fight until the end. If this punch fails, he'll just be a hard-headed guy with soft hands." A world-shaking explosion of thunder erupted. Golden lightning enveloped Subaru as he poured every last ounce of his power into breaking the ancient seal. As the dust and smoke cleared, Subaru stood firm amidst the shattered rock, breathing heavily. Sweat streamed down his face, but his eyes shone with pure victory. Peering into the newly opened cave, Subaru smirked and whispered, "Found you." Standing before the newly revealed stone doorway, Subaru quietly looked down at his hand, which now crackled with golden electricity. One wrong move with that hand, and it's game over. He thought to himself that, of course, the people watching the stream would be confused. This intense, overwhelming feeling was something that could never be fully conveyed through a screen. A colossal source of lightning energy was calling out, powerfully urging him forward. Beyond this ancient stone door, a great secret was waiting to be awakened. Subaru stepped forward without hesitation. The moment his foot crossed the ancient threshold, the system issued a cold notification. You cannot leave until the stage is cleared. In other words, once you're in, you have to see it through. Meanwhile, back at the army encampment, the atmosphere was incredibly tense under the flickering candlelight. The old knight Dale looked at Peleus with deep skepticism and asked Peleus, "Do you really think he'll be able to obtain the lightning?" Despite his comrade's doubt, Peleus's faith remained unshakable. He stated firmly he can. "I'm certain of it." Dale was still not convinced. Even though he's an outsider, why do you place so much faith in him? Peleus smiled faintly and replied with deep respect, "That man has already proven himself. There's no reason to doubt him." But Dale suddenly snapped, his voice filled with desperation. "If it's lightning, so what? We're all going to die anyway." The man's words struck the raw nerve of a young soldier nearby, pushing him to the edge of his fear. He trembled violently, clutching his head as he screamed between ragged breaths, "You don't understand that giant. The power he possesses. I saw it firsthand in that village." Seeing his subordinate's panic, Peleus moved closer, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Even so, we can't give up, can we? As long as we're breathing, there's a chance." He pleaded with the others, "Let's put our faith in him, just this once. In that young hero, the one who did everything for us and asked for nothing in return." Despite this, the soldier's trauma from the giants was too deep for him to calm down. He stammered, "Easy for you to say. It's easy to talk, but standing there, you just freeze." Suddenly, a massive tremor shook the entire command tent, sending everything on the table crashing to the ground. While everyone was still reeling, a soldier burst in his face, a mask of terror. "It's bad! He's here!" The color drained from every knight's face. They hastily drew their weapons, preparing for a battle to the death. Meanwhile, deep within Millennium Mountain, Subaru was walking silently through a colossal, icy ravine that glowed with a cold, blue light. He scanned the magnificent yet grim surroundings and whispered into the void, "What do you want me to do here?" Subaru continued his solitary march, pressing deeper into the mysterious, frozen land. Subaru entered a brightly lit but empty cave, leaving the audience puzzled. There was nothing to see but lifeless rock walls. "That makes sense," Subaru analyzed internally. "Before lightning strikes, it's just scattered electrical charges in the air. Of course I wouldn't be able to see it." He realized this wasn't a test of sight. Subaru closed his eyes, focusing, feeling the electrical current from deep within that was relentlessly calling to him, pulling him forward according to its will. Subaru's eyes snapped wide open as he grasped the true nature of the challenge. It was a small twist, but it was enough to make the audience's hearts pound. He bent down and touched the stone blocks, musing that this test was likely about reaction time. The instant he swung his arm, a ferocious bolt of lightning erupted, leaving viewers stunned and wondering what had just happened. Subaru realized invisible lightning was scattered throughout the space, and the deeper he ventured, the more violently it reacted. This must be it. Even knowing that, I have to keep moving forward. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. He understood that the lightning was relentlessly testing his endurance with a brutal law of survival. Basically, if you can't take it, you die. Sweat streamed down his face as Subaru braced himself against the brilliant yellow arcs of electricity that continuously ravaged his body. At that moment, a flood of missions from the audience poured in. The requests ranged from warnings to stop, fearing the lightning would vanish, to massive bounties of thousands of reputation points, urging him to press on into the lightning fire region. Subaru glanced at the screen and offered a quick word of thanks for the generous mission rewards. Meanwhile, in a cozy wooden house with a fire crackling in the hearth, a man with long silver hair was lost in thought, watching the broadcast on his phone. His gaze deepened as he stared at Subaru's image on the screen. Suddenly, a young woman pushed the door open, jolting him from his thoughts. Seeing a familiar face appear so abruptly, he let out a surprised, "Huh?" caught red-handed before he could even close the tab. Sigur Asagiri appeared, narrowing her eyes at her teammate with suspicion as she demanded, "What are you hiding? You're watching something filthy, aren't you, busted?" The silver-haired man frantically claimed he wasn't hiding anything, insisting his eyes were just tired, which explained his strange expression. Sigurd seemed unconvinced, teasing him about his hair growing faster before casually taking a seat on the sofa. Seeing she had no intention of leaving, the man nervously asked what she was planning to do there. Sigurd nonchalantly ate a piece of bread and shot back. What's with that reaction? You saying I can't relax on the sofa? Overwhelmed by her presence, he could only mutter in defeat and promise to do his best not to disturb her. But his excessive enthusiasm only infuriated Sigurd. She yelled directly into his ear, making him cry out as his eardrums nearly burst. Just relax however you want, don't mind me. Clutching the device with sweaty palms, the silver-haired man silently cursed his companion's stubborn personality and her refusal to ever listen to anyone. Seeing Sigurd get up to leave, he hastily called after her, even offering her some bread or a place to lie down if she wanted. Only when Sigurd's figure had completely vanished through the door did he finally breathe a sigh of relief, having narrowly avoided his secret being exposed. He immediately turned back to Subaru's broadcast on his screen. The second she was out of the room, he was back at it quicker on the draw than a gunslinger. He thought to himself, if Sigurd knew I was still secretly watching this stream, she would definitely raise hell. Staring intently at Subaru's image, the silver-haired man mused. Even if our positions were reversed, Subaru wouldn't forget us. He recognized that this guy's personality and way of speaking were exactly like the Subaru of old. However, his desperate grind for reputation points was a ridiculously different story. As he was chuckling to himself, a hand suddenly clamped down on his shoulder, causing his entire body to freeze. Sigurd's cold voice echoed right next to his ear. You should be asking yourself that question. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? Sigurd leaned in close, a demonic smile twisting her lips. Her eyes darkened with menace. Trying to fool me? She snarled. You're still too green. That weak composure of yours will shatter. The trial's progress was only at 2.3%, but Subaru silently pressed on as lightning bolts continuously scourged his body. Feeling the brilliant yellow current race up his arm, he whispered to himself, a familiar feeling. When it comes to lightning, I've faced it more times than I can count. Though his breathing was growing heavy and the road ahead was long, Subaru stubbornly forced one heavy foot in front of the other across the cold stone. The progress meter slowly ticked up to 5.74%. Subaru powered through the pillars of lightning that crashed down relentlessly, as if trying to pulverize any intruder. Seeing him forge ahead so recklessly, the audience in the chat couldn't help but worry, constantly urging him to run for it. In response to the frantic discussion, Subaru coldly announced, I'll probably stop reading the chat from now on. The chat could scream itself hoarse, the main character couldn't care less. For him, reaching the goal was a given, but his ambition was far, far greater than that. Subaru pressed his gloved hands against the chilling blue cliff, a place where raw lightning energy was just waiting to erupt. Meanwhile, in the Scion office, Hokkai was glued to a monitor, his expression heavy with thought as he watched Subaru's every move. Suddenly, Jay spoke up, suggesting that he and Subaru Narukami should team up. Staring at the screen filled with lines of data, the scarred department head mused to himself, wondering how long it had been since he'd personally handled a project this big. Jay watched Hokkai, his expression serious. He reiterated the golden rule of the entertainment world. Talent is only half the battle. The other half is about seizing the right moment. He asserted that a player's fame is ultimately decided by their connections and the rivals they face in their era. From Jay's perspective, Subaru Narukami's broadcast had the polish of a seasoned veteran, not the typical fumbling interaction of a rookie. Even though Subaru was just a fledgling streamer, Jay advised Hokkai to maintain his usual sharp-tongued commentary. He believed this was a real opportunity for Hokkai to become a star, shining brightly alongside that young man bursting with potential. Faced with such a weighty proposal, Hokkai remained silent. But then, his eyes suddenly flared with a mysterious, golden, spiritual energy. The main character hadn't even said a word, but his aura was already flaring to life. An image of Subaru flashed in Hokkai's mind, his arrogant challenge about not having the confidence to climb the tower. He remembered that man's burning ambition to become greater than anyone else. Looking at the brilliant, galaxy-like space on the screen, Hokkai wondered if he could ever truly reach the level of those celestial stars. He reached out his hand as if to grasp that distant radiance, but then jolted back to reality with a start. Hokkai groaned in exhaustion, scolding himself for daydreaming on the job. It was like a cosmic fantasy getting shattered by the sudden memory of a deadline. He snapped right out of it. But the moment he looked back at the live broadcast, he screamed in horror. "Hey, are you insane?" On the live feed, a horrifying scene was unfolding that left everyone speechless. Subaru was confronting the most violent bolts of lightning head-on. Brilliant golden thunder rained down relentlessly, as if trying to pulverize his body. Subaru screamed in agony, blood streaming down his face and soaking his cloak. The pain was immense. His mask began to crack under the terrifying pressure of the lightning. He dropped to his knees, his breath ragged, but the eyes behind the fractured mask still blazed with fury. Despite the grievous injuries and the electric current ravaging his body, he gritted his teeth and stood his ground in the eye of the storm. Subaru's entire body was wreathed in violent golden arcs of lightning. He advanced like a thunder god, defying the very will of the tower itself. The stronger the lightning became, the deeper it penetrated his body. He grit his teeth against the bone-deep agony as the golden electricity ravaged his flesh, silently telling himself, this should be enough. Even the smallest meridians throughout his body, including the core Ren and Du channels, were beginning to fill with raw lightning. The system announced that his progress had reached 20.7%, and the process of opening his minor meridians was underway. Subaru could feel his magic power swelling as the lightning began to stabilize within him. He reminded himself, "Tisk, I have to control this, no matter what it is." The Ren and Du are central pathways, but the minor meridians connect the entire body. Opening them meant the power of the thunder had now reached every single corner of Subaru's being. However, Subaru's body had never been through the process of cleansing these minor meridians before. In other words, he was taking a dangerously reckless shortcut. The system immediately issued a warning for an adverse status effect. Electrocution had begun. Normally, one would only attempt this with their own mana. Using external lightning made the process easier, but inflicted an unimaginable level of pain. It was a classic high-risk, high-reward gamble, and from the looks of it, he was starting to lose badly. Watching through her monitor, Hasuka was utterly shocked and terrified for Subaru's safety. She murmured, her voice filled with anguish, opening his minor meridians. "You're trying to do that in here?" Hasuka realized the energy moving through his body wasn't his own mana or internal power at all. It was the external force of the tower's lightning. Seeing Subaru writhing in agony, Hasuka's heart ached, knowing that this level of pain was truly beyond human endurance. Most people would have lost consciousness instantly, unable to withstand the raw devastation of the lightning. Even though death in the trial wasn't permanent, the sensation of pain was identical to real life. She wondered why he was pushing himself this far, her eyes filled with a mixture of profound admiration and deep worry at his extreme resilience. Any normal person would have logged out of the game by now. The system announced that progress had reached 50.3%. The process of opening his minor meridians continued fiercely, causing Subaru's magic power to surge as the lightning stabilized further. Yet, amidst the searing pain, his mind was ambushed by memories of his guilt. "It's all my fault," he thought. "It's like I'm the one who killed them." It was a devastating 1-2 punch. Agonizing physical pain combined with the kind of soul-crushing overthinking you only do at 3 a.m. He remembered his past self, confidently declaring to his old teammates that there was no trial he couldn't conquer. Back then, Subaru had always reassured everyone, telling them to just trust him because he would be the one to claim victory in the end. Looking back at the faces of his teammates from Blue Eyes, his heart clenched with bitterness. He blamed himself if he hadn't been so careless, if he hadn't pushed them with his own overconfidence, the tragedy of the past would never have happened. His eyes blazed red with rage and hatred as he thought of the catastrophic fate his brothers had been forced to endure. Torment suffocated his soul as he faced the cruel truth. In his delirium, a blood-soaked vision of Kazuki appeared before him, a mocking smile on his face. The vision sneered, saying they had failed only because they were far too arrogant about their own strength. Subaru roared in agony as the golden electricity exploded with greater force than ever. He collapsed to his knees in the frozen cave and cried out in anguish, "It was all my fault." The lightning continued to ravage his solitary figure amidst the rubble. Completely exhausted, he finally collapsed to the ground. His face was buried in the cold ice, sparks still crackling over his bloodied hands. The main character was officially out of mana and out of faith. Suddenly, he was in a lush green meadow under a clear sky. Subaru looked around in a daze, wondering, where am I? In the distance, beneath an ancient tree, a group of people were gathered around a fire, and he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Everyone. Subaru choked out, calling the names of each of his old teammates. Seeing Saiger and Rhea safe and sound, tears of emotion streamed down Subaru's face. He began to wonder, was it all just a terrible nightmare? A friend approached, patting his shoulder in reassurance. It was all real. A smile of pure relief spread across Subaru's face. He laughed, telling everyone he just had the most disgusting nightmare. He desperately wanted to tell them all about it, but in an instant the warm atmosphere vanished. The comrade before him suddenly twisted into a grotesque form, his face half destroyed. He coldly accused him, Subaru, you really did lead us to our deaths. I don't want to die. Subaru froze, speechless, as his other friends began to curse him for his empty promises of the past. Then, Chino appeared, a gaping wound torn through the center of her chest. Tears streaming down her face, she questioned him bitterly, why didn't you protect us? Stunned, Subaru cried out her name in despair as the beautiful reality shattered around him, replaced by a crimson hell teeming with vengeful spirits. I was all he could stammer out, amid the shrieks of his former comrades as they closed in, baying for his blood. At this point, things weren't just bad. This was a 5-star premium-grade catastrophe. In the crimson hell filled with bitter cries, Subaru frantically lunged toward the fading figures, screaming in desperation. Wait! Don't go! Just wait! With trembling hands, he reached out to grasp his old teammates, but they were nothing but illusions. Subaru collapsed in the middle of this hell, endlessly mumbling his plea, please don't go. Suddenly, a powerful bolt of lightning seared through his mind, yanking Subaru from the nightmare and back to reality. He coughed up blood, drenched in sweat, as he collapsed onto the cave floor while arcs of golden electricity still ravaged his body. Gasping in pain, Subaru realized what had happened. It was a vision, a common side effect of clearing his meridians, and he had nearly suffered a catastrophic chi deviation. The system announced that the progress of clearing his minor meridians had reached 97.87%. His magical power continued to surge as the source of lightning energy began to stabilize. Subaru forced himself to his feet in the heart of the electrical storm. His eyes were weary but filled with resolve. He asked himself, who the hell came up with this insane trial? Raging bolts of golden lightning enveloped Subaru's solitary figure, a testament to his unbreakable iron will. His gaze hardened with hatred as the image of Kazuki, a cold smile on his face, flashed through his mind. Subaru thought to himself, thanks for the reminder. Now I know exactly why I'm still alive. This is beyond just trying now. This is max-level stubbornness. Meanwhile, back in the village, a deathly silence hung in the air, broken only by the pouring night rain. Heavy footsteps began to shake the very ground, heralding the approach of a terrible disaster. Soldiers and villagers stood in formation, trembling as they clutched their weapons. Their eyes were wide with absolute terror as they stared into the darkness. A colossal entity loomed out of the shadows. The ghastly smile of the giant Pai Dan radiated a suffocating pressure, causing the entire legion to freeze in terror. Facing the terrifying creature, a horrified knight cried out in despair, "You've got to be kidding me. Is that thing really the boss?" In the ensuing panic, someone's resolve began to crumble as they muttered bitterly, "So the masked man really did abandon us." Instantly, a steely voice shot back, filled with absolute conviction. "Our benefactor will definitely return." The group was split. One side held on to their faith while the other was ready to flee. You trusted the fate of this entire village to a stranger whose name you don't even know? And now you dare to doubt him? Faced with their leader's fury and unwavering conviction, the soldiers could only bow their heads in shame, mumbling that they never truly doubted him. Bellius gritted his teeth, cursing himself. How disgraceful. And I call myself a knight. Seeing this, Dale walked over and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. You're right. Before we start blaming others, we must remember that protecting this village is our duty. Dale declared with steel in his voice. Knights aren't meant to be protected. They are the protectors. He decisively drew his sword, which pulsed with a powerful ice-blue aura. He stomped his foot, his voice ringing out to rally the troops. Today, We will die as true knights." The entire company of knights charged forward, throwing everything they had at the monster. Meanwhile, on Millennium Mountain, Subaru's trial progress hit 99%. His body trembled under a crushing pressure. Blood streamed down his face, but his eyes remained locked on a brilliantly glowing sphere of lightning straight ahead. On the verge of collapse, Subaru thought to himself, "I don't know what that thing is, but based on my progress, it has to be the target." The system flashed continuous red warnings. Fatigue level had reached 97. Blood trickled from the corners of Subaru's eyes, and his vision began to blur from sheer exhaustion, but his will remained unbroken. He forced himself upward, every muscle fiber trembling violently. Just one more step. He pushed on, ignoring the system's dire warnings. You must reduce your fatigue. Proceeding further is extremely dangerous. Still, Subaru gathered the very last of his strength to press forward. His feet, wreathed in golden lightning, took one final decisive step, sending a powerful shockwave through the ground. At that very moment, on the fiery battlefield, the old knight Dale was also risking his life, hurtling forward at an incredible speed. Clutching his sword, he poured all of his power into a direct charge against the colossal foe. Dale lunged, unleashing a powerful slash aimed straight at the giant monster's leg. The blade, humming with a blue spiritual energy, tore through the monster's tough hide, making the giant roar in agony. Seizing the opening, Peleus immediately charged in with a thunderous roar. "Leave the rest to me!" He launched himself into the air, landing a critical blow right in the enemy's face. The monster could only let out a hopeless groan before the leader's overwhelming power. This is what you call an organized beatdown. The boss was taken out before it even knew what hit it. Pale as a sheet, the giant collapsed onto the ravaged earth. Witnessing the scene, the soldiers erupted in joyous cheers. "We did it!" They showered their two commanders with praise for the incredible feat. Sir Peleus and Sir Dale. They finally defeated it. The soldiers vented their fury on the monster's corpse, stabbing it relentlessly and shouting curses. "Die. Just die already. Strutting around here like you own the place, you filthy beast." Peleus let out a sigh of relief and walked over to Dale. "It's all thanks to you, Dale. The most dangerous enemy you warned us about is dead. We can finally rest." But Dale was sweating bullets. His face was a mask of horror as he realized a terrible truth. "No, that's not the one I meant." While the soldiers grew complacent, thinking the enemy wasn't so tough and that Sir Dale and Sir Peleus were just overwhelmingly strong, Dale was trembling, knowing that the true catastrophe was still lurking in the shadows. It was a win, but it felt like they had just cleared the tutorial level. A soldier roared with excitement. "Now we just need to finish off the rest of the giants." But before the words could even fade, a colossal foot descended from above, crushing the squad in a horrific, bloody mess. Witnessing the carnage, Dale and Peleus trembled in utter shock. Dale pointed a shaking finger at the massive shadow looming toward them and stammered, "It's him!" Peleus screamed in absolute despair, realizing this new enemy was on a completely different level. Meanwhile, at the mountain's peak, the progress of Subaru's trial had reached 99.99%. The moment it hit 100%, his will for vengeance erupted into a maddening frenzy. "Kyojo, I'm taking your head as a souvenir." Subaru pushed himself up, striding forward in a blinding aura, wearing the smug look of someone who'd just aced a final they hadn't even studied for. At that moment, Subaru's entire body was like a colossal mass of lightning, radiating an overwhelming pressure. He panted softly, feeling the arduous process finally come to an end. The system flooded him with notifications. Congratulations on clearing his minor mana channels, resulting in a 20% boost to both magic amplification and skill casting speed, plus 2 points to all stats. Subaru's face was smeared with blood, his breathing ragged as he reached the absolute limit of his endurance. Just then, a gigantic bolt of lightning struck him down, sending him crashing to the ground, his body utterly drained of strength. John Teo sat pensively before his monitor, murmuring to himself, "You can only be reckless up to a certain point." On the live stream, Subaru lay motionless amidst the rubble, worrying his viewers. "The difficulty is insane." He passed out again. "I wonder how long it'll take for him to wake up this time." John Tay tapped his fingers on the desk. "Wow," he observed. "It seems he's not cut out for streaming." Suddenly, the phone on his desk buzzed. John Teo answered calmly, stating, "I'm watching Subaru Narukami's stream right now." On the other end was Hai, who yelled excitedly, "Oh, so you're seeing it too?" He's completely nuts, isn't he? Faced with such fervor, John Teo told him to calm down and explain so everyone could understand what was happening. Seeing Hai's confident smile through the screen, John Teo thought to himself that this guy was destined to become a massive star, both as a player and a streamer. But Hawkeye simply leaned back leisurely in his chair. "This is going to be difficult," he commented, "because Subaru is more of a true player than a mere streamer. The body of a streamer, but the mind of a top-tier master." "Exactly," Hai affirmed. "That's the core content everyone is tuning in for, a Subaru Narukami who is nearly identical to the original." He argued that Subaru wasn't a streamer at all, but a genuine combat player at heart. An image of Subaru, wreathed in lightning, flashed across the screen once more, radiating immense power. Hawkeye continued, captivated. "In other words, we are witnessing the birth of Subaru Narukami in real time." John Teo listened in silence, his expression grim as he considered the young man's future. Back on the live stream, Subaru's hand twitched against the cold ground. He struggled to his feet with heavy, ragged breaths, and the audience let out a collective sigh of relief. He woke up a bit early this time. So glad to see he's alive. He's finally awake. Subaru looked up, his eyes weary behind the mask. He gritted his teeth against the pain, asking himself, "Damn it, what's my fatigue level at?" The status bar displayed the number 1110, a figure that felt like he'd been in combat for 10 years straight. The system really needed a permanent leave button. Looking at his status window, Subaru frowned slightly upon seeing his fatigue had reached 81. However, he quickly regained his composure, assessing inwardly, "Good, it's lower than last time. The higher stats must be helping." Although that final lightning strike was unexpected, he was incredibly satisfied with the results it brought. A flood of quest completion notifications appeared, rewarding Subaru with a massive amount of prestige points. With his current total of 20,420, he told himself he'd saved up a considerable sum for his bigger plans. It was like finishing a boss fight and realizing your wallet was looking pretty good. By now, Subaru's greed skill had reached rank D, loosening the restrictions on the items and skills he could use. However, he realized it still wasn't enough to upgrade his skill's quality to a new tier. Subaru pondered thoughtfully, "If I defeat that giant, it might be enough." His eyes lit up as he stared at the object in his hand, which was radiating a brilliant golden electricity. And this is the key to taking it down. It was the Thunder Spear, a legendary-grade weapon of terrifying power, capable of delivering a decisive blow, though it could only be used once. The stream's audience was in a state of shock. They spammed the chat, asking how such an incredible item could possibly drop on the second floor. Subaru smirked, confirming their thoughts. "Exactly, it doesn't look normal, does it?" He mused that even on the 8th floor, obtaining an item like this was exceedingly rare. Subaru began to explain to his viewers that high-level items could completely change their form based on certain conditions. His profound knowledge left his fans in awe, praising him as if they were in the presence of a true professional. Wasting no more time, Subaru declared decisively, "All right, let's go destroy that thing." He strode toward the brilliant light as the chat exploded with fervent cheers, urging him to use the lightning and blow his enemy away. "Just go for it, don't hesitate, if you think you lose." Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the air had grown thick with fear. A soldier's eyes widened, sweat pouring down his face as he was confronted by a horrifying pressure. A colossal shadow with long matted white hair and ashen skin emerged, radiating a chilling, killing intent that made everyone tremble. A system notification announced that the giant seed had devoured the giant's records, transforming it into a terrifying entity with piercing golden eyes and a maniacal grin. The monster let out a series of eerie, challenging cackles. Witnessing the horrific scene, Peleus roared in despair. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" A soldier suddenly shrieked, laughing and crying in utter desperation. "Heh, I told you, didn't I? You people know nothing." He dropped to his knees at the feet of the colossal monster, trembling and begging cowardly. "Oh, great God, I'm not like these foolish humans. Please have mercy on me." But the only reply to his plea was a deep, contemptuous voice. "A god?" The giant's eyes blazed with raw fury as he snarled, his voice thick with killing intent. "Don't you dare lump me in with that filthy, cowardly trash." In the next instant, a devastating attack descended. obliterating the scene in a wave of destruction. Amid the chaos, Dale lunged forward, hauling a soldier paralyzed with fear to his feet and roaring, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Getting to his feet, Dale turned to his comrade with a look of grim determination. "Peleus, hurry! Get the villagers as far away from here as you can. Run! If we hesitate, the whole team will get wiped out." Peleus could only scream in shock as he watched his senior make the decision to stay behind and hold the line alone. An earth-shattering shockwave erupted, tearing the ground asunder and crushing any last shred of hope the soldiers had. Peleus stood frozen amidst the dust and smoke, his breath ragged, sweat pouring down his face. The grim reality hit him like a physical blow. There was no way to win, and every single escape route had been cut off. Before him stood a long line of colossal dark figures with blazing eyes, completely sealing off the village's only exit. It was in that moment he realized that running for your life doesn't help much when your enemy doesn't need cardio. The screams of the villagers echoed through the air as they scrambled desperately and hopelessly through the ruins to find a way out. Peleus gritted his teeth so hard they bled, his eyes filled with a bitter helplessness as he faced the inevitable annihilation of his entire squad. In a final act of desperation, Peleus roared out a shocking declaration to draw the monster's attention. "I know who killed your child." "I know exactly who did it," Peleus continued, gambling his life on a lie that left his own soldiers stunned. The giant, Baidan, froze. Its glowing eyes narrowed with immense pressure as it growled one word, "Who?" Peleus tightened his grip on his sword, mustering all his courage to shout, "Over there! The one who killed your son went that way. He's gathering power to kill you and your entire race." In his mind, Peleus was praying frantically, "Please, fall for it." Baidan silently turned its head, following the direction of the sword. The atmosphere suddenly became so still it was suffocating. But Peleus's sliver of hope was instantly extinguished when the monster spoke in a cold, flat tone. "Lies." Baidan leaned in close, its dark, soulless eyes piercing right through the night as it stated, "Your words are tainted with falsehoods. The one who killed my son is not here." Peleus was paralyzed. His eyes shrank in terror as he realized his plan had been completely exposed. Baidan continued to mock him. "You just pointed that pathetic sword at a random spot." A brilliant yellow electricity began to crackle and erupt around the monster. It snarled, its voice a low threat. "If you don't answer me now!" A cataclysmic lightning strike descended from the heavens, creating a thunderous explosion that shook the very mountains. Amidst the swirling dust and brilliant yellow sparks, Peleus looked up at the devastating scene, whispering in sheer astonishment. Well, at least this time the plot twist didn't come from his lie, but literally fell out of the sky. Just then, the system delivered a cold announcement. The 7th thunder screen will now begin. Standing atop a high mountain, observing the fiery battlefield below, Subaru appeared, a sword resting on his shoulder. He calmly gazed towards his enemy and thought to himself, "Good. This is the final act. That giant is still growing and evolving." If something stronger than that showed up, this challenge could no longer be considered second-floor content. Despite everyone's warnings against confronting a deviated entity, Subaru simply replied, "It's fine. There's no need to overthink it. I just need to land one hit." He knew he couldn't face this opponent head-on. He had to take it down before it could even charge. Standing proudly on the mountain peak, Subaru raised his hand to the night sky and began to activate his lightning spear. A colossal bolt of heavenly lightning immediately descended from the void, enveloping his body in brilliant yellow electricity. Anyone watching who didn't know better might think he'd just signed up for a VIP lightning strike package to cleanse his bad luck. The system reported that the lightning spear's initialization had begun with the activation rate at 10.1%. The violent power radiating from him caused Subaru's fatigue to skyrocket to 84, then 85 in the blink of an eye. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fist around the roaring electricity in his palm, struggling to maintain focus and push the activation rate to 33.1% amidst the massive vortex of energy. Subaru tried to use his greed skill to negate the lightning spear's side effects, but the system coldly announced its failure due to low compatibility. Blood began to seep from behind his mask. Subaru bitterly realized his skill level was still far too low to wield a legendary item. When his fatigue hit 88 and the activation rate reached 50%, he forced himself to endure, telling himself that his body absolutely had to break through this limit. It was a classic case of knowing you're making a mistake but pushing on anyway because you're already halfway there. The live stream's chat window exploded with a flurry of excited and worried comments. Someone asked if this was a sense of déjà vu. Another user commented that ever since Subaru started learning lightning skills, he'd had to suffer a lot. One viewer even joked that maybe he was starting to enjoy and get addicted to the feeling of being electrocuted. Amidst the flashing golden lightning, Subaru's eyes glowed with a cold light from behind his mask. He quietly realized, so they've noticed. Looking toward the giant's colossal figure as it turned toward the mountain, Subaru figured it would be strange if no one paid attention after he'd made such a massive scene. The system announced the lightning spear's activation rate had reached 78.5%, while his body was now covered in a web of bloody wounds. At the foot of the mountain, the giant muttered, "Lightning." It completely ignored Peleus, who stood ready with his sword, and stared intently at the high peak. With golden eyes burning with hatred, it growled with conviction, "So you were the one who killed my son. It was you." Peleus probably stood there thinking, hello? I'm still here? Did I just get written out of the scene? A powerful stomp shook the very ground. The giant decisively ignored Peleus's challenge. "Where are you going? I am your opponent." But it was already rocketing towards the exploding source of lightning energy. Peleus watched the enemies retreating back in shock, surrounded by a desolate landscape of soldiers' corpses lying amidst a raging sea of fire. The old giant, filled with resentment, painfully recalled its late son. "My son," he suffered. Its face hardened, twisted with absolute hatred for its immense loss. It stomped forward, creating terrifying tremors with each step as it roared in fury. "I will return that suffering to you." The giant charged with wind-tearing speed, its eyes glowing with a blood-red, murderous intent as it poured every ounce of its strength into one colossal fist. It bellowed in a frenzy, "I'll make you pay it all back. With interest." He sounded just like a high-stakes debt collector. The giant Vidon lunged forward at blinding speed, his immense fist crackling with pure rage as he aimed to shatter the very mountaintop. Caught in a raging vortex of energy, Subaru gritted his teeth, enduring the destructive storm of lightning. A system notification flashed. The lightning spear's activation rate had hit 88.5%. Subaru knew this was a 50-50 gamble, hit or miss. He had only one shot to end it. As anxious viewers urged him on, an old memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. It was advice from a former comrade. Don't look away. No matter what happens, keep your eyes on the target. He'd insisted that was the true point from which a spear is launched. Simple to hear, but sweat-inducing to actually apply. Forget throwing straight or creating a perfect arc. Clear your mind of all that useless noise. That comrade had told Subaru not to predict movements or worry about trajectory and weight. Because he wasn't like any other spear wielder, he was Narukami Subaru. Back in the present, the activation rate skyrocketed to 95.2%. Subaru poured his entire will into the decisive strike. "So, what do I do?" he asked himself. His old comrade's answer echoed with steel-like certainty. "After all, you're not about to throw some ordinary spear. In that case, it's simple. Don't throw it, fire it." Vidon was right on top of him, his giant fist swinging down to crush Subaru in a single blow. He ignored the frantic screams from the audience, all yelling at him to just throw it already. Subaru remained calm, facing death itself as it descended upon him. Gritting his teeth, he focused his will, thinking to himself, "Just a little more. It's almost complete." The pressure from the energy stream made him groan in pain as the giant Vidon charged, radiating overwhelming bloodlust. Lightning crashed, and the ground shattered under the weight of the monster's thunderous leap. This was the classic scene, one side about to be fully charged, the other about to deliver a knockout blow. In that hair-raising split-second moment, the system coolly announced, "Activation rate has reached 100%. Initialization successful." Subaru stood tall in the eye of the lightning storm, his body wreathed in screaming, furious bolts of golden electricity. He channeled all his power into the palm of his hand, ready for one final punishing blow. Grasping the blinding lightning spear, Subaru knew he had only one chance. No matter what, he vowed to end his opponent in a single strike. Facing Vidon's furious roar, Subaru unleashed a devastating thrust that tore through space itself. He was all in. If he missed, it was over. A cataclysmic explosion erupted as the attack found its mark, completely swallowing the monster's body in a blinding flash of light. Vaidan barely managed a shocked cry before his life faded away. He whispered his own name, then disintegrated into ash amidst the ruined landscape. Subaru landed firmly on the ground, having completely extinguished the fury of the giant race. He walked steadily through the wreckage. His body was covered in wounds and blood from that terrifying finishing blow. The live broadcast chat exploded with excited comments from the audience. That was insane. So damn strong. Watching this was worth every second of my life. The system fired off notifications confirming the Thunder Corps had been defeated and Subaru had officially cleared the 7th stage. Along with a level up, his strength, agility, health, focus, and magic stats all received a significant boost, along with a reward of 5,000 precious achievement points. The rewards were pouring in. Just then, an item radiating a brilliant golden light materialized before him. The system announced he had obtained the Thunder Core. Subaru took the glittering crystal in his hand and murmured to himself, "The Thunder Core. So this is it? How unexpected." A blinding flash of light erupted, forcing Subaru to cry out in pain. When he opened his eyes, he was stunned to find himself standing in a mystical, deep purple space. The ground beneath his feet was like a lake, perfectly reflecting a starry sky. Dazed, Subaru wondered, "Where am I?" Right behind him, a colossal shadow suddenly materialized, making Subaru jump in terror. It all happened too fast for him to react. A suffocating pressure bore down on his mind. What is going on? He tried to speak, but his throat felt completely constricted. I can't speak. Subaru's entire body was frozen. He realized with despair that he couldn't move a muscle. A series of mysterious system notifications popped up one after another. Is observing you. Ghostly shadows loomed over Subaru from all sides, creating an overwhelmingly menacing atmosphere. Staring at the bizarre entity before him, Subaru asked in shock, "Are you trying to tell me something?" In the endless space, Subaru reached a trembling hand toward a brilliant light shining on the purple horizon. The entire space lit up like a glorious sunrise. Subaru now stood alone on a towering cliff, gazing at the distant horizon where the light was slowly chasing away the darkness. At that very moment, a crimson notification flared up in the system. The main scenario, Thunder, will now begin. So all of that was just a warm-up. The system announced that by using the Thunder Core, Subaru could find important clues in the village. He staggered to his feet back in the ruins, shocked. While the chat exploded with comments about him constantly fainting during a legendary level test, Subaru told himself he had to quickly claim his reputation points before the live stream officially ended. A series of quests from Anen, Sisson, and the War God Monster were now complete. They brought him a total of 6,000 reputation points, pushing his account balance to over 40,000. Despite the audience begging him to show them the new item, a weary Subaru announced he was ending the broadcast to return to the village and rest. Ignoring the sarcastic comments about being money-hungry, he decisively said goodbye to everyone and shut off the device. When you're tired, you rest, no matter what anyone says. At a luxurious cafe, Hasuka was showering Subaru with praise for his outstanding performance in the recent trial. She excitedly revealed that his peak viewership yesterday had surpassed the 3,000 mark, which left Subaru completely stunned. He'd been so focused on the battle, he had no idea. Seeing his awkward reaction, Hasuka quickly clarified that it was a sincere compliment to his talent. Hasuka insisted that a number over 3,000 was phenomenal for a new streamer, and ending the stream right when he was exhausted was a perfectly calculated move. She argued that it created extreme curiosity for the audience, just like a movie ending on its most thrilling cliffhanger. Subaru casually explained that he just wanted to save the reward reveal for the next session to get the most genuine reactions instead of having to act. Basically, he was saving the good part for the next episode. Realizing Subaru possessed a sharp, calculating mind, Hasuka smiled, concluding that the Zeus department head's worries were completely unfounded. She gave him a knowing look and suddenly announced she had prepared a very special gift, something he would be absolutely unable to refuse. Hasuka smiled suggestively. "Search for a stream by someone named Hakai." Subaru calmly replied, "Okay," and opened his device to check. On the screen, Hakai was beginning his broadcast with a shocking title, "Fake or the Real Deal?" Let me break it down for all of you. The streamer excitedly announced that today's topic was all about Subaru. He hesitated for a moment, almost changing the subject, but then committed. Anyway, no more rambling, just watch this first. Hawkeye promised to explain every single detail of the legendary performance that had just unfolded. Subaru quietly watched Hawkeye's analysis video. The streamer noted with awe that in a trial already overflowing with endurance challenges, Subaru had intentionally placed an even greater burden on himself right in the middle of the test. Noticing Subaru watching himself with such focus, Hasuka blushed slightly as she observed his reaction. On the screen, Hawkeye apologized for rambling and decided to sum everything up in a single sentence to affirm the rookie's incredible class. Hawkeye declared with conviction, "He is who he is, Subaru." No further explanation needed. This ironclad statement made Subaru thoughtful. He turned to Hasuka. "Is that what you think too, manager?" Hasuka hesitated, seemingly swept up in her own thoughts about the true identity of the man before her, unsure how to give a fitting answer. Regaining her composure, Hasuka spoke up. "Can I ask you something?" After receiving Subaru's brief nod of agreement, she became visibly flustered, hesitantly admitting that it was very strange, and perhaps even rude, for a manager to ask this. Hasuka looked directly at Subaru and posed the question that had been weighing on her mind. "Why do you stream? It's not just for the money, is it, Subaru? Money is just pocket change to you." Subaru stared at her silently through his mask, letting the question hang in the quiet cafe. In response to Hasuka's heartfelt question about his true purpose for live streaming, he answered bluntly, "No, it is for the money. There is no other reason." The answer was so direct and pragmatic that it left Hasuka utterly stunned. Her face flushed bright red with embarrassment. She stammered an apology for asking such a strange question, while Subaru remained perfectly calm. "It's fine." To break the awkward atmosphere, Hasuka enthusiastically switched to the main topic. "Right, the gift. Let's talk about the gift." She revealed that the streamer Hawkeye, whom Subaru had just watched, was actually affiliated with San and was an incredibly reliable name with a 6-year contract. With his killer analysis style and massive fan base, Hawkeye's eye for talent was indisputable. Hasuka proudly announced the gift for Subaru. All revenue from Hawkeye's analysis stream, along with any future-related content, would be split 50-50. Subaru couldn't help but ask in astonishment, "Split with who?" Hasuka stated firmly. "With you, of course, since the content is derived from your footage, ads, donations, archives, everything." Looking at the contract in his hand, Subaru whispered in amazement, "For real?" He silently realized that ever since signing with the management company, good things just kept falling into his lap. His time had come, and nothing could stop it. Subaru nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, this is a surprising gift." Seeing that the atmosphere had become more comfortable, Hasuka hesitantly made another well-intentioned offer. "Would you be interested in collaborating with Hawkeye?" Returning to his rented room, Subaru walked silently into the quiet space, his mind filled with thoughts about the road ahead. Standing before a mirror, Subaru slowly removed the black and gold mask he had worn for so long. He mused to himself, "A face this handsome can't be hidden forever. I guess it's time to let the world be amazed." He gazed at the reflection of a strikingly handsome Subaru with sharp, golden eyes. He realized a troubling truth. The more relationships he formed, the harder it became to decide just how much of his true identity he should conceal. Currently, Subaru's greed skill had officially been promoted to B rank. However, he was shocked to see that the requirement for the next level was 80,000 reputation points. His current balance was a paltry 120 points. Subaru sighed wearily. He reminded himself that money was still the top priority and hoped the collaboration with Hawkeye in 2 days would help him earn a decent sum. He fell back onto his simple bed, his distant eyes staring into the vast emptiness. Suddenly, Subaru picked up the blue chrysanthemum that was emitting a mystical glow and fell deep into thought, and perhaps it's time I took care of a few things. What kind of scheme is our hero cooking up now? While Subaru was busy with his own calculations, elsewhere his manager Hasuka was completely immersed in a state of extreme excitement. She was lying on her stomach, kicking her feet wildly in the air with sheer delight. Blushing furiously, Hasuka hugged her pillow tightly, unable to stop imagining the captivating figure of Subaru behind his mask. In her mind, a romantic version of Subaru appeared in a field of roses, asking himself, "Is it really for the money?" Hasuka screamed internally, "That's it! An extraordinary secret must be hidden behind that stylish mask." She fought with herself. Though she was dying of curiosity, she warned herself not to pry, afraid of getting hurt. The image of Subaru, in Hasuka's imagination, gently reached a hand toward her and said, "Ever since I met you, Hasuka, one good thing after another has happened." Unable to contain her excitement any longer, Hasuka shrieked, "KYAA, me too," and began furiously pummeling her pillow, sending feathers exploding across the room. A woman's imagination is a truly terrifying thing. Hasuka was still lost in her fervent obsession with the mysterious young man. She thought to herself, Subaru, a man with a secret no one knows. Meeting him in person only makes him seem more incredible. Meanwhile, in Noxvera, on the 7th floor of the tower, a gloomy atmosphere hung over the ancient architecture under the light of the full moon. In a training room, a warrior with bulging muscles was absorbed in a set of powerful pull-ups, sweat streaming down his toned body. On a large screen, Hawkeye was delivering a harsh verdict. I don't need to say anything more about this, so I'll just sum it up. In a sentence, I don't like it. Seeing the streamer's arrogance, the warrior quietly asked about his identity. A man standing nearby explained that he was High, a streamer who constantly bragged about his average viewership of 8,000. Hearing this, the Blue Zone Guild member Kurokawa Amon smirked. A streamer? I'll have to see this for myself. However, his assistant reminded Amon that their true target right now was Subaru. When Amon saw Subaru using lightning on the screen, he couldn't hide his surprise. A fake that can spark like the real deal? How interesting. Witnessing his opponent's explosive power, he let out a low whistle of admiration. That's genuinely impressive. When his assistant looked confused, Amon recalled the words of Sako Sua, the spear knight of the Blue Eyes. When you throw, the most important thing is to never take your eyes off your opponent. Amon remembered Sako Sua's teaching. The assistant asked in surprise, "You still remember such ordinary advice?" But Amon declared that he had trained relentlessly to absorb everything from them, from their very breathing to their techniques. Because the Blue Eyes once stood at the absolute pinnacle, he believed everyone had overlooked one crucial fact. The Blue Eyes weren't strong just because of Subaru. Every single member was a master in their own right. Amon brooded over the mysteries surrounding their deaths. When he saw High confidently state on stream that the rookie was Subaru, no explanation needed, Amon ground his teeth in fury. He seethed, thinking how disrespectful that flashy streamer was, daring to pass judgment on legends with such arrogance. "Enough of this garbage," Amon snapped. "Turn it off. I'm going back to training. These streamers who cheapen our faith are infuriating." He whirled on his assistant, demanding to know why he was shown this in the first place. The assistant stammered, explaining it wasn't his idea, it was an order from the guildmaster, Kyojo. Amon froze, stunned at the mention of Iski's name. A voice rang out, declaring that lightning was the symbol of the Blue Eyes, and the Blue Eyes were the predecessors of the current Blue Zone Guild. He revealed, "Who needs heroes and champions these days? A little cash solves everything." The moment the black cloth was pulled away, Amon was struck completely speechless. Before him was a mountain of gleaming, solid gold, radiating a blinding light. She had prepared the entire budget and given a single command: bring that streamer in, no matter the cost. Sweat beaded on Amon's forehead. All he could do was stare in utter shock at the guildmaster's extravagance. He couldn't believe the opponent he'd just started to respect was such a money grubber. Amon Fei? He into deep thought, pondering the Blue Zone's next move against the mysterious rookie. The second floor of the trial began amidst the ruined scenery of a village post-battle. Among the rubble and soldiers rushing to clean up, Peleus's voice boomed with authority. "Gather all the injured in one place. First, treat the critical cases. Distribute medicine to the lightly wounded as soon as possible." Just then, he spotted a familiar figure slowly approaching and cried out in relief, "You're alive. If you'd slept any longer, I would have been planning your funeral." He rushed over, his face etched with worry. "How are you feeling?" "You collapsed right outside the village. We were so worried. If you hadn't woken up, I honestly don't know what I would have done." Subaru pressed a hand to his forehead, admitting he was still dizzy. Facing the knight's intense concern, he replied calmly, "Well, it only happened yesterday, so that makes sense." Feeling the need for a quiet place to talk, Subaru suggested, "Can we speak privately in a bit? I have a few questions." Peleus agreed instantly, beaming. "Of course. Ask anything you like. I'll see you later." Watching the knight walk away, Subaru thought to himself that Peleus was a truly good person. Back in his room at the inn, he sat quietly on the bed amidst a flood of viewer comments congratulating him, teasing him about a wedding, or celebrating the end of his miserable streak. First things first, let's check the reward, Subaru muttered to himself. He opened the system panel to get a closer look at the item he had just received, the Heart of Lightning. It was a bound, unique, growth-type item with no level requirement and absolutely insane stats. A 30% increase in lightning resistance, 20% in lightning damage, and most notably, a strong resistance to the shock status effect. Subaru gasped in disbelief. No way. Is this for real? While his audience debated whether this was a good or bad omen, Subaru held the glowing crystal in his hand and declared with absolute certainty, this thing was made for the Lightning King. Gazing at the brilliant crystal in his hand, Subaru marveled, this thing is just too good. He clenched his fist, feeling a violent surge of power coursing through him. Just as he was lost in thought, a knock at the door broke his concentration. Peleus walked in, holding a basket of fresh fruit and greeting him cheerfully. Here, please take this. Did you sleep well? Subaru quickly put his familiar mask back on. Peleus set the fruit basket down, his tone shifting to something more serious. He began to tell an ancient legend of a time when gods and giants fought savagely over lightning, seeking to wield its ultimate power. Subaru asked curiously, they fought over it? Peleus nodded in confirmation. Yes. This is basically the legend of all legends. The knight explained that humanity needed lightning precisely because the gods and giants possessed power that was far too overwhelming for mortals to handle. That was why the shards of lightning were created, so that humanity could finally face them and win. Peleus looked at Subaru with immense expectation, for he was the one who had rediscovered that long-forgotten power. Instantly, a system notification flashed, a shocking revelation that clarified all the forgotten legends of humanity. Subaru had officially begun his new journey on the third floor. In the middle of a bustling square, a brilliant pillar of golden light erupted, and Subaru appeared majestically within the radiant aura. The viewers watching the stream exploded with excitement. He's finally on the third floor! It's about time! Subaru walked forward with purpose, ready for the challenges that lay ahead. Seeing Subaru's masked figure from a distance, a young man in knight's armor clicked his tongue in annoyance. Great, another one hopping on the mask trend. I'm so sick of seeing it. Subaru quietly looked down at the device screen in his hand. He decided to announce that his next stream would be a collaboration with Hi, ignoring the viewers who were complaining that today's broadcast was too short and repeatedly asking, is it over already? Subaru decisively ended his work. The system officially displayed a notification. Subaru has ended the live stream. Subaru then walked into a luxurious cafe, shimmering under brilliant chandeliers. He spoke softly, sorry to keep you waiting. Sitting across from him was none other than John T., the powerful head of Salon Entertainment. Sipping his coffee, John T. casually announced that Hasuka was on her way, explaining that moving between floors takes much more time than climbing the tower through the usual trials. With the air of a leader, Joe Teo formally extended his hand and introduced himself. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Joe Teo, from Sun Entertainment. While the Hasuka in Subaru's mind was silently cursing her boss for being a windbag, Subaru politely shook his hand and replied, my manager has told me about you. A pleasure, Joe Teo said, revealing that he would normally let Hasuka handle everything, but this time curiosity drove him to meet Subaru in person. He explained, for Hasuka to praise you twice, you must be someone special. Hearing that number twice, Subaru couldn't help but be puzzled. Joe Teo casually explained that the first time was regarding the legendary Subaru of the Blue Eyes. The moment that name was spoken, Subaru froze, his sharp golden eyes behind the mask narrowing in shock. Well, he murmured, that's a surprise. Joe Teo noted his reaction and continued, sharing that even that notoriously harsh judge had taken an interest in Subaru, who shared the same name as the legend of old. Subaru could only offer a strained laugh to brush it off before suddenly asking a blunt question. Are you interested in the guild known as the Blue Eyes? Subaru stared directly at the man, awaiting his answer, his eyes blazing with a probing intensity. Seeing the shift in the young man's demeanor, Joe Teo smirked, observing that it seemed Subaru himself wasn't entirely uninterested in that name. When Subaru asked why he'd suddenly bring that up, Joe Teo picked up an electronic device and calmly stated that this was a major part of the reason he wanted to meet him today. Joe Teo pushed the tablet towards Subaru and announced, 5 days from now, this will be the grand prize for a tournament held on the third floor. Looking at the screen, Subaru was stunned into silence, crying out, This is... this is his family heirloom! Why is it here? His eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized the item crackling with brilliant golden electricity. It was something incredibly familiar. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a device's screen displayed the message, Subaru has ended the live stream. Shigeru Asagiri stared at it quietly and let out a soft sigh. It's over. I wonder if the other one is over too? She walked languidly through the silent night of the forest, the sound of her footsteps on dry grass breaking the stillness of the great woods. Shigeru approached her companion and asked, Is it finished? The man with long silver hair tilted his head slightly, his distant gaze answering her. It ended a long time ago. This guy is clearly a major player. Shigeru pressed on curiously. So? What were you doing just now? He replied coldly. Contemplating. An image flashed in his mind. Soldiers, frozen, solid, and completely annihilated by a terrifying power. The silver-haired man had hesitated, torn between slaughtering them all or letting them live. In the end, he had made his decision. Just kill them. We know who sent them. But as he walked away, he was heard muttering mysteriously. Can't be certain yet. That's why I'm contemplating, the silver-haired man thought to himself. If Kyozo was truly behind this, he would never have sent such small fry. But Shigeru sighed with concern. She argued that letting them go would only lead to more trouble, especially since their location could be exposed by these men. Without a moment's hesitation, Shigeru acted. Razor-sharp blades under her command shot through the air. A relentless flurry of nimble strikes rained down, piercing through the bodies of the frozen soldiers. Witnessing his companion's sudden ruthlessness, the silver-haired man cried out in alarm. Hey! Why'd you dice them up so fast? I hadn't even interrogated them yet, but it was already too late. The entire enemy squadron was shredded by the blades and utterly obliterated. He stared in shock, demanding, What are you doing? Facing his question, Shigeru's gaze remained ice-cold, as she stated, Whether Kyozo sent them or not, if we let them go, they would know we're still alive. She bluntly criticized his hesitation as a weakness, telling him he needed to become more ruthless. Faced with her sharp words, the man could only bow his head in apology. You're right. I'm sorry. He silently pulled out his handheld device and showed it to Shigeru. Look at this. The moment her eyes fell on the screen, Shigeru gasped in disbelief. What the hell is this? Her eyes blazed with a murderous, blood-red fury. She gritted her teeth and swore, Those bastards. Seeing her tremble with rage, the man asked softly, Infuriating, isn't it? Of course it is, Shigeru screamed, her fury palpable, because the item being auctioned on the screen was Soya's boots. Someone was about to get wiped off the map for this. Looking at the device in his hand, the silver-haired man warned in a low voice, This is bait. It's a trap designed to lure us in. He realized their enemies had started to suspect that the two of them were still alive somewhere. Shigeru's eyes hardened at this information, turning dangerously sharp. The silver-haired man declared they couldn't just stand by. They had to retrieve those items at any cost. He admitted he wasn't skilled at operating in the shadows, but Shigeru had always been a master of such things. Shigeru turned on her heel and walked away with grim determination. You don't have to tell me. I was planning on handling it myself anyway. The silver-haired man immediately grabbed her to stop her. Wait, he said, his tone serious, warning her not to rush in recklessly. His strategy was both cautious and cunning. Don't go in guns blazing. We'll wait until they've worn each other out. Then we swoop in and take the prize. Back at the cafe, Yoteyu pushed the tablet toward Subaru and introduced Talaria, a precious relic belonging to a member of the Blue Eyes. He explained it was the prize Kyojo Itsuki was offering for the tournament to generate buzz. When asked about his level of interest, Subaru's eyes, hidden behind the mask, glowed with a mysterious golden light. He answered with ironclad resolve. I am. Extremely. His intense determination took Joteu by surprise. I didn't expect you to be this interested. He emphasized that the entire plan ahead depended completely on whether Subaru agreed. Plan? Subaru asked with a hint of skepticism as Joteu began his logical breakdown. Considering you're streaming under the name Subaru, I believe a story arc centered on chasing down a Blue Eyes relic would create some very compelling content. You'll be catching stones instead of views. At those words, Subaru's eyes flashed with rage. He seethed internally. How dare you use Soya's relic as a publicity stunt. Golden electricity began to crackle around his fist, clenched tight with fury. Noticing his opponent's strange attitude and menacing aura, Joe Teo asked with concern, "Is something wrong? Is there something bothering you?" Subaru struggled to suppress his rage and replied coldly, "Let's do it." Joe Tao was overjoyed at his agreement. "Really? That's fantastic." Subaru stood up abruptly, excusing himself to go and prepare. John too cheerfully saw his guest off, not forgetting to offer a word of encouragement. "Ah, yes, I look forward to working with you. I'll always be cheering for you from behind my screen." Words of support from his mouth, hands busy counting the money. Walking through the darkness, Subaru's eyes blazed with a threatening and unwavering resolve. He made a steely vow in his heart. "I will not let anyone else have it. Absolutely not." That night, Subaru lay sprawled on his bed, his thoughtful eyes staring into the void. He wondered to himself, what kind of format would the tournament have? Turning over in the dark? Subaru hoped for a scenario that would favor him most. "Just let me fight solo," he thought. Being on a team means having to carry dead weight, but then he let out a soft sigh, reality reminding him that he had no right to be demanding. "Well, I guess I'm not really in a position to be picky." Just then, a knock echoed through the silence, breaking the stillness. Hasuka's hesitant voice came from behind the door. It's Hasuka." Subaru sat up, his gaze sweeping over the black and gold mask, resting silently on the table. After a moment's thought, he decided to put it on before walking over to open the door. Seeing Subaru, Hasuka, dressed in a seductive red dress, suddenly became flustered, her face flushing with embarrassment. All she could manage was a surprised "ah," before thinking to herself, "He wears a mask even in his own room?" Paying no mind to her awkwardness, Subaru coldly invited her in. "Come in." Hasuka flinched, stammering in reply. "Yes. You mean I should come inside?" Seeing the panicked look on her face, Subaru nonchalantly offered another option. "If you'd prefer, we can talk in the hallway." "I don't mind." Hasuka quickly waved her hands, refusing. "Ah, no. In that case, please excuse my intrusion," she said, stepping into the room. The two stood together in silence. Hasuka still couldn't hide her unease, standing in Subaru's private space. In the quiet dorm room, Subaru sat on the bed facing her. Glancing around the bare room, he secretly observed his manager's shy expression. Subaru realized that the depth of magical power radiating from Hasuka was truly hard to fathom. He told himself, "She's clearly not someone who should be a simple manager. This manager is definitely a hidden boss." Seeing Hasuka's continued flustered state, Subaru finally spoke up. "Is there something you need? Is there something on my face?" Hasuka asked back, her cheeks reddening as she stammered. But Subaru just replied calmly, "No, it's just that you weren't saying anything. I heard you have some reference materials for the tournament." Startled back to her senses, Hasuka quickly apologized, pulling out a file and explaining, "This tournament will use a battle royale format." She explained that it was a simple system where everyone would fight with all their might to claim the single prize, the Boots of Teleria. Looking at the images of chaotic battlefields, Subaru concluded, "So it's a solo competition." Hasuka confirmed, "Since there's only one prize, that's naturally how it will play out." The competition would be held in a virtual training ground with a mandatory participation requirement for all third-floor players. The registration fee is set at 1,000 prestige points, and there's no limit on the number of participants. Hasuka quickly sent all the files to Subaru's activator so he could get a general idea of the situation. However, as he looked at the screen, Subaru was stunned to realize that all the content from the undefeated Battle Royale roadmap to how to become the real Subaru was about his former self. He suppressed his surprise and spoke calmly, "Let's see just how accurate this new generation's portrayal of me really is." Hasuka replied cheerfully, "It's my job." But then she hesitated before asking, "Have you heard anything from the leader?" Subaru asked blankly, "Heard what?" Hasuka hesitantly revealed a startling piece of information. "Actually, we received a message from the Azure Guild." The moment that name was spoken, a frigid, murderous aura erupted from Subaru, making the air in the room thick and heavy. Behind his mask, his eyes blazed with fury. The image of the traitor, Kyojo Itsuki, flashed in his mind like a wound that had never healed. Subaru's voice was a low growl. filled with disbelief. You said from the Azure Guild? Yes. Hasuka explained that they wanted to meet Subaru once, and since they couldn't contact him directly, they sent an email through the company. Subaru was inwardly shocked, not expecting them to make a move so soon. Hasuka speculated worriedly, "Those rich guys are probably planning to throw their money around to snatch you away from me." But Subaru cut her off coldly. "Ignore it." His decisiveness left Hasuka stunned. "Wait, ignore it?" she cried out in surprise. Subaru stated firmly that he had no intention of joining the Azure Guild, or any other guild for that matter. Hearing his definitive answer, Hasuka was so overjoyed she practically jumped for joy, cheering with excitement. "Yes, sir." She let out a sigh of relief, admitting she had been very hesitant about whether to tell him or not, but was so glad she did. Before leaving, Hasuka reminded him to enjoy his rest until their upcoming collaboration. Watching his managers retreating back as she danced and hummed joyfully down the hallway, Subaru murmured to himself, "My manager seems a little more hyperactive than necessary." Subaru slowly removed his mask, revealing a face with sharp, pensive golden eyes. He was silently amazed by the extraordinary dedication a normal employee like Hasuka showed for the company's work. Behind the door, she was still quietly celebrating with fierce determination. Immediately after, the scene shifts to a colossal, imposing arena, where two tiny figures stand alone in the center of the vast, towering stadium. In the middle of the immense arena, Jotu and Hokai were reviewing the plan for the broadcast together. Jotu looked at the screen and asked, "So this is today's project? A test comparing the talent of the old Subaru versus the new?" He smiled with a hidden meaning. "Sounds interesting, doesn't it?" However, Jotu didn't forget to warn him that directly confronting his own past declarations was an extremely bold approach. "And if you fail, it will be a huge blow to your reputation." Hokai replied calmly, his voice firm. "I welcome it, because it will bring results. I have to accept those who boast too early often eat their words." Faced with such arrogance, all Jotu could say was, "So arrogant." In the end, everything depended on Subaru. Hokai chuckled softly. "I suppose so." Just then Hasuka, still in her seductive red dress, led Subaru into the arena. Seeing her boss, she called out cheerfully, "Leader!" Jotu nodded in satisfaction. "Good work today." Hasuka quickly greeted Hokai as well. "Ah, hello." Hokai looked at Subaru and thought, "This is it, his chance to become a true star, rising in the sky." He walked forward with a friendly greeting. "Finally, I get to meet you. This place is huge. Did you rent it privately?" Hokai proactively extended his hand. "Hey there, I'm the streamer Hokai." Subaru politely shook it in return. "I'm Subaru. I look forward to working with you." Instantly, Hokai's inner fanboy erupted. He gasped, "Whoa! It feels like I'm meeting the real Subaru in person!" "I'm so starstruck meeting today's main event. I'm a huge fan, a diehard fan." Seeing the two getting lost in the moment, Jotu cut in, urging them, all right, save the meet and greet for when the stream actually starts. This is how streamers get to know each other, after all. So, let's continue this on the stream, shall we?" Just like that, a system notification announced Hokai's broadcast had gone live. He greeted his audience with a burst of energy. "Hey everyone, Hokai here. Thanks for tuning in." The viewer count exploded, skyrocketing to 12,000 in a heartbeat. Subaru was floored by the sheer hype surrounding this collaboration, watching in awe as the number continued to climb just moments after they started. Hokai excitedly announced to the camera, "Today is the moment you've all been waiting for. I've invited him here." Hokai presented him with a flourish. "Ta-da! It's Subaru!" Facing over 14,000 live viewers, Subaru gave a slight bow. "Hello, everyone. Subaru here." The chat immediately blew up with curious questions about the real face behind his mask. Hokai admitted that not even he or Subaru's own manager had ever seen his real face. Then he turned to Subaru and asked, "Come on, tell us the truth. Are you wearing a mask because you're ridiculously handsome, or because you're hiding from debt collectors?" Faced with audience speculation about a shady past or an ugly appearance, Subaru calmly replied, "It's nothing like that. Besides," he added, "I'm quite handsome." The viewer count continued to soar as donations poured in, challenging him to reveal his face. Hokai was secretly stunned by Subaru's influence, which was far greater than he had anticipated. He realized this guy's wit and conversational skills were even better than he'd imagined. Subaru confidently declared he wouldn't lose to anyone in this friendly exchange, while also revealing he currently had no girlfriend, or even any friends for that matter. Watching their onstage banter from a monitor, Hasuka blushed with excitement while Joe too had to remind everyone to stop teasing their important guest and focus on the main event. Hokai took the lead. All right, enough chit-chat. It's time to watch Subaru snap the boss's neck. Under the bright stage lights, the challenge officially began. Subaru strode silently into the center of the arena. He questioned his own motives, wondering why he had truly chosen such a daunting challenge. Suddenly, a legion of battle robots with glowing red eyes appeared, surrounding Subaru from all sides. He began to explain that he chose this place for two reasons. First, it was the perfect environment to precisely measure his ability to control his own power. Subaru stood alone, encircled by a horde of metal enemies brandishing their weapons, ready for a large-scale onslaught. The second reason, Subaru stated, is to prove that everything I've said is absolutely true, right here and now. A legendary ranking board suddenly appeared on the massive screen, with the name Subaru at the top holding 43 points, ranked even higher than famed masters like Kyojo Itsuki and Asagiri Shigeru. Amidst the audience's skepticism about whether he could truly beat such an unprecedented record, Subaru began to warm up. He stated firmly, "If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have accepted the offer in the first place." The battle robots simultaneously activated their attack modes, their glowing red eyes radiating a cold, murderous intent. A thrilled smile spread across Hokai's face as he shouted, "Let the the kill counters begin. Let's get this party started." He decisively slammed the start button on the timer in his hand. The large screen immediately displayed a 3-minute countdown, with the current kill count starting at 0. Without wasting a single second, Subaru shot forward into the swarm of robots wielding battle axes and sharp swords. A brilliant golden electricity began to dance around his mask. The system announced, "Lightning attribute activated." Subaru moved like a bolt of lightning, tearing through space, creating earth-shattering explosions the moment he made contact with the enemy. He weaved through the robot's sword strikes, then suddenly closed the distance and grabbed a battlebot's head with his bare hand. A powerful surge of electricity erupted, crushing its electronic brain in an instant. The system coldly confirmed the first kill officially belonged to him. With just a single blow, Subaru left the viewers stunned, exclaiming, "One hit? That was just one hit?" Someone even noticed he hadn't even touched his demon sword yet. Witnessing the brilliant golden lightning tear through the darkness, Hokai couldn't contain his excitement, unable to believe he was seeing the lightning attribute live. Instantly, Subaru gripped the hilt of his demon sword, executing a soul-shaking dash that tore through the enemy formation. With 2 minutes and 39 seconds left on the clock, his speed was so immense that the audience believed he could theoretically reach a 70-kill count, even though the challenge was set to get progressively harder. The red-eyed robots were continuously crushed under Subaru's feet. Amidst the desolate wreckage, he stood tall like a god of war before launching himself forward again with devastating slashes. As the timer ticked down to 2 minutes and 3 seconds, Subaru was still fighting like a whirlwind, turning the arena into a stage of thunder and destruction. At this pace, 70 kills will be a piece of cake. Suddenly, Subaru launched himself into the air, recreating a legendary scene that made the chat explode. He spun, channeling all his power into his demon sword, and brought a pitch-black lightning strike crashing down, wiping out everything in his path. The system registered that, with 1 minute and 22 seconds remaining, the kill count had already hit 26. Subaru's punches and slashes were so powerful they shattered the robots into smithereens. From a distance, Johto, Hasuka, and Hokai watched in silent awe at the unbelievable performance. The audience started offering condolences to anyone who had bet against him, as his chances of breaking the record were now clearer than ever. Hokai's eyes shone with emotion as he witnessed the essence of a rising legend. With only 13 seconds left, Subaru's kill count had miraculously climbed to 41. Subaru continued to mow down the robots at a terrifying speed. The system confirmed he had taken down 42 of them. The countdown ticked into its final seconds. 5 seconds, then 3. A robot wielding a massive blade charged, about to land a decisive blow. At the 2-second mark, Subaru dodged with masterful grace, evading the enemy's slash. What an insane dodge! As the clock hit the final second, a fatal slash tore through steel. Just as time hit 0, the number 42 flashed and changed to 43. The system announced, challenge complete. Total kills, 43. The record was officially updated as Subaru stood defiantly amidst the scrap metal. On the ranking board, the name Subaru sat proudly in the number 1 spot, officially tying the record of the legend from the past. The live viewer count exploded, surpassing 38,000 people. Subaru panted, exhausted, sweat pouring down after his over-the-top performance as the chat exploded with messages of pure admiration. 43. An insane, unbelievable achievement. Hawkeye rushed over, his own shock impossible to hide. 43, he thought to himself. He tied with Subaru. Turning to the camera, Hawkeye roared with excitement. It's a draw, damn it. That was too close. What did you all think? The viewer count continued to skyrocket, every single person getting goosebumps at this historic moment. A rain of reputation points poured in from the fans. Subaru quietly replied, "Thanks for the 100 reputation points." Rungbin saw the familiar name pop up again and let out a sarcastic sigh. "Thanks for the money, but your feng shui username is terrible. Change it already." As everyone buzzed, asking if this was really Subaru's live stream, he calmly denied it. "No, it's not." Suddenly, a shocking notification flashed on screen. "Renhard has gifted you 10,000 reputation points." He froze, a cold sweat breaking out as he saw the legendary name appear on his monitor. Renhard. The chat immediately descended into chaos. Viewers frantically checked the profile, realizing in disbelief that the legendary 1/swordsman had actually appeared. Subaru gave a slight nod, thanking the special guest on behalf of them both. "Renhard, thanks for the 10,000 reputation points." Standing beside him, Hawkeye was still reeling. He clutched his head, stammering with overwhelming excitement, unable to believe that a high ranker as renowned as the 1/swordsman was watching their stream live. An image of Renhard, the legendary master, sitting majestically on a throne amidst countless swords, flashed in his mind, a testament to his unparalleled power. Just then, another notification from Renhard appeared on the screen. "I'm a secret fan of yours. Your fights are insanely gripping." While Hawkeye felt incredibly honored, Subaru's eyes narrowed calculatingly beneath his mask. He silently wondered, why is he watching this stream? Could he know what I did to Isaac? Abruptly, Renhard sent another, even more shocking proposal live on air. "Subaru, will you partner with me?" The invitation from a top-tier ranker sent a hush through the entire arena. Subaru remained silent, lost in thought, while Hawkeye held his breath, waiting for his partner's response. Down in the stands, Hasuka and Zu were so stunned they couldn't even speak at this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The chat exploded with ecstatic comments about Subaru's meteoric rise. But before the very eyes of tens of thousands of hopeful viewers, Subaru gave a calm, completely unexpected answer. "I'm busy climbing the tower. We can do this networking stuff later. I don't have time." The decision was like a bucket of ice water dumped on Hawkeye, whose eyes went wide with shock. Behind them, Hasuka and Zu's jaws dropped, sweat trickling down their faces, unable to believe Subaru had just turned down such a prestigious offer. Ignoring the audience's uproar, a weary Subaru turned to his partner. "Sorry, I used up too much energy." "Hawkeye, I need you to finish this for me." Hawkeye could only stammer. "Huh? What are you talking about?" But Subaru had already turned his back and started walking away, prompting a panicked shout. "No, wait." Zu and Asuka rushed after him. The department chief couldn't hide his frustration, exclaiming, "Subaru, what are you thinking, turning him down like that? That was a massive opportunity to boost your streaming career." Hasuka agreed, admitting she was completely shocked. Subaru stopped and casually asked them back, "Huh? It's just a little bit of fame. Why are you guys making such a big deal about it?" Zu, sweating bullets, explained that collaborating with a high ranker was an almost unheard of event that brought unimaginable renown. Subaru glanced back, his sharp golden eyes glinting with pride. "Oh, is that all? If being a ranker is that important, then I'll just become one myself." Hawkeye walked over, his excitement returning. "Subaru, as expected, that was a brilliant performance. When the revenue comes in, I'll send you your cut." But then his voice suddenly dropped, becoming serious. "By the way, since the stream is over, can I ask you something?" Hawkeye stared intently at Subaru. "You hide your skills pretty well, but my hawk eyes saw right through it." The question caught Subaru by surprise, so Hawkeye realized it too, he thought. I thought I'd hidden it well enough, but I guess they don't call him Hawkeye for nothing. Subaru replied nonchalantly, "Whether I won or lost, it would have just caused problems for me." Hawkeye smirked and explained, "Problems for you?" The main point of the stream was whether or not I could surpass Subaru. That's where the growth is shown. If I had won today, sure, I'd get a temporary boost. But the hype around our rivalry would have plummeted, and if I lost, people would just say I was never truly a match for Subaru anyway. He looked up at the leaderboard, which now showed two names, both Subaru, tied for first place with 43 points. So, for this test, I needed a result where both of us were on equal footing. That's why it had to be a draw. It was the only optimal solution. Witnessing such a calculated move, Zhu asked in amazement. "So you're saying you could have surpassed him if you wanted to?" Subaru just gave a cold one-line reply. "Who knows?" He walked past them and added, "We can't change the result now. It all depends on how people interpret it." Subaru strolled down the stairs, leaving the three of them behind to silently watch his mysterious figure disappear into the distance. A burst of pure rage shattered the table under a thunderous blow. "Looks like this Subaru has run into a real monster." Standing in a luxurious room, Reinhard, the guild master of Golden Lion and the powerful rank 121, gritted his teeth in fury. Insolent little brat. On the floor, a tablet still displayed the notification that Hawkeye's broadcast had ended. Sensing the chaos, a servant entered the room, trembling as he asked, "Sir, is something wrong, Lord Reinhard?" Reinhard's eyes blazed with a murderous red glint as he spat Subaru's name, growling that the brat had dared to reject his offer. The subordinate could only bow his head in agreement, remarking that it was an audacious act to refuse someone like Lord Reinhard. The Golden Lion roared in frustration. He had planned to crush Subaru in front of a massive audience to silence some annoying rumors, but now his entire plan was ruined. He declared that he didn't care about the reputation points he had spent. What infuriated him most was that some nameless rookie had dared to wound his pride. The trembling subordinate handed back the tablet. "Your device, sir." Reinhard coldly asked about the task he had assigned earlier. The servant reported they were still searching for Isaac with all their resources, but gently added that it wasn't unheard of for a young master of his age to disappear for a few days. That was the absolute worst thing he could have said. Instantly, a blazing red spiritual power erupted from Reinhard's hand. In a fit of pure fury, he crushed the device in his hand. Ren seized his subordinate by the throat, hoisting him into the air amidst pained, choked gasps. With a face contorted by rage, he snarled, "Are you trying to insult me too?" The poor subordinate could only stammer, trying to beg for mercy, but was instantly sent flying by a terrifying force. The impact was so powerful it cracked the solid stone wall behind him as Ren slowly advanced. A suffocating, dark, killing intent radiated from his entire body, making the very air feel thick. "Here, I am the law. No arguments, no questions. Understood?" He glared down at the trembling man at his feet and asked coldly, "Since when did you start questioning my orders?" Terrified by the guildmaster's wrath, the subordinate immediately prostrated himself, pressing his forehead to the floor and begging desperately, "Guild master, please forgive me. I will resume the search immediately." Elsewhere, white petals drifted gently through the silent night. Hasuka reached for her device, which was buzzing incessantly with a call from her nagging department chief. "Yes, hello." "Good evening, Chief," Hasuka answered wearily. Immediately, Zhu's shouting erupted from the other end of the line. He was irritated by her exhausted tone, demanding that she at least sound as enthusiastic as she did when speaking to Subaru. Hasuka could only sigh to herself. Here we go again. After listening to her boss ramble on about long-built trust, she cut straight to the point, asking if he was calling about the collaboration offer with Reinhard. Only then did Zhu admit that they absolutely could not miss an opportunity this big. Still on the line with Chief Zhu, Hasuka asked worriedly, "But what can we possibly do?" Zhu, casually flipping an egg in a pan, urged her on, "Go use your charms or something, I don't care. Just get that kid to go make me some money." Zhu figured that Subaru seemed more interested in climbing the tower than in collaborations. And honestly, for a true player, that was the right mindset to have. Noticing Hasuka's silence, Zhu teased, "You brat. The only time you get this fired up is when you're arguing with me." Refusing to engage further, Hasuka stated coldly, "I'm hanging up," and ended the call, ignoring her boss's protests. Standing before Subaru's door, Hasuka sighed to herself. Ugh, even though I talk so tough, this really is a huge opportunity for him. Maybe I'll try just one more time. For you, I'd do anything. Mustering her courage, she knocked and called out softly, Subaru. The door opened, and Subaru appeared, calling her name. Oh! Hasuka gasped in surprise. Seeing that he was still wearing the black and gold mask, even in his private room, she asked hesitantly, Do you always wear the mask? Subaru calmly stepped out, replying, For now, yes. It feels more comfortable this way. He slipped through the doorway and asked in return, Are you also curious about my real face? Ah, that's not what I meant, Hasuka stammered, flustered. She began to explain that the mask made viewers associate him with the legend Subaru, even though that was obviously his name. But you'll probably have to show your face someday, Hasuka mused. After a moment of silence, Subaru suddenly asked, Why are people so obsessed with Subaru? Hasuka smiled, tapping a finger to her chin. She thought for a moment. Let's see. I can think of a few reasons, like how he's an earthling with terrible stats, or how his mere existence is just cool. Her eyes grew deep and full of reverence as she declared, You are the lifeline of this entire tower. Subaru tilted his head slightly. What do you mean by that? Hasuka stared into the distance, her voice tinged with sadness as she began to explain. You might not know this, but when I first came to the tower, there was almost nothing here. Memories flooded her mind of her first days in the desolate, sand-swept lands of the tower. A lone young girl standing amidst ruin and despair. Monsters were everywhere, food was scarce, and with no way to earn money, stability was a distant illusion. Back then, the only way to survive was to climb to the higher floors of the tower. Only by climbing could players earn the reputation points needed to build a stable life. Little by little, people began to believe that this harsh world could truly become their own. And out of the darkness of despair, the greatest players emerged to light the flame of hope for everyone. They proved that conquering the tower was possible, allowing humanity to feel safe living in this world, and the one standing at the very peak, leading them all, was none other than Subaru. The original final boss, his reputation was undeniable. His achievements went far beyond simply climbing the tower. Subaru was the first to prove that reaching the top was even possible. Hearing this, Subaru asked quietly, Is that what you think too? She considered her reason a secret, just like the real face hidden behind his mask. She gave a small, shy smile and promised, Maybe I'll tell you someday. Realizing he had been pushing her with questions, Subaru quickly opened the door wider, inviting her inside to continue their conversation. But Hasuka waved her hands in a panic, stammering that it was nothing important before immediately turning and running off with a quick, Good night. Subaru stood silently, watching his manager's retreating back disappear. Alone in the hallway, Hasuka clutched her flushed face. He just casually invites me in, and my heart feels like it's about to leap out of my chest. Hope, huh? Subaru murmured Hasuka's word to himself, his eyes filled with thought. He started a new live stream, and the heat from the previous collaboration had already pushed his live viewers to over 2,700 people. Subaru repeatedly thanked loyal fans like Subaru Love and Mission Villain for their generous donations. However, his attention was quickly drawn to the demanding messages from the Golden Lion Guild. They pressed him on why he still hadn't agreed to partner with Reinhardt. Alongside them was a mysterious invitation for a meeting from the Jagrel Guild. The collaboration with Reinhardt had truly created an insane amount of hype, causing viewers and donations to pour into Subaru's account. He was starting to understand the rules of this game. Just give the people what they want to see, and they'll gladly shower you with reputation points. The system announced the start of the third floor trial, requiring Subaru to choose one of two factions, the Ottoman Kingdom or the Conrest Kingdom. Meanwhile, the audience was overwhelmingly leaning toward Ottoman. Subaru understood that this faction choice would change almost everything about his upcoming missions on this floor. It seems the audience always bets on the rich side. The two kingdoms shared a deep, bitter rivalry, and a player's missions were defined by the side they chose. In a shocking move, Subaru picked the Conrest Kingdom, a risky gambit that only 3% of players ever dared to take. The reason for this was simple. Conrest was the land of mercenaries and rebels. Subaru set foot in a bustling tavern in Conrest, the air thick with the smell of alcohol and the chaos of drunken mercenaries. The moment he stepped inside, Subaru's figure caught the eye of a mercenary with a brutish face and a savage grin. The man licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with malice. "Fresh meat," he sneered. "Let me teach you what it's like to need an ambulance." The hulking man lumbered forward, intentionally slamming his shoulder into Subaru's to show off his strength. But instead of being sent flying like any other weakling, Subaru stood firm as a rock, causing the stunned mercenary to whip around in disbelief. The mercenary was shocked to find his opponent was solid as a boulder. He's strong, he thought in a flash of fear. But to save face in front of the crowd, he immediately puffed out his chest and roared, "Watch where you're going. What the hell's wrong with you?" Subaru slowly turned his head, his eyes glowing brightly from behind his mask as he shot back, his voice like steel. "You're the one with the problem. You bumped into us on purpose." His ego bruised, the mercenary grabbed Subaru by the collar, hissing through gritted teeth, "You son of a bitch. You're just some worthless E rank. How dare you talk back to a B rank like me?" The onlookers began to murmur. They recognized the vulture was up to his old tricks again, bullying a newcomer. Faced with this aggression, Subaru just calmly thought to himself, "I was looking for some cannon fodder, and you just volunteered." A brilliant golden electricity began to gather and swirl around his leg. Before the mercenary could even process what was happening, a kick carrying the force of a thunderbolt slammed directly into his jaw, sending the big man flying backward before he collapsed out cold. The entire tavern fell into a dead silence. They stared in shock, wondering what had just happened and if they'd really just seen a flash of light. A middle-aged man with a mustache watched the scene with a thoughtful expression. While others were still in shock, assuming the B-ranker had only been knocked out by a lucky shot, the vulture's mercenary buddies angrily moved to surround Subaru. They snarled threateningly. "You bastard, I'm going to rip that mask right off your face. Your skin, too. This is your grave, newcomer." Subaru's eyes glowed with a cold light. He stood tall amidst the pathetic figures groaning on the floor. Witnessing his impossibly overwhelming power, the last mercenary could only sob helplessly in absolute terror. "Mommy, save me! This guy isn't human, he's a monster." Just then, the elegant, middle-aged man slowly approached and spoke up. "You're strong, son. My name is Ramon. I'm an examiner." Ramon looked at Subaru with an appreciative gaze. He continued, "You've got a lot of skills, young man." Noticing the stranger's unfamiliar face, Ramon grew curious. "I've never seen you around here before. What missions have you completed?" Subaru considered his options, knowing full well that E-rank mercenaries had access to very limited jobs. Meanwhile, in the live stream chat, comments began to pop up, complaining about the waste of time and the abuse of a B-ranker's name. According to the rules, the third floor's gate required players to complete enough mercenary jobs to earn 10,000 AP. However, the total reward for all E-rank mercenary jobs maxed out at just 50 points, leaving many players stuck here for up to a full year. At that rate, how could anyone ever get ahead? Subaru's eyes hardened with determination. "I'm going to have to take a shortcut," he thought. Subaru knew he couldn't afford to waste time in his current situation. He couldn't just level up at a leisurely pace. Remen looked surprised by his intention. "A shortcut? Come to think of it, you're a player, aren't you? We don't usually see your kind around here." Though slightly impressed, the examiner stuck to his principles. "Even so, I can't give you special treatment. Everything must be done in the proper order." Subaru persisted, asking how to minimize the procedures, which prompted Remen to question the benefit of giving special treatment to players who would eventually leave anyway. Facing the rejection, Subaru's voice cut through the air, sharp and absolute. "There is only one way to clear this third floor instantly. I'm going to make your dream a reality." Remen was stunned. "What are you talking about?" Before the astonished examiner could react, Subaru coldly named his target, the Thunder Cave. He looked Remen straight in the eye and declared with unshakable confidence, "I will make it Conrests." Remen was completely floored. He stammered, asking if Subaru truly intended to conquer that place. After all, only A-rank mercenaries could even get near there. Remen broke into a cold sweat. He stressed that the real problem. But Subaru just stared at the examiner, his eyes glowing mysteriously from behind his mask. He knew perfectly well that the Thunder Cave wasn't just a dungeon. It was a battle of pride between the two kingdoms of Osman and Conrest, fought over a place considered impossible to clear. This was the third floor's special dungeon, a place that, Throughout history, not a single player, mercenary or knight, had ever managed to complete. Looking at the map, the cave dominated a massive, treacherous mountain range, an impassable barrier that both nations desperately coveted. It was the ultimate proving ground of pain and suffering. Conquering the Thunder Cave would forge the only path through the mountains, a long-held military ambition that would allow them to stop invasions and deploy reinforcements with lightning speed. Subaru's proposal was clear and direct. Give me an A-rank certification, and I will conquer it. I promise I won't abuse it. It was the perfect plan. Borrow the tiger's might to hunt the tiger. Riemann raised a hand to his chin, deep in thought, weighing the incredibly bold offer. Subaru thought to himself that if he was refused here, he would have no choice but to defeat the examiner to achieve his goal. The audience watching the stream started to worry for Riemann. They spammed the chat with comments, telling him to run before it was too late. After a moment of consideration, Riemann made his decision. In that case, I will write you a letter of recommendation so you can join the raid. The raid teams are always short on people. He announced that the raid team would depart in 5 days and told Subaru to wait while he fetched the letter immediately. At that exact moment, a flood of new quests from the audience poured in, totaling 35,000 credits for him to clear the Thunder Cave solo. If he could pull this off, his life would change forever. Subaru realized that in 5 days, the third stage would come to an end. He couldn't help but wonder if the Blue Sector was planning something for that exact moment. Just then, Duamon returned with a letter in hand. The old man still couldn't hide his skepticism about the young man's abilities. The examiner somberly recalled challenging that very cave in his youth, and the price he paid was losing half of his team that day. Subaru took the letter of recommendation, calmly assuring Duamon that this time, things would be different. The examiner's confusion only grew. What? Then why do you want a letter of recommendation? Subaru stared straight at the old man, his eyes blazing with arrogance behind the mask. Because I'm planning to go in alone. This insane declaration made the chat explode with disbelief. They couldn't believe a rookie would dare venture into such a dangerous territory by himself. Are you trying to commit suicide? 20 people died and you think you're a superhero? I heard Conrad is much more short-staffed than Osmond. The real question is whether they can even gather 20 people. Duamon broke out in a cold sweat. He sighed, acknowledging the harsh reality and thinking to himself that Subaru must have already found teammates. But Subaru's voice was cold as ice. I don't have any. Not right now. Watching this bold exchange on her device, Asagiri let out a quiet, intrigued gasp. Now that's impressive. The woman was effortlessly scaling a sheer cliff face, her eyes glowing with excitement as she followed the masked man's every move. Sigurd wondered to herself, is he really planning to handle it all alone? Looking at the screen, she realized this young man's style was identical to the Subaru of the past. It was a coincidence that struck a painful chord in her heart. He's exactly like Subaru. I wish this wasn't a live broadcast. On the stream, bombarded with questions from viewers about why he wasn't tackling other stages, Subaru answered decisively, no, I have no interest in them whatsoever. He adjusted his mask and made a sudden announcement. I'm clocking out. I've made enough money. Why exhaust myself streaming? The viewership, which had peaked at over 4,000, was left hanging as Subaru waved goodbye. Thanks for tuning in. The screen went black with a single notification. Subaru has ended the live broadcast. Sarah screamed in utter frustration. What? No! She was furious, having lost her only source of entertainment while waiting to advance to the third floor. But a moment later, Sigurd burst into delighted laughter. Her eyes shone with a mixture of fury and nostalgia. He really does remind me of him. Sigurd gazed thoughtfully into the distance, realizing this young man possessed an exceptionally unique personality. He always carves his own path no matter what anyone says. It's as if the real Subaru is streaming right now. Closing her device, Sigurd made a firm decision. All right then. She gripped the rock face tightly, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she thought about the upcoming tournament. Trying to run, are you? Let's see how you plan to escape my grasp. Sigurd launched herself toward the mountain peak with terrifying speed, tearing through the mist and leaving behind a cryptic message. But I hope he doesn't win. Strolling down the street, Hasuka looked at Subaru with admiration. Just as she'd predicted, this was exactly how Subaru would act. You really are just like the original. Though worried that viewers might not like her, she gave him some sincere advice. If Subaru only did normal jobs, his channel would never stand out. Subaru nodded slightly, taking it in. You think so? Thanks for the advice. When asked about his future plans, his answer was firm. I'm going to hunt until the tournament starts. I don't know what kind of opponents will show up, so I figure I should level up a bit. Subaru knew he needed to test his body's current tolerance for lightning and wanted to gauge the true power of his thunder core. His eyes hardened with determination. Anyone who touches my loved one's belongings gets zapped until they're burnt to a crisp. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Jinzaki Naoto, a member of the Blue Sector Guild, was storming forward, his face a mask of rage. He gritted his teeth and cursed, unable to believe that some nobody was forcing him to come all the way here for a summons instead of obediently coming to them with his tail between his legs. Naoto strode into the tavern, his heart filled with contempt for the third-floor pipsqueak he was about to meet. The moment he stepped through the door, he offered a reluctant greeting. "Hello, I'm here." He had the face of a man about to get slapped. Johto was already waiting in a quiet corner. He raised a hand, gesturing, "Over here." Naoto let out an irritated grunt upon seeing the San Guildmaster calmly sipping a drink. Joteu got straight to the point. "So, you must be Mr. Jinzaki from the Blue Sector? I hear you have an issue you'd like to discuss regarding one of our live broadcasts." Naoto's voice was a low growl as he demanded to know the whereabouts of the streamer causing all the buzz. But Johto casually replied that Subaru wasn't present as he was busy with personal matters. This attitude sent Naoto into a fury. He slammed his hand on the table and roared, "For a mere rookie, he's far too arrogant." Busy? What could possibly be more important than this? Faced with such aggression, Joteu remained firm, flatly refusing to discuss his partner's private life. He looked Naoto dead in the eye, emphasizing that he had already made his own wishes clear. And that is precisely why Subaru is not here. Naoto gritted his teeth in fury as he realized his opponent's intention. "I know exactly what you people are up to. You're just trying to hoard your golden goose all to yourselves." He slammed the table again, demanding Jotei reconsider, arguing that Subaru should join a major guild instead of wasting his time with live broadcasts. Despite the hostility, a mysterious smile never left Jotei's lips. He calmly pointed out that famous streamers nowadays could earn as much as top-tier rankers. Jotei scoffed, noting that there would always be people who look down on live streaming as a legitimate profession. A job's a job, as long as it pays well. Naoto snarled, accusing Jotei of deliberately making an enemy of the Blue Sector. However, the department head simply asked him to hear him out, explaining that the company always prioritized the streamer's will and would fully support whatever decisions Subaru made. Naoto sneered, calling Jotei an outdated old man who didn't understand the rules of this world, and threatened that the Blue Sector wouldn't let this go. In response to this insolence, Jotei coldly stated that there are some people in this world who are never swayed by cheap threats. Instantly, a terrifying pitch-black mana pressure erupted from Jotei's body, engulfing the entire room. Naoto froze, completely stunned, as sweat poured down his face. He could feel the overwhelming power suffocating the very air around him. Jotei's voice was a low growl as he dismissed his guest. "If you're done talking, get out. Don't make me use force." Kicked out so bluntly, Naoto shrieked in rage. "Get out? Who do you think you're talking to?" Though he was trembling with fear, he tried to maintain his aggressive facade as he backed toward the door. Jotei simply waved him away with a look of utter contempt. Naoto scrambled away, screaming one last threat. "I swear you'll pay for this." Watching the defeated figure, Jotei leisurely sat down, sipped his wine, and let out a sarcastic remark. "Ooh, so scary." Down in the third-floor dungeon known as the Celestial Serpent's Lair, the connection was successfully established. From the deep darkness, a colossal serpent with white scales and blazing red eyes roared, slithering out of its cavern. From a distance, Subaru quietly observed the monster. His eyes blazed with resolute lightning. He gripped his weapon, ready for a new hunt, and launched a volley of thunder spears to attack it. A relentless storm of soul-crushing sword strikes rained down, leaving his opponent completely unable to resist. The great serpent shrieked in agony, writhing under the player's fierce and overwhelming assault. After the devastating barrage, Subaru casually slung his weapon over his shoulder and muttered to himself, "All right." The test run went smoothly. He looked at the glowing demonic sword, feeling the perfect harmony between his body and the power of thunder. Subaru lowered his center of gravity, his razor-sharp eyes locked on the dying target. "Enough struggling. Let me send you straight to the afterlife." He launched himself into the air, channeling all his lightning energy into his weapon to form a massive spear of pure light. Subaru delivered the finishing blow, piercing straight through the monster's mouth, which was hanging open in utter despair. A world-shaking explosion of lightning erupted, incinerating and completely crushing the great serpent amidst the desolate wasteland. The system continuously displayed notifications congratulating Subaru on defeating the celestial serpent boss, along with leveling up. His strength, stamina, and concentration stats all increased at once. Subaru sat quietly on the colossal serpent's corpse, thoughtfully observing the loot he had just obtained. In his hand, he held the celestial serpent's fang, which glowed with a brilliant red light. Subaru mused that this could probably sell for about 10,000 reputation points, or at least that was the price 20 years ago. Looking at his status screen, he realized he'd reached level 35, a staggering jump of 9 levels in just 3 short days. Subaru told himself this was enough, and that he shouldn't get too greedy. After all, Tosha was still waiting for him. The scene shifts to a luxurious cafe, where Hasuka was already seated, waving enthusiastically at Subaru. As he approached the table, he asked, "What's up?" She grinned mischievously, her eyes sparkling, and immediately shot back, "I've got some hot news for you. Are you ready to become a star?" In the face of his manager's excitement, Subaru just looked bewildered and asked, "What?" Hasuka was surprised that Subaru still hadn't heard about the latest development. Subaru lightly touched his head and explained, "Oh, the collab video? Sorry, I've been busy." Hasuka smiled sympathetically. "It's fine, you're just too busy to realize how rich you've become. Even if you don't mean to be, that's exactly what makes you, Subaru." However, her expression suddenly turned serious as she pushed a folder toward him. "But there's something about you that's different from the original. Check this out." Subaru could only let out a gasp of utter shock. Hasuka handed Subaru a folder, explaining it was the revenue statement from his recent collab stream with H. Subaru opened it and was stunned to see the number. 44,789 reputation points, an income far beyond anything he had ever imagined. Hasuka leaned in slightly, explaining that she could have given him the statement any time, but she was actually meeting him today for another, far more important reason. Hasuka hesitantly began talking about a friend named Kyoharu, a gambling addict she was always reluctant to introduce. "But it's thanks to him that I learned something valuable." Subaru asked curiously, "What did he do?" Hasuka started explaining a type of betting where players wager on the winner to receive a prize. According to the rules, the higher a person's chance of winning, the lower the payout ratio. In other words, the profit is smaller, but it's a much safer bet. Hasuka's voice grew stern, warning him that his current payout ratio was 6.1, but there was another player with an overwhelmingly dominant ratio of just 1.2. Seeing the scales of power tip so heavily to one side, Subaru demanded, "Who is he?" Hasuka stated the name clearly, Oma Snyder. "He's a member of the Azure Guild, a man who's been stuck on the 3rd floor for 10 long years, all because of his obsession with conquering the Thunder Dungeon. 10 years of penance can't compare to a single day with a cheat code. That insane persistence was what made him famous, even though he wasn't a renowned gamer or a celebrated streamer." Hasuka worriedly explained that Snyder was undoubtedly looking for a confrontation. Subaru's on-stream declaration that he would clear the Thunder Dungeon alone was nothing short of a public insult, mocking Snyder's decade of grueling effort. Noticing how agitated Hasuka was getting, Subaru gently reminded her, "But you're a little too close." Only then did Hasuka realize she was practically nose-to-nose with him, causing her to blush beet red with embarrassment. She quickly backed away, urging Subaru to be extremely careful, as he would likely run into Snyder during the upcoming challenges on the 3rd floor, Octon. Night had fallen, and the clatter of horse hooves echoed on the empty street. In the kingdom's quiet darkness, a horse-drawn carriage moved silently through the deserted streets, heading straight for the Thunder Dungeon. Inside the carriage, the air was thick with hostility. One of the soldiers declared loudly, "Tomorrow, we're going to crush that little punk's glorious halo." His companions endlessly mocked the one who had dared to boast about conquering the Thunder Dungeon alone on a live broadcast. They claimed that streamer had no idea what he was up against, because the Thunder Dungeon was a true hell that no one dared to enter alone. Sitting silently in a dark corner, Captain Oma Snyder, a man with a full beard and an intense gaze, quietly listened to the chatter. A subordinate advised him worriedly, "Please don't pay their words any mind. Captain Snyder simply raised an eyebrow, his piercing blue eyes shining with contemplation. He replied calmly, "Let them bark. All I care about is whether that kid has real talent or not." Snyder admitted that although the rookie's career had been short, he had truly become the new Master of Lightning, the very power the Azure Guild has coveted for so long. His subordinates, however, were still seething with resentment. They claimed the masked guy was far too arrogant, thinking he was the real Subaru just because he'd mastered lightning. Snyder cut them off with a growl. "Enough. This is no time for jealousy or envy." And looking down on his achievement is just pathetic. Faced with their captain's sternness, the bald soldier hesitated, asking if they really had to respect the guy. Snyder clenched his fist, affirming through gritted teeth, "If you must, then you will." Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the carriage, startling the subordinates. The gold coin in Snyder's hand had been crushed to dust by nothing more than the power of his fingers. Money itself is blameless, but watching the scene unfold, the bald-headed soldier broke out in a cold sweat. He realized that for all of Snyder's grandstanding, the man's pride was utterly shattered. He secretly feared for the streamer's fate, because facing a monster with pride as wounded as Snyder's was guaranteed to be a catastrophe. Meanwhile, in his humble rented room, Subaru was intently studying a dossier on his next opponent. He set his mask and sword aside, muttering to himself, 10 years grinding in a single cavern? Is that guy even sane? Flipping through the pages, Subaru saw that Oma Snyder had only risen to prominence 5 years ago, joining the Blue District right around that time. The records showed Snyder's talent always shone brightest in the Thunder Cavern Challenge, where he'd reached the very deepest part, just a single step away from the final goal. Subaru stared at his enemy's photograph, his voice low and thoughtful. Oma Snyder of the Blue District. Staring at Snyder's profile, Subaru mused to himself, "And here I thought he seemed so confident, organizing a tournament like this. But it makes sense if you already have a prime candidate from your own camp lined up." A sly smirk spread across his face. "Sorry to disappoint you, Kyo, but I'm back." He glanced at his sword and mask, a silent challenge in his eyes. Let's just see if things go according to his little plan. The scene shifts to the ON Central Market, where a merchant is shamelessly lowballing a mercenary. He scoffs that the monster hide is covered in scratches, offering a measly 1,500 reputation points, which makes the soldier cry out in disbelief. What? That's all? But faced with the old merchant's unyielding stance, the mercenary could only grit his teeth and accept the cheap offer. The old man smirked to himself, thinking he'd struck gold. The Cho hide was incredibly valuable. It's just that most people were clueless about its true worth. Just then, Subaru loomed over the table and placed a brilliantly glowing item down with a thud. "This is the fang of a sky serpent," he said, his voice cold. "How much will you offer for it?" The merchant's eyes widened in shock. It was a perfect, undamaged S-rank item, but his inherent greed instantly took over, and a devious smile spread across his face. He feigned a careful inspection, declaring it a high B rank, maybe an A rank at best. He even complimented the hunter's skill before inventing a tiny scratch as an excuse to downgrade the artifact. The merchant continued his scam, claiming that supply was suddenly flooding the market, causing demand to plummet. He displayed a price of 8,000 credits on the screen, making Subaru pause and think, considering 20 years have passed, this price might not be too bad after all. But Subaru immediately saw through the old swindler's game. "In this condition, it's worth at least 15,000 credits, he stated flatly. "Take it or leave it." Subaru declared decisively that he was the one setting the price. With that, he turned to walk away, leaving the merchant stammering and trying to save face. Suddenly, a towering figure crackling with electricity materialized directly behind Subaru. He was a brawny warrior with long hair and a goatee, wielding a massive spear that radiated an overwhelming pressure. He stared down at Subaru, his eyes like ice, and his voice rumbled. "So, you're the little punk who bragged about soloing my dungeon, are you?" Behind his mask, Subaru remained perfectly calm. He met the man's gaze and confirmed without hesitation, "I am." The scene cuts to Subaru sitting opposite Snyder in a luxurious lounge. "Why don't we just get straight to the point?" he suggested coolly, adding that they weren't exactly on friendly terms, so there was no need to sit around drinking coffee like old pals. As he watched his opponent savor a sweet kemet, Subaru silently noted the bizarre contrast between the sugary treat and the man's typically grim demeanor. Snyder spoke slowly, his voice deliberate. You claimed you would conquer the Thunder Cavern. Subaru's response was pure nonchalance. Yeah, so what? Snyder let out a faint smirk. You're still wet behind the ears, kid. You haven't earned the right to talk so big. He admitted that was his first thought, seeing some nobody who'd only reached the third floor suddenly pop up and claim he'd conquer the Thunder Cavern. Subaru shot back. So, have you changed your mind? Snyder's reply was non-committal, saying it was about 50-50. However, he conceded that he recognized at least half of Subaru's worth purely due to the immense potential he possessed. Snyder's voice took on a grating competitive edge. Still, I find it hard to believe you're even being mentioned in the same breath as me. Staring into his opponent's blazing eyes, Subaru realized this man wasn't just some eccentric, he was deadly serious. And? Subaru asked bluntly, you didn't track me down just to sing my praises, did you? Snyder immediately laid out a heavy demand, requiring Subaru to retract his earlier statement about conquering the Thunder Cavern alone. His piercing blue eyes blazed with menace as he growled, demanding that Subaru admit his words were nothing more than the arrogant babbling of an ignorant fool. Go live and issue a sincere apology. You're threatening the wrong person, buddy. Subaru, completely unfazed, simply replied, that doesn't sound much like a proposal. He clarified that he wouldn't force Subaru to do it right now. Instead, Snyder offered him a wager. If I defeat you in the upcoming tournament, he declared, you will publicly acknowledge your own inadequacy. That is when you will bow your head and apologize. Fine, Subaru replied calmly, not missing a beat. But I have a condition of my own. If I'm the one who wins, you will hand over every piece of data you possess on the Thunder Cavern. Subaru stared him down, his voice low and hard. You're the one who started this. You wouldn't dare refuse those terms, would you? Snyder accepted without a moment's hesitation. No problem at all. Because there is zero chance I will lose, at least not to you as you are now. But pride often comes before a fall. With that, he rose to his feet and turned, walking away with an air of pure arrogance. Watching him go, Subaru thought to himself, so the old man does have some substance to him. He's not just a greedy blowhard. Meanwhile, over at the management agency's office, the atmosphere was absolutely buzzing. A male employee stared at his screen, utterly stunned. Over 10,000 participants? Watching the registration numbers skyrocket, he figured that with the Teleria shoes on the line, the turnout was bound to be insane. A small smirk touched his lips as a hint of regret crossed his mind. Man, if this competition had been around when I was still on the third floor, I would have given it a shot, he mused. Then, weighing the two frontrunners, he began his analysis. Subaru, the hype is out of control, and the risk is way too high. Snyder, on the other hand, is a safe choice, with a proven track record of profitability. He glanced at the odds for Snyder, still a solid 1.2. Even with so many people jumping in, he told himself the smart money was obvious. But as a professional gambler, he decided to trust his gut over the raw numbers. He decisively taps the button on his screen. All right, I'm putting everything on Snyder. All in. A sudden, frantic ringing from his phone makes Sion Hyon jump, causing him to drop the device on his desk. He yells in shock, "Whoa, you scared me!" Answering the call, Sion Hyon immediately snaps irritably. Are you spying on me? What the hell do you think you're doing? On the other end of the line, Hasuka calmly retorts, You're getting mixed up in that gambling stuff again, aren't you? Her words hit a nerve, leaving Sion Hyon stunned. He frantically scans his surroundings. I knew it. Hey, where did you hide the bug? Is it in my office? Or did you plant it on me? Hasuka dismisses his nonsense and gets straight to the point. More importantly, just tell me how to play the game you're playing. Sion Hyon asks in disbelief. Huh? Are you seriously planning to get into betting? Hasuka declares confidently, I bet this month's entire salary on our boy. If I don't get rich, I'm quitting. Hearing this, Sion Hyon screams in helpless frustration. You idiot! Don't you care about the money you worked for? He presses her, asking if she truly believes Subaru can win this match. While insisting he isn't underestimating Subaru, Sion Hyon tries to reason with her logically. I mean, you have to look at their fighting styles, the stats, and the betting odds to calculate the probability. He explains that Snyder is no third floor nobody with achievements that far surpass even the original Subaru. According to him, a rookie streamer aiming to take down someone who has trained for a decade is just a pipe dream. Fed up with her colleagues' incessant noise, Hasuka throws down a challenge. Want to bet? If you lose, you can work next month without pay. Seonhyun doesn't even flinch, accepting instantly. Hasuka leaves him with a cold warning. Don't you dare come crying to me later. As she strides down the hallway, she suddenly freezes in astonishment, catching a glimpse of a mysterious figure in a black cloak. Hasuka murmurs softly, "Huh?" Meanwhile, back in the office, Seonhyun stares angrily at the disconnected phone. Tsk, that woman, hanging up on me like that. He wonders why Hasuka suddenly brought up betting and whether something serious has happened that he doesn't know about. Amidst the bustling crowd at Antenna, Oma Snyder marches imposingly with a spear over his shoulder, radiating an aura that commands respect. His subordinate walking beside him asks for his opinion on the rising new opponent. Snyder replies grimly, "He is no ordinary opponent." The captain's heavy words send a chill down the subordinate's spine. He trembles, wondering if even a seasoned warrior like Snyder could possibly lose to that rookie. Snyder maintains his cold demeanor, understanding that true danger can only be felt in a direct confrontation. His eyes blaze with determination as he affirms to himself, "The word lose doesn't exist in my vocabulary, just you wait." However, his every move is being watched by Sigurasagi, who observes secretly from the top of a skyscraper. Watching Snyder's retreating figure, Siger smiles with amusement. So, that's him, is it? The top contender for the championship, Snyder. She notes his magical energy is quite impressive, confident that she won't have to worry about any unexpected turns in the upcoming battle. The tournament flags flutter proudly in the wind, signaling that the fateful moment is near. The final day of the competition has finally arrived. The atmosphere at the Antenna Arena is more electric than ever, flooded with thousands of players and spectators. Inside a dark tunnel, Subaru walks with heavy steps. The sound of his boots echoes grimly against the stone floor. The heavy iron gate slowly creaks open. Subaru emerges into the dazzling light of the arena, ready to face whatever comes his way. The moment Subaru strides into the arena, the entire stadium erupts in a deafening roar. A buzz ripples through the crowd as they recognize the familiar figure. That mask. It's Subaru. His appearance leaves many in utter disbelief. That noob? He's actually competing today? At this point, the voting gates have officially closed, and Subaru's betting odds have secured him the number 2 spot. He's the underdog, but he's about to flip the tables. A tall, imposing shadow emerges. It's Oma Snyder. He is clad in jet black armor, wielding a colossal spear that exudes an incredibly heavy pressure. The atmosphere in the arena reaches a fever pitch. Thousands of spectators leap to their feet, wildly chanting the name of the man with the top betting odds. Snyder, Snyder. The sheer number of Snyder's fans is overwhelming. The cheers echo throughout the vast space, accompanied by a brilliant fireworks display lighting up the sky to welcome the strongest contender for the championship. Through the hazy smoke, a beautiful female MC with long braided blonde hair suddenly appears and speaks with a clear, resonant voice. "Thank you all for waiting. I'm Mizuha from Blue Zone, and I'll be your host for this tournament. It's a pleasure to have you all here." She quickly explains the rules, stating that the battle will proceed through fierce preliminary rounds to determine the best of the best who will advance to the finals. With an excited tone, Mizuha declares, "And now, let's take a look at the prize, the reward reserved only for the final winner. Let's see the grand prize for our champion." From below, Subaru squints with determination, preparing to lay his eyes on the item he has so desperately coveted. Mizuha announces the priceless treasure to the entire audience, the very boots that once belonged to the god Hermes. This is the most prized possession of the Blue Zone Guild, a legendary relic of Hasuka Soya, a saint known as Teleria. As the boots materialize dazzlingly on stage, Subaru gazes up with an unwavering look in his eyes. He silently calls out to his former comrade and makes a vow. "What belongs to my friend must be returned to me." Snyder doesn't stand a chance. Meanwhile, Hasuka watches from afar, noting Subaru's probably about to start his live stream. She can't hide her fury that Soya's relic is being used as a prize. Those bastards. How dare they? Suddenly, Hasuka feels an immense pressure from behind. She whips around in shock and instantly freezes, recognizing the identity of the person who just appeared. Hasuka trembles with absolute terror. This is the one person she wanted to avoid at all costs. She's just run into her worst nightmare. Before her stands a mysterious dark figure in a cloak and a cold iron mask, advancing menacingly. The system announces that Subaru's live stream has officially begun in the middle of the arena. The viewer count quickly soars past 3,000 people. The chat exploded with fervent greetings, everyone buzzing with curiosity about the mysterious streamer's identity. Subaru's voice came through, calm and quiet. It's been a while. As comments flooded the screen, he thought to himself that it was impossible to keep up with the chat's speed. Suddenly, a quest from a fan named Subaru Sister Love popped up with an insane reward. 30,000 points if he won the championship. Subaru replied nonchalantly, 30,000 reputation points. Thank you. He accepted the donation with the cold detachment of a stranger. He decisively drew his magic sword, his eyes blazing with a battle-ready fury. Subaru growled, now, then. At that exact moment, the MC Mizuha's excited shout riled up the crowd. Fireworks lit up the sky as Mizuha declared, let the tournament begin. Instantly, a violent storm of dark green energy began to gather before erupting in the center of the arena. A colossal pillar of light shot straight into the heavens, unleashing such terrifying pressure that every contestant and spectator was left utterly stunned. The crowd roared in amazement at the sheer scale of the spectacle. They believed only the Kyojo Itsuki could pull off something so extraordinary. Standing in the brilliant glow, Subaru narrowed his eyes, silently noting that a display of this magnitude must have taken more than just a few days to prepare. A solemn atmosphere descended upon the entire stadium as the warriors took their ready positions. The system announced the official start of the preliminary round, transporting Subaru and thousands of other contestants into a vast jungle arena. A brutal rule of survival flashed across the screen. There's no room for morality here. Survival is the only justice. The challenge would only end when the number of survivors dropped to exactly 1,000, forcing everyone into a desperate, frantic battle for a ticket to the next round. Looking at the current count of 10,259 people, Subaru calmly assessed that this was a battle royale. He calculated that since no one was targeting him from the start, he could use the opportunity to conserve his stamina for the more grueling stages ahead. However, viewer requests kept pouring in, challenging him to an irresistible deathmatch, 100 points for every single kill. Seeing the tempting rewards from two different sponsors, a calculating smirk played on Subaru's lips. Suddenly he spun around, sensing a wave of killing intent rushing at him from behind. A ferocious enemy launched a surprise attack, and the chat erupted in a frenzy. This is insane! Wipe that guy out and claim the prize! Completely unfazed, Subaru tightened his grip on his sword. His eyes shone with a cold light as he stared down the approaching enemy like a juicy piece of prey, 200 reputation points, right there for the taking. The purge was so ruthless that the number of survivors quickly plummeted to just 854. Deep in the jungle, Oma Snyder strode forward with a giant spear slung over his shoulder, casually ignoring the minor skirmishes around him. He scoffed with contempt. These small fry aren't even worth my time. His eyes burned with unwavering resolve as he confirmed he had only one target. He uttered the name softly, Subaru. Just then, an arrow flew towards him, but he easily dodged it. So, it's an ambush. A sloppy one at that. The group of hunters with the archer grew rowdy. One of them excitedly called out, "Place your bets, boys!" One arrow, and that's an easy 100 points for Can you when his target dodged the shot, the archer snapped, "Chesh, stop moving!" before turning to taunt his opponent. You're a lucky one, aren't you? The group began to worry now that their one-shot assassination plan had failed, but another member just laughed, reassuring his team that their opponent was just some loser who'd been stuck on the third floor for 10 years straight. Surrounded, Oma Snyder stood tall, his massive spear resting on his shoulder. He stated calmly, "Not a bad plan, but you've picked the wrong opponent." Seeing Snyder's unwavering arrogance, a bald man wielding a hammer stepped forward and sneered, "Listen to this guy. Trying to act tough because you're about to die?" But before he could finish his sentence, an invisible slash tore through the air. Watching his comrade fall in an instant, the archer screamed in shock, "What happened? That wasn't even in his spear's range." Snyder stood firm amidst a violent explosion of intense purple spiritual energy and declared coldly, "I've seen countless fools like you." His eyes blazed with killing intent as he channeled all of his power into his colossal spear. A single powerful swing created an earth-shattering slash that ripped the ground apart, crushing the entire legion of hunters in a blinding flash of purple light. Snyder walked coolly past his defeated foes, growling, "If you want to climb the tower, you'd better start grinding. Stop dreaming, kids." A violent purple aura enveloped his body, creating a suffocating pressure that would make anyone tremble in fear. He advanced, his eyes glowing menacingly as he announced, "The only thing that could have protected you this far is now over." Watching Snyder's absolute domination on the big screen, the audience in the arena was stunned into a terrified silence. His every movement carried destructive force. Every swing of his spear made his opponents scream in agony. The difference in power was simply too vast, turning the preliminary round into a personal stage for his overwhelming strength. Amidst the chaos, a man yelled frantically, trying to rally his formation, "Hey, don't run. This is just a test. Don't be such cowards." But his call was useless against the spreading tide of fear. Sitting quietly in a corner and observing, Asagiri mused that this couldn't even be called a real battle. Her eyes were glued to the screen, showing Subaru certain that if he advanced to the higher floors, he would undoubtedly rank among the absolute best players. Her faith in her idol was absolute. Her thoughts were interrupted by the girl next to her, who was watching Subaru's live stream and screaming her head off. Asagiri turned and asked, "Could you lower the volume a bit? Are you a diehard Subaru fan?" Hasuka blushed, then flashed a brilliant smile and introduced herself. "My name is Hasuka. I've also been a fan for 20 years. Their brief conversation was cut short as the system announced that the number of survivors in the preliminary round was now down to 1,342. Standing in the desolate forest, Subaru calmly scanned his surroundings and whispered into his microphone, "How many were just eliminated?" The chat immediately lit up with scrolling numbers. The audience confirmed he had just sent 98 enemies packing, including the one who had tried to flee. Watching the sky begin to change, Subaru mumbled, "Is it almost over?" He gently touched his mask to adjust his gear, while viewers relentlessly reminded him of the 200-point reward for each kill. Thinking that number sounded pretty good, a bold idea suddenly sparked in Subaru's mind, and his eyes lit up with a mischievous glint. Instead of wasting time hunting them down one by one, he wondered, "Waiting for the enemy to come to me is too slow. I'll just turn on my locator and lure my debtors in." Without a moment's hesitation, Subaru grips the hilt of his sword and decisively draws the weapon from its sheath. The crowd goes wild. While the other players are busy hiding, they can't help but wonder what he's scheming. Subaru channels his thunderous power into the blade, unleashing a brilliant torrent of golden spiritual energy. He unleashed an earth-shattering slash that wiped out an entire section of the forest. Violent bolts of lightning erupted from Subaru's blade, felling ancient trees and sending a tremor that shook the entire arena. He turned himself into a brilliant focal point in the gloomy woods, deliberately making a loud noise to provoke all of his opponents. A thick cloud of dust and smoke rose from the wreckage, a testament to the overwhelming power of the one who wielded the lightning arts. From within the dense fog, a tall, imposing figure strode through the piles of defeated contestants. Oma Snyder appeared, a colossal spear resting on his shoulder. His eyes burned with killing intent as he stared at the devastation Subaru had just created. The big fish had arrived, and our boy was about to cash in. The moment they locked eyes, Snyder growled menacingly, "Found you." But Subaru didn't flinch. He gripped his sword, which now emanated a dark, foreboding aura, and coldly retorted, "I think I'm the one who found you." The audience watching the stream erupted with excitement as the tournament's heavy hitter finally made his appearance. Subaru strode forward confidently, looking his opponent dead in the eye and declaring, "Perfect timing. Let's not drag this out. Let's end it here." Just then, a new viewer mission flashed on the system with an insane reward. 1,000 points for defeating Dong Trao, and a staggering 10,000 points for taking down Oma Snyder. Looking at the glowing number 10,000, Subaru smirked with confidence. He thought to himself, "Looks like I'll be getting that sooner than I expected." The two strongest contenders in the tournament faced each other in the silent forest, poised for a life-or-death confrontation. The number of survivors was now 120, meaning only 202 more needed to be eliminated before the qualifying round officially ended. Subaru's eyes narrowed, cold and sharp, as a wave of power from his opponent's attack grazed past his shoulder. As expected, these dangerous guys are no joke, Oma Snyder mused with terrifying calmness. He nonchalantly told himself, just wait until I'm done cleaning up these ants. Then I'll deal with you. For Subaru, however, he understood this was no longer a battle of ordinary skills, but a clash of supreme martial techniques. Subaru focused intensely, knowing that a single moment of carelessness against that spear tip would mean the end of everything. The reach of Snyder's spear easily surpassed normal physical limits, forcing Subaru to constantly weave and dodge through waves of purple spiritual energy, searching for an opening. At that moment, the demonic sword Nameless began to furiously drain its master's life force to push its power to the absolute maximum. Drain all the blood you want, as long as it lets me take down the man in front of me. The system announced that his stats would increase in proportion to the life force consumed, and the greed skill had returned. He was also fighting with all his might to negate the demonic sword's negative effects. Subaru's eyes blazed with fury as he poured all his strength into a spin, creating a dark, arcing slash that tore through space itself to push back his opponent's pressure. A massive explosion of spiritual energy erupted as sword and spear clashed head-on. Snyder was stunned by his opponent's terrifying speed and power. He could only let out a gasp of shock as he found Subaru right in front of him. Subaru gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on the hilt, his eyes burning with killing intent as he faced the deadly spearhead rushing toward him. Snyder relentlessly swung his giant spear, creating sharp purple cuts that ripped through the air. Subaru moved with fluid agility, constantly dodging and using his demonic sword to parry his opponent's deadly thrusts. The impacts created brilliant sparks of electricity that lit up the entire forest. Behind his mask, Subaru's eyes glowed a menacing red. He focused completely, trying to keep up with Snyder's lightning-fast movements. The continuous clashes created powerful shockwaves that made the ground tremble violently amidst the thick dust and smoke. After a fierce exchange, the two suddenly broke apart, standing opposite each other in the silent, ruined battlefield. Snyder was panting, staring at Subaru with a look of doubt and confusion. "Not going to power up? Are you planning to fight me in the dark?" Subaru let out a slight huff and replied with pure arrogance, "Energy costs have gone up lately. I'm saving it for a more worthy opponent, kid." Snyder was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears hearing such contempt from his opponent. He asked again in disbelief, "Are you saying using it on me would be a waste?" As the system announced the number of survivors had dropped to 1,007, Snyder ground his teeth in frustration. "This is unbelievable. Are you deliberately dragging this out?" Without letting his opponent finish, Snyder shot forward with terrifying speed, unleashing a thunderous thrust that shook the entire arena. Subaru quickly raised his sword to block, creating a blinding explosion of spiritual energy the moment their weapons collided. Amidst the flying sparks, Subaru coolly taunted, "Don't tell me you were actually going all out just now." As the survivor count dropped to 1,003, Snyder roared in absolute humiliation, "You damn bastard." The qualifying round officially concluded as the number of remaining players hit exactly 1,000. Snyder withdrew his spear and left a cold warning for their next battle. "In our rematch, you'd better be prepared. You lost this round, and you're already asking for another?" Subaru was completely unfazed, casually replying, "Sure thing, see you soon." Before vanishing, he didn't forget to add a sarcastic remark about the 10,000 credits he'd be holding onto for his opponent. The system immediately began teleporting the players to the waiting area to prepare for the next round. The transfer completed, and Subaru appeared alone in a waiting room bathed in brilliant blue light. He had 30 precious minutes to fully recover the energy he'd spent in the chaotic battle. Looking at his hands still trembling from the aftershocks of the lightning, Subaru silently admitted that in those final seconds he had almost been completely overwhelmed by Snyder. He told himself that if the fight had lasted just a little longer, the outcome might have been very different. Meanwhile, his live stream was exploding with over 11,000 viewers and a flood of excited comments about the nail-biting performance he'd just delivered. Over 11,000 viewers. At this rate, the silver and gold play buttons are practically in my hands. According to what manager Hasuka had told him, this was the threshold that determined whether a streamer had what it takes to survive in the industry. Subaru felt a quiet satisfaction, realizing he had successfully begun to build his name and reputation. Everything, from the stream to the clash with Snyder, had gone smoothly, exactly according to plan. However, Subaru couldn't help but wonder why a fighter of Snyder's caliber was unable to see through the true secret of his thunderclap. Meanwhile, Subaru's live stream was blowing up with a continuous stream of donations. A donation notification pops up nearly 20,000 credits from two anonymous users. He thinks to himself, "I'll take what I can get," and sends a quick thank you to his viewers. A poor streamer's gotta hustle after all. No donation is too small. Instantly, Subaru decides to spend 80,000 credits to upgrade his greed skill to level 5. At its current B rank, the skill will powerfully suppress any negative side effects from his own abilities and gear. Subaru is stunned at how quickly he's reached B rank. He thinks to himself, if things are already moving this fast, maybe it's time to use that. It's like he's about to flip a switch and go into cheat mode. His opponents better run. Meanwhile, the audience watching his stream starts buzzing, wondering about their idol's sudden, unusual silence. They assume he's deep in thought, plotting his strategy for the final round. Night has fallen, and a full moon hangs high above the arena, which now glows with mysterious streams of azure spiritual energy. Elsewhere, Mizuha stands before the heavily guarded Talaria boots, her eyes filled with deep contemplation as she observes them in silence. She wonders if her suspicions are correct. A dark premonition tells her that a thief is about to be exposed. Lost in her thoughts, Mizuha suddenly flinches. A cold sweat breaks out as she hears someone call her name from behind. A soldier reports that reinforcements from the guild's main headquarters have arrived. Stunned, Mizuha spins around. She can't make sense of the situation and demands to know who's in charge. From the shadows, a tall, imposing figure emerges and replies in a cold voice, "I am." Mizuha freezes when she recognizes the man, Kurokawa Amon. Trembling, she asks why a high ranker like him would personally stoop to come all the way down to the 3rd floor. Kurokawa brushes past her, his face radiating killing intent as he drops a chilling remark. The guildmaster is in a very foul mood. Worried, Mizuha asks if his presence has anything to do with Subaru. Amon coldly confirms that their targets are both Subaru and Snyder. But then his expression turns grim as he warns her of another problem that has just emerged. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the arena, Hasuka sits across from a mysterious figure in a black cloak, the pressure they exude almost suffocating. The stranger's glowing eyes, visible from behind their mask, send a shiver down Hasuka's spine. She silently assesses that this person possesses an astonishing amount of magical power. She can't fathom why someone of this caliber would appear on such a low-level floor. Suddenly, the figure reaches up and removes their mask, revealing the face of a young woman with purple hair and sharp golden eyes. She may be beautiful, but her magic is terrifying. She introduces herself as Tam, adding with a slight smirk that being called Miss feels a bit unnatural. Judging by her aura, Hasuka can tell she's anything but ordinary. In fact, she's incredibly powerful. She even knows that the woman is using face-altering magic. Hasuka is floored, wondering if this woman is an assassin sent by the Blue Guild. She asks bluntly, "Are you here to destroy this tournament?" As killing intent flares from her, she declares, "Because if you are, I will stop you, no matter the cost." Suddenly, a glowing blue panel materializes in midair, displaying a single message: "The test will now begin." Instantly, a blinding flash of light erupts, leaving the contestants stunned and terrified. Someone nearby screams, "What the hell is this?" He begins to tremble as he realizes an unbelievable truth. We've been standing right next to each other this whole time. How did I not hear a thing? Amid the chaos and screams, Subaru remains perfectly still, his composure disturbingly calm. The system continues to broadcast the rules. The test will be a territory conquest. Occupy the enemy's territory. A beautiful little fairy suddenly appears to explain the rules in greater detail. She announces that when the match begins, each player will be assigned their own unique territory. This land is a 2-person job. Win the fight, and the deed is yours. The warrior's mission is threefold: defend their own territory, conquer others, and hold their ground. Once an opponent is defeated, the victor will absorb all the territory that belonged to them. The little fairy enthusiastically declares, "When time runs out, the player who controls the most territory wins." She then boosts their morale by reminding them of the priceless prize. "Who will become the new master of the Talaria?" she asks. "In 2 hours, we will have our answer." A thunderous gong echoes, signaling the official start of the test. The massive arena instantly transforms into a multicolored chessboard, where thousands of shadowy figures begin to clash, fighting for every inch of ground. Observing from his position, Subaru narrows his eyes. Just as I thought, he muses, no one's making a move. He analyzes the situation. If he attacks now, he'll only gain one territory at most. The smarter play is to wait patiently. Later in the game, all you have to do is defeat a single player who holds a lot of land to claim it all at once. Wait a bit longer before making a move, Subaru thinks. That's the standard strategy here. And yet, in the very next instant, he shoots forward like a phantom, unleashing a devastating slash that tears through a contestant right in front of him. Subaru coldly declares, I was going to play it safe, but my viewers are forcing me to become a money-making machine. He stands defiantly on the battlefield, his magic sword glowing, ready for a large-scale massacre. In another corner of the arena, Oma Snyder is conducting an equally bloody purge. Everywhere his spear swings, fresh blood splatters, turning the surrounding territory into a living hell. In the midst of his battle frenzy, Snyder frantically scans the area, impatiently thinking, where is Subaru? He's desperately searching for his true rival. From above, the arena looks like a giant, blood-stained chessboard, with territories constantly changing hands. Shadowy figures with eyes glowing red with killing intent clash madly, creating a scene of pure, brutal chaos. In the eye of this chaotic storm, Subaru remains strangely calm. He silently observes the battlefield, letting the others slaughter each other around him. Let the others fight it out, the streamer's got money to make. Seeing Subaru suddenly turn his back and walk away, Snyder is stunned and roars in fury. Get back here, he bellows. I was just getting warmed up and now you're leaving? The livestream chat immediately explodes with comments, all of them questioning Subaru's bizarre move. But Subaru doesn't even slow down. Without a backward glance, he replies coldly, fighting you doesn't pay the bills. I'm off to farm some newbies for a bit. His sheer, ruthless pragmatism stunned the audience into silence as fresh blood dripped from the edge of his sharp blade. Subaru stood defiantly, having just sent another obstacle out of the game. He silently assessed that the tower's third floor was far more challenging than he'd imagined. The gap between him and Snyder was wider than he ever expected. Just then, a system notification echoed. Player Don Chow has entered your territory. Subaru stared in shock as the magic screen continued to flash its warning. 2 players are currently in this territory. You are prohibited from moving to another territory. A hulking bald man stepped forward, blocking his path. The stranger stared down at Subaru and demanded, You're Subaru, aren't you? The livestream chat immediately exploded with recognition. Don Chow from the Blue Zone? Isn't he one of Snyder's lackeys? Oh, if that's the case, this is about to get interesting. The bald man smirked smugly. My captain would probably chew me out for beating you here. Subaru's eyes narrowed coldly. Blue Zone, huh? He decisively drew his magic sword, ready to fight back. Wasting no more time, Don Chow yelled, Sorry in advance, Captain, and lunged forward, swinging his staff with incredible force. A lightning-fast clash erupted as Subaru deftly weaved and dodged the powerful strikes of the staff. He unleashed a devastating slash so precise that his opponent had no time to react. Don Chow froze in utter disbelief, staring at the weapon in his hand, which had just been sliced cleanly in 2. He stammered in horror. What? My weapon was just sliced in half? Seizing the opportunity, Subaru landed a thunderous kick that sent the mercenary flying. Subaru instantly closed the distance, the ice-cold tip of his blade resting against his opponent's throat. He mocked him coldly. I take that back, Captain. Don Chow trembled in absolute humiliation, unable to believe he had been so utterly defeated. The audience watching the stream began to jeer. The one-swordsman Don Chow, he can't even be called a swordsman. What a piece of trash. He must have bribed his way in, because he sure as hell can't fight. Suddenly, a shocking system notification appeared. Player Snyder has entered your territory. A grave intensity flared in Subaru's eyes. While viewers excitedly commented, Damn, looks like he was telling the truth. It's like everyone's lining up to get their turn, Snyder roared with fury and charged straight at his opponent. He was thrilled to have finally caught up to Subaru. Sparks flew as sword and spear clashed, a testament to the crushing pressure Snyder was putting on him. Seeing Subaru constantly dodging and defending, Snyder bellowed a demand. Use your lightning, because if you don't, my next attack will definitely take your life. The live stream audience erupted in a buzz of conversation. Some wondered if Snyder wanted to kill his opponent or save him, while others mocked his bizarre politeness in waiting for his foe to unleash their trump card. Subaru quickly backed away, creating a safe distance between them. Such artistry in your dodges. Witnessing his opponent's retreat, Snyder taunted him, "Are you planning to just keep running?" Subaru coldly replied that he was about to give him exactly what he'd been longing for. Instantly, the system announced, "Activating Thunder." Thanks to the support of the Lightning Heart, the effects of Subaru's lightning-based skills were boosted by 20%, and he gained complete immunity to paralysis. At the same time, his level 5 Greed skill activated, completely nullifying all the brutal side effects of the lightning's power on his body. Subaru clenched the roaring electricity in his hand and declared that running away was only for the weak. Snyder was so stunned he froze, watching as Subaru materialized the elemental attribute into a blazing spear of lightning right in his hand. He couldn't believe a rookie could have reached such a masterful level, turning pure energy into a tangible weapon. With his power-up activated, the main character left his opponent completely stunned. Subaru advanced with his lightning spear, radiating an overwhelming, suffocating pressure. He looked his opponent dead in the eye and asked who was planning to run now. Snyder thought to himself with iron resolve, "If I can break that thing, I can finally overcome this." As he was walking with his subordinate, his teammate suddenly hesitated. "Captain, can I ask you a somewhat disrespectful question?" Snyder smirked slightly, replying that he already knew the question was disrespectful just by asking. The subordinate, still curious, couldn't understand why someone as strong as his captain, who could easily climb to the 5th or 6th floor, was so obsessed with the lightning element on the 3rd floor. Snyder just gave a faint smile. Who knows, he admitted. People who get too deep into something often forget why they even started. As his teammate grumbled about the vague answer, Snyder thoughtfully explained, "If it's for a good reason, you call it conviction. If it's for a bad one, it's an obsession. But one thing I know for sure is that whether I overcome this or not, it will change my entire life." Snyder's eyes burned with determination. Once you're committed, you have to see it through. Even if he lost, he would go down in a blaze of glory. Back in the present battle, a violent purple mana exploded around Snyder's spear as he poured all his strength into one attack. Snyder shot forward like a purple cyclone, the tip of his spear tearing through the air straight towards his opponent as he roared, "And you? I have a feeling you're about to become my second obsession." Facing that suffocating pressure, Subaru stood his ground, a powerful light radiating from his feet. To honor his opponent's 10 years of grinding, he thought to himself he would end this with one decisive blow. Subaru's voice was grim and determined. "The show's over. Get ready to face the full force of the storm." Instantly, he shot down like a brilliant golden thunderbolt, channeling all his lightning into a single finishing strike. Below, Snyder also erupted with purple mana, unleashing his full power to meet the suffocating pressure crashing down from above. The two immense forces collided head-on, creating a cataclysmic explosion that shook the very space around them. Snyder gritted his teeth, his piercing blue eyes blazing fiercely as he poured every ounce of his being into his spear to withstand Subaru's ferocious assault. The entire arena shattered, the ground cracking under the terrifying force of the high-level clash between the two warriors. The impact created a world-shaking explosion that wiped out the entire surrounding area. Confronted by the mysterious girl's questioning, Hasuka didn't flinch, looking her straight in the eye and declaring proudly, "Because I am Subaru's manager." This proud declaration left the stranger completely stunned. Hasuka went on to explain that if this tournament was ruined, Subaru's stream would suffer severe consequences, and she absolutely could not stand by and let that happen. She laughed triumphantly, boasting, "It took blood, sweat, and tears to sign him. Don't you dare ruin this." In a complete reversal of her earlier threatening demeanor, the mysterious girl instantly transformed into a true fangirl. She cupped her face, which was blushing with excitement. "You're really his manager? No way, I can't believe it." She revealed she'd been a die-hard fan ever since Subaru's fight against the Wolf Warrior. Seeing her enthusiasm, Hasuka asked in surprise, "You're a fan from the very beginning? Wait a minute. Does that mean you're also a fan of the blue-eyed Subaru?" Their conversation was suddenly cut short by a massive tremor from the arena floor. A blinding flash of light erupted, incinerating everything around the point of impact between Subaru and Snyder. Both girls whipped their heads back, holding their breath as they watched the earth-shattering explosion rock the entire stadium. Smoke, dust, and sparks shot through the air, creating a chaotic and overwhelming scene that left everyone completely stunned. Hasuka trembled. As she looked at the device in her hand, her face a mask of worry and pain, she whimpered softly, "A fight like this. How in the world are they going to compensate the organizers for all this damage?" Before her lay the utterly devastated ruins of the arena after that fatal collision. Streaks of brilliant yellow electricity still crackled amidst the rubble and thick smoke, signaling a truly catastrophic outcome. As the dust from the horrific impact began to settle, two figures were revealed standing amidst the wreckage. Snyder staggered, fresh blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as his body buckled under the immense damage from the savage lightning attack. He no longer had the strength to stand. His legs trembled and then gave out, sending him collapsing to the ground in total defeat. Subaru stood silently, looking down at the opponent who had fallen at his feet. His demon sword still crackled with brilliant yellow electricity. He uttered a cold, quiet farewell. "We'll meet again soon, Snyder." Instantly, the system notification board lit up the sky. "You have conquered a total of 283 territories." A clear voice boomed from the speakers, announcing the final result and sending the entire stadium into an uproar. The winner is Subaru, with 283 territories. Fireworks exploded across the sky, illuminating the face of the new king as he stood proudly amidst the thunderous applause. The crowd roared wildly, chanting Subaru's name in a frenzy of excitement after witnessing the unprecedented performance. Witnessing the new record being set, Hasuka was so shocked and moved that she was at a loss for words. Beside her, the mysterious girl with sharp golden eyes was also completely fixated on Subaru. Her gaze was grave, mixed with a clear sense of admiration. She murmured to herself in utter disbelief. Mizuha stood in the center of the stage, announcing once more over the deafening cheers. "The glorious winner of this tournament is Subaru." Subaru stood tall under the spotlight, the majestic aura of a new king silencing the entire arena. Not keeping the audience waiting, Mizuha continued to hype up the atmosphere. And now, the long-awaited prize will be awarded to the winner. The Teleria shoes, glowing inside a purple crystal, slowly descended. In the crowd, the mysterious cloaked girl quietly rose to her feet. Her eyes were glued to the stage, her expression deadly serious. The legendary shoes slowly landed in Subaru's hands. Feeling the familiar warmth of the artifact, he was stunned, wondering to himself, has it really been 20 years? Behind the mask, his eyes shone with indescribable emotion as he looked at the memento that had once connected him to his old comrades. Memories suddenly flooded back, an image of Tosha roaring with anger. "Which one of you borrowed my shoes to go pick up girls and didn't return them?" While Tosia was furiously interrogating his friends on the rooftop, Subaru could only ask wearily, "What's wrong, Tos? Are you losing it again?" Another man gently rubbed his stomach and sighed. "Hey man, you look miserable." "Ah, that's enough, I'm full." In every battle, there's always one who's hungry. The memory of Tosia was so vivid, he was screaming in absolute fury. "My shoes!" Tosia charged in like a madman, punching and kicking as he shrieked, having discovered his precious shoes had been taken. "I warned you 100 times not to take them. They'll lose their shape." Looking back at those chaotic, playful moments with the group on the rooftop all those years ago, Subaru couldn't help but let a small smile grace his lips. Back in the present, a flood of messages from the audience popped up, all assuming Subaru was broke and would definitely sell the item out of greed. Facing Mizuha's curious gaze, Subaru declared firmly, "I'm not selling." Mizuha blinked in confusion. "Huh?" She explained that the audience was buzzing because the shoes could be sold for an extremely high price, anywhere from several 100,000 to even 1,000,000 credits, but Subaru held his ground. "No matter how much they're worth, I'm not selling." The crowd below erupted into chaos, screaming wildly, "Bro, name your price! I'll sell my family fortune to buy those shoes!" The feverish hunt for the blue-eyed relic sent the stadium into a frenzy. One person even boasted that his inventory had far better items to try and tempt Subaru. Offers of 2 million, 2.1 million, and even up to 4 million credits were thrown out to sway him. Annoyed by the crowd's greed, Subaru spat out a single cold phrase, "Piss off." Instantly, a violent surge of golden lightning erupted from his body, striking down and shaking the entire arena as a warning to anyone with prying eyes. Amidst the crackling electricity, Subaru made a clear declaration to the entire audience. Let me make this clear. Even for 10 million credits, I wouldn't sell. His unwavering resolve and the pressure radiating from him made Mizuha tremble and break into a cold sweat. She lamented internally, "Why did I get dragged into this mess? The job is dangerous, but my salary never goes up." Subaru coldly turned his back. "All right, I'm leaving." He walked slowly into the tunnel, holding his old comrade's shoes, leaving the glory of the arena behind him. A quiet night enveloped the city, with lights from the skyscrapers flickering faintly in the dark. Eamon stared intently at his device's screen, his face showing clear astonishment at the match's outcome. He actually won. This was completely unexpected. Hanamaki Hiyori, the female archer from the green zone, approached him, gushing about Subaru's incredible performance against a master like Snyder. She asked Amon curiously, "Hey, is this guy a rep or the auth version of the legend?" Seeing her teammates' indifference, Hiyori explained how the public was referring to them. The blue-eyed Subaru is the original, and this streamer is the new guy. Amon clicked his tongue in annoyance at definitions he considered outdated and foolish. He growled, asserting that the order of comparison was backward, because it should be, if the new Subaru can do it, then the original Subaru should be able to do it too. This fundamental difference in perspective made Amon curse internally. Those blue-eye fanatics were the most annoying people on the planet. Despite Amon's frustrated muttering, Hiyori cheerfully followed him, asking about the thrilling events to come. Amon decisively slung his spear over his shoulder and coldly reminded her of their true objective. "Cut the chatter. We're here to drag that thief back." Seeing Eamon walking away dejectedly, Hiyori frantically ran after him, asking if he was angry. The two leaders of the black-clad assassins simply walked off. Elsewhere, Subaru quietly held the Teleria shoes in his hands, watched by over 11,000 live viewers. The chat exploded with conflicting opinions. Some called them outdated, while others marveled at the astronomical value of the famous artifact. Looking at the old item, Subaru thought to himself, "Tosia, even under these circumstances, I'm still glad to see you again." He silently thanked the viewer quests for helping to lighten his heart, even if just a little. Ignoring the audience's chatter about his unnervingly calm, expressionless face, Subaru began inspecting the item's stats. The unique grade shoes required a level of over 30, increasing movement speed by 25% and jumping power by 15%. Most notably, the cloud stepping skill could be activated twice a day. While viewers were still debating the utility of this extremely rare speed-boosting gear, Subaru suddenly received an urgent message from UIK on his handheld device. She warned him anxiously, "Hey, don't get lost celebrating. There's a pro thief lurking around here." Subaru frowned, wondering what was going on. Just then, amidst the bustling night crowd, a mysterious figure in a black cloak moved silently, their movements full of sinister intent. The strangers stood silently before the display case, their mind in turmoil. "What the hell am I doing here?" Standing right in front of Tosia's shoes, she adjusted her mask, her eyes blazing with determination, as she realized she'd come this far and there was no turning back. The sharp click of her heels echoed on the stone floor. She growled with ruthless intent in her mind, "If I can't borrow the shoes, I'll just take his legs to be sure." With golden eyes burning with killing intent and rage, the mysterious dark figure slipped into the crowd, vanishing into the busy city streets. In the quiet ambiance of a luxurious bar as night fell, Hasuka smiled faintly at Subaru and congratulated him on his recent victory. She thoughtfully told him she had already ordered food and prepared drinks, guessing he must be thirsty after the intense battle. Subaru quietly sat down. He took out his device, rereading the urgent warnings from Hasuka about a suspicious person targeting the prize, and asked in a low voice, "So, what were those messages about earlier?" Hasuka took a small sip of her drink, her expression turning more serious as she began to explain. "Well, I ran into someone very strange in the stands. It was a female gamer wearing a full-face mask who looked exactly like Subaru. At first, Hasuka found her suspicious, but after chatting for a bit, they hit it off, as both claimed to be his fans. But the moment Subaru secured his final victory, her expression suddenly changed in a bizarre way. Hasuka described it as looking as if she'd just been dumped by her boyfriend. She reasoned that no true fan would ever have such a pained look on their face when their idol won. Not to mention, right after that moment, she vanished without a trace." Although Hasuka tried to follow her, the mysterious woman's ability to blend into a crowd was truly impressive. Subaru fell silent, thinking he knew anyone skilled enough to hide their tracks from someone like Hasuka was no ordinary person. Just then, Hasuka remembered a crucial detail. Oh, and when I asked if she was a fan of Subaru, Subaru cut in, thinking she was talking about him, but Hasuka quickly corrected him. No, I don't mean you. I mean the member of Blue Eye. Hasuka continued, explaining that when she brought that up, the woman's expression became incredibly complicated. It felt like she was trying to confirm something, but not quite. Despite her vague attitude, Hasuka was certain she didn't deny having a connection to Blue Eye. Gently stirring her drink, Hasuka remarked pensively on the stranger's gaze. From the look in her eyes, I could tell she's here to settle an old score with you. Hasuka's words made Subaru's eyes flash with shock. Hearing her conclusion, he froze. He shot up from his seat so forcefully that the chair clattered to the floor. Without a word of explanation, Subaru bolted out of the bar, leaving the manager stunned. Hasuka could only shout helplessly after him, "What? Hey, Subaru!" Amidst the quiet night of the Orton Tenon Kingdom, the mysterious girl was now perched on a high rooftop, silently observing the bustling crowd below. Her sharp golden eyes glinted with a mix of contemplation and calculation. She muttered to herself, "I knew it would turn out this way." Turning to a silver-haired companion standing in the shadows, the girl's voice dripped with arrogant disdain. "If you had shown up yourself, we might have had a real fight. But did you really think a rookie like him could take me down?" She bitterly admitted she had underestimated her opponent as Subaru had emerged the victor. Watching Subaru's figure rushing through an alleyway, she sneered, "Where are you off to in such a hurry? Basking in the glory of your victory, or is that dopamine surging through your veins?" She declared with absolute certainty that she wouldn't need 10 seconds, but merely 5, to end his life. The girl's gaze turned ice cold as she looked toward the Talaria shoes. "Rest assured, this is Tosha's most precious possession. I won't let anyone else lay a hand on it." Suddenly, the girl clutched her head in frustration. Damn it, I made such a cool entrance, too. But her anger gave way to a strange feeling creeping into her mind. She questioned why she was so reluctant to use extreme measures against that masked man. It was because his every gesture, his every action, was identical to the man she longed for. Every move that guy made, it was just like him, she thought, stunned. It was as if a deceased Subaru was right there. But she quickly shook off the moment of weakness and decisively turned back into the shadows, leaving a sharp warning for Subaru. "Whatever. You'd better prepare yourself. The next time you enter the blue zone, I won't just be aiming for your legs, I'll be taking your head." In her heart, Sigurd had always yearned to speak directly with that mysterious man one day. She told herself she just wanted to rip off his mask and see if he was the real thing. Meanwhile, in the middle of the bustling city, Subaru was struggling with a storm of chaotic thoughts. He cursed himself. Why had he never considered the possibility that the tournament and the Talaria shoes were nothing more than a venomous trap designed to lure out the remaining members of Blue Eye? If she was truly the one sent to retrieve Tosia's shoes, it would explain why she had to deliberately conceal her presence for so long. Subaru recalled the surge of Sigurd's magical power he had felt from that snowflower. And now, someone with an identical appearance to Xena had suddenly appeared, shaking him to his very core. A faint glimmer of hope sparked in his mind. "I thought you were gone for good. Turns out your spirit is still lingering around here?" However, Subaru quickly told himself to stay calm. It was still too early to confirm anything. Knowing Reina's temperament, he was certain she would never just stand by and watch from afar while Soya's memento was right within her grasp. Just then, Hasuka's voice called out from behind, snapping Subaru back to reality. "Hey, Subaru, are you all right?" she asked, rushing over with a worried expression, her face glistening with sweat. You suddenly bolted out of the store." Subaru replied quietly, "It's nothing. I just thought I saw someone I knew." Hasuka looked surprised when he mentioned the suspicious person, but Subaru just waved it off, saying he must have been mistaken. Hasuka hesitated, her face flushing with shyness. "Subaru, this is a little awkward to say, but it seems like you don't have a single friend, do you?" Subaru remained silent, offering no explanation. Hasuka added another teasing remark, "Let alone a girlfriend." Unfazed by the joke, Subaru cut her off. "One more word and I'm out. Go sleep it off before you embarrass yourself." Seeing him turn to leave, Hasuka frantically asked if she had offended him, but Subaru nonchalantly replied that it was fine. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Hiyori was complaining nonstop to Amon. Ugh, senpai, my feet are killing me. And I'm hungry too. Hey, senpai, I'm so bored, Hiyori whined. Come on, senpai, say something. Did we let them get away? Amon coolly checked his device and replied, no. Hiyori curiously asked how he could be so sure. Amon held out the screen and announced, I just received a notification from Itsuki. Full retreat. Stunned by the sudden order, Hiyori jumped up and shrieked. What? Retreat? Just like that? Are you kidding me? After all the time we spent waiting? Amon calmly explained. He said that since they've gone to the trouble of coming here, they won't just stand by and let that prize fall into someone else's hands. Hiyori asked dejectedly if all their efforts had been for nothing. Amon suddenly paused, then added thoughtfully, he also said that they'll come for it even if they know it's a trap. Walking right into a trap, they must be slaves to their memories. Hiyori pressed him about the true identity of their targets, reminding Amon that he once dismissed them as baseless rumors. Looking up at the full moon, Amon admitted, I had hoped they were just rumors too. Turns out the truth is brutal. He repeated the shocking rumor that Subaru's death was caused by a betrayal from within Brew Ice. High above, Subaru stood alone on a rooftop, silently observing the city at night. His face, illuminated by the faint moonlight, was a mask of contemplation and resolve as he opened his handheld device. Headlines about the fall of Blue Eye from years ago flashed across the screen, each one a painful reminder. The news still mentioned Subaru's sacrifice and Kyojo Itsuki's suspicious silence after the tragedy. 20 years had passed in an instant. He bitterly realized that Kyojo Itsuki's current standing was likely far beyond his reach. Subaru contemplated his next move. To catch up to a giant like Kyojo Itsuki when he was just a novice, he needed a true game-changer. That power was the lightning spear he had summoned in the recent battle. The Thunder Spear, the legendary grade treasure he once wielded on the second floor, was the key. He had successfully managed to recreate that once-in-a-lifetime energy to turn the tide of battle. Even so, Subaru wasn't satisfied. He had thought he understood the power of lightning, but reality proved there was still room to hone it to an even sharper edge. This was a tremendous energy coveted by both gods and colossal beings. It was the very power that humans yearned to possess in order to confront and subjugate those supernatural forces. All this time, it seemed Subaru's ability to harness the power of lightning had yet to reach its ultimate limit. His eyes hardened with determination as he gazed toward the mysterious tower looming in the night, a place known as the Abode of Spirits. Subaru vowed that he would conquer that place, because only then would the truth finally begin to come to light. Under the full moon, in stark contrast to the silent night, Huka looked utterly bored at a luxurious tea party. She glanced coldly at her screen and said flatly, I can't hear a thing, ignoring the person on the other end who was desperately trying to explain himself. When you're rich, you have the right to be deaf. Seon-Hyun was currently on his knees, sincerely apologizing for his overexcitement. Seeing Huka still playing dumb, he screamed frantically, demanding that she at least pretend to have heard him. Huka scoffed, saying her ears had no function to register the sounds of someone who'd just bet away all his money. Hitting a raw nerve, Seon-Hyun wailed about the massive fortune Huka had just pocketed from her cut of Subaru's profits. Desperate because he couldn't pay this month's electricity bill, Seon-Hyun threw his dignity to the wind, calling Huka beautiful sis and big sis to beg for mercy. Who needs dignity at a time like this? When she still seemed unmoved, he even debased himself by acting like a bizarre animal on screen. Huka was disgusted and ordered him to stop at once. However, her gaze suddenly turned serious as she made a proposition. Are you willing to do a favor for me? The bell over the tavern door jingled as Subaru strode in. He walked up to the bar to meet his contact, his request the same as always. Looking at the cheap beer placed before him, Subaru took a small sip and made a bitter remark. He couldn't believe the famously renowned guilds were so stingy they'd only offer a guest this kind of cheap swill. This has always been their specialty. The man with the goatee took a sip of his own drink and reminisced. Back in the day, I had a lot of brothers. Every time I offered to buy a round for the team, my wallet would be empty in an instant. The taste of this cheap booze is so deep in my bones now that no other drink tastes any good. Hearing this, Subaru asked, Were you always the one paying for everyone? The man replied with a sad smile, What kind of leader can't even provide for his crew? How could I even show my face? Everyone had to struggle just to go along with my stubbornness to enter that thunder labyrinth, he recalled. Back then, they were all dirt poor. The concept of funding from a guild was something they couldn't even dream of. The team's skill level at the time wasn't nearly high enough to boast that hunting was a piece of cake. Life was tough before cheat skills existed. After a dry clink of glasses, the man explained in a low voice that to participate in the exam's challenges, you had to spend credits. But if you were unlucky enough to die, you'd lose everything, becoming penniless. The only choice for poor players back then was to grind monsters to earn the exam fee, clinging to the faint hope of gaining even a single level. On that day? Subaru asked softly. The man nodded. The memory of that fateful day suddenly flooded back. It was when their team had the misfortune of encountering the Sky Serpent, an opponent so far beyond their level that the 7 rookies couldn't even dream of landing a single blow. The colossal beast, with its white scales and blazing red eyes, roared and charged, shattering their formation in a one-sided massacre. The man asked Subaru in agony, "The winner becomes king. The loser watches his brothers die. Do you think that's worth it?" Amidst the gruesome, blood-soaked scene, he choked out that 4 of them had fallen for good. They weren't just teammates. They were soulmates, friends who had been through life and death with him. The man's face was stained with blood, his eyes burning with absolute resentment and regret as he spoke of his fallen brothers. They must hate me, don't they? In Snyder's mind, the curses of his teammates still echoed like a curse. What good ever came from that damn thunder labyrinth? Being trapped in this hell is all your fault, the hateful screams drilled into his very soul. If only you weren't so damn stubborn. You're the one who pushed your best friends to their deaths. So why the hell do you still have the nerve to be alive? That cruel question left Subaru speechless. A look of shock was clear in his eyes. Snyder suddenly snapped, trying to banish the ghosts of his past. "Stop it! That's enough!" He was back in the present. He looked at Subaru and asked with a self-mocking tone, "Stop looking at me like that. I'm used to suffering." Snyder mused that in his situation, anyone else would have lost heart and given up long ago. But to Snyder, giving up would be an insult to those who had fallen. He growled, "They died because of my stubbornness, because I insisted we had to go. If I stop now, what becomes of their deaths?" The weight of his pain and responsibility wouldn't allow him to let their sacrifice become meaningless. That was the very reason Snyder had been clinging to the Thunder Labyrinth for 10 long years. Looking at Subaru, he managed a faint smile and said, "But you probably wouldn't understand. Still, thank you for giving me a sliver of hope." Subaru repeated the word, confused. "Hope?" In the quiet bar, Snyder's voice dropped. "Let me tell you what the Thunder Labyrinth really is, but things rarely go as planned. This Kyojo guy is on a completely different level than me," Yanaka thought to himself as he walked, his mind racing with calculations. He worried that if Kyojo truly began to act to nullify Jaw's stealth skill, he would have no idea how to counter it. Yanaka clutched his head in stress as he stared at the device in his hand, his eyes blazing with a mixture of rage and extreme anxiety. "Kyojo, don't you dare dream of a peaceful death." With each of Yanaka's steps, the ground cracked and froze over, radiating a menacing, ice-cold aura. Suddenly, a message from Rina flashed on the screen, making him freeze. "I'm sorry, Yanaka." Rina explained that she simply felt restless and couldn't sleep, so she acted out, followed by a carefree laugh. It was the lamest excuse for running off. Reading this, Yanaka's face turned pale with shock. "What?" he roared in fury. "What did you just say?" At that very moment, in the silent night of the forest, a shocking notification appeared on the system. "Subaru has started a live broadcast." Subaru appeared, looking majestic inside a high-end building, instantly attracting thousands of warm welcomes and questions from his audience. After receiving 10 credits from a fan along with a question about his goal for the day, Subaru announced clearly, "That's right, I started this stream to conquer the Thunder Labyrinth dungeon." The viewer count quickly soared to nearly 6,000, with the chat exploding with excitement. As he was busy interacting with the chat, Subaru suddenly paused when a young man with stylish purple hair approached and asked if he was the streamer Subaru. Subaru calmly confirmed his identity, causing the stranger to cheer with excitement over the sudden coincidence, as his group had also just received the quest to conquer the Thunder Labyrinth. He excitedly introduced his party and proposed, "Bro, let us leech off your fame. With you carrying us, the Thunder Cave will be a piece of cake." At that exact moment, however, Hasuka sent a sharp warning message right in the live chat. "Subaru, that group is just a random party thrown together online to ride your coattails." The purple-haired man's group eagerly surrounded Subaru as their leader said excitedly, "We're planning to conquer the Thunder Cave." "Seeing you in person is seriously unreal," the red-haired girl with them quickly added. "I'm sure our group can be of great help to you." Seeing Subaru remain silent, his eyes glued to his phone, reading Hasuka's warning, the purple-haired guy suggested they form a single team since they shared the same goal. Subaru shot back coldly, "What exactly are you trying to say?" The man insisted that his group had absolutely no intention of leeching off him or being a burden. Subaru let out a weary sigh and said, "I get it. Let's work hard together then." Seeing that he'd agreed, the purple-haired man smirked triumphantly. That's the spirit. Subaru thought to himself that if rumors spread that he'd accepted a commission only to run away, his reputation would be over. He had no choice but to accept this nuisance. He turned and walked away decisively, wondering if he should just kill everyone who annoyed him. Being famous was such a pain. Subaru's last comment made the purple-haired young man exclaim in shock. "What? What did you just say?" Subaru stopped. Without looking back, he declared coldly, "However, I need to make one thing crystal clear." Subaru's eyes, visible behind his mask, glowed with a chilling light. He stated firmly, "We are not comrades. We are simply walking the same path." The scene changes to the Conrad Kingdom's gathering area on the outskirts. A sea of people was crowded before the city gate, a shocking sight for anyone to behold. "Hey guys, are we hunting monsters or going to a festival? Why is it so packed?" The mercenaries murmured amongst themselves, unable to believe this massive crowd had gathered here, all for that one Thunder Cave. In the middle of Demon's group, a notorious S-ranked mercenary with a scarred face and a scruffy beard held Subaru's offer letter and sneered. "Seriously? An E-ranker?" He sneered that this demon guy must have picked the wrong person. While his combat skills were trash, he was at least known for having a good eye for talent. Demon glanced at the letter of recommendation and simply scoffed. He couldn't believe a lowly E-ranker had the nerve to show his face here. He mocked, "Oh, from Earth, are you? No wonder you people treat your own lives so cheaply." Deep down, the brutal mercenary was already plotting to turn Subaru into vulture feed right inside the dungeon. Viewers watching the stream immediately sent out a warning. Vultures is the nickname for players who murder weak mercenaries just to profit off them. A wave of killing intent rolled off of Demon, making the air feel heavy. He roared an order to the entire squad, "What are you all standing around for? Get your asses in gear." Meanwhile, at the Osman Kingdom's staging area in the suburbs, a tense standoff was unfolding as Captain Snyder was insulted by a stranger right in front of his subordinates. Snyder growled in disbelief. "You've got some serious nerve. Are you really trying to poke the bear right here?" The man who just appeared was the spearman from Blue Zone. He mocked Snyder, saying his hearing must be failing him in his old age. He declared loudly, "I said half of you should just back out. We'll be joining this subjugation campaign." At such arrogance, Snyder coldly asked if this was an order from Kyojo Itsuki. The spearman smirked, correcting him, "That's Guildmaster to you." He then cruelly pinned all the blame on Snyder for losing a valuable item, which had sent their Guildmaster into a furious rage. He continued his verbal assault as Snyder remained silent. 10 years of training just to get your teeth knocked out by a rookie? You should just retire already. The insults enraged Snyder's subordinates, who moved to draw their weapons, but the Blue Zone spearman simply turned his back, saying they should feel lucky he was there to help them conquer the Thunder Cave. Just as one of Snyder's men moved to shut him up, Snyder stopped him and admitted the truth. "He's running his mouth, but he's right. This is humiliating, men." Snyder's resolve hardened. "This time, we will absolutely conquer the Thunder Cave." The entire party trudged silently into a dark and gloomy gorge flanked by towering cliffs. Demon surveyed the terrain and realized something felt off. The entrance opened and closed on a cycle that was far too regular, giving it a forced, artificial feel. He cast his gaze forward where the Thunder Cave loomed, its jagged stone pillars entangled in a dense web of lightning. Demon explained, "Normally, powerful bolts of electricity constantly strike the entrance. No one can get through except during certain fixed intervals." Hearing this, Subaru asked curiously, How many times have you challenged this thunder cave? Demon admitted in a low voice that this was his third attempt and that fewer than 10 mercenaries had ever made it out alive. Seeing Demon's persistence, Subaru wondered why he was even with the team. The mercenary answered bluntly, "I'm only aiming for one thing, the remnants of thunder." He confided that he was tired of the mercenary life, of constantly living on the edge of death. "So if I get my hands on it, I'm retiring for good." When asked if he planned to go all the way, Demon scoffed, "Only a madman would try. You all can act optimistic because you have no idea what horrors await in this place." He turned to Subaru with contempt, warning him, "Especially you, E-Rank. You'd better not lay a finger on anything." Demon even added a venomous jab, telling Subaru, "If you want to log out, do it quick and clean. Don't you dare drag me down with you." In the dark of night, menacing bolts of lightning struck the entrance gate, signaling the start of a perilous journey. Demon looked up at the sky, thick with crackling electricity, and made an announcement. "In about an hour, the lightning will pause, and the entrance will be revealed." To drive home the danger, the ruthless mercenary grabbed a small squirrel and hurled it directly toward the dungeon gate. Instantly, a massive bolt of lightning crashed down, incinerating the unfortunate creature in a flash as the entire party watched. Demon turned to Subaru and growled, "You see that? If you don't want that to be your fate, you'd better rest up until it's time to move." While the livestream viewers waited anxiously for the broadcast to begin, Subaru stood silently, his eyes fixed on the shoes on his feet. Noticing his apparent distraction, Demon snapped, "E-Rank, are you even paying attention to me?" But Subaru completely ignored him. His mind was consumed by an incredibly familiar sensation, just like the trial at Millennium Mountain all those years ago. He's in, you know, he's into Demon's utter astonishment. Subaru calmly strode forward and touched the very cliff face that was swarming with lightning. The system immediately displayed a warning. Thunderheart is attempting to resist the Thunder Gate, followed by a status alert as his body fought against the effects of the electric shock. A brilliant golden current exploded violently as the Thunder Gate began to test the intruder's qualifications. Witnessing Subaru stand his ground defiantly in the middle of the lightning storm, the onlookers could only stare in stunned, horrified disbelief. Whoa, how in the world is he still standing? The powerful resonance between the thunder and his Thunderheart triggered a blinding explosion of light. The Thunder Gate completely vanished, revealing the Thunder Relic, a secret hidden for centuries. Subaru reached out his hands, still tingling with electricity, toward the gradually emerging light. The cliff wall crumbled away, leaving a brightly glowing fissure in the dark space. From within the rubble, a small item radiating a brilliant blue aura slowly fell to the ground. The mercenaries were frozen in shock, their eyes lighting up with greed as they stammered, Is that the Thunder Relic?" Demon was paralyzed, stammering in absolute panic. How could you possibly do that?" Subaru bent down and picked up the treasure, silently wondering if this item had been waiting all this time for someone with the right qualifications like him to appear. But the moment Subaru's hand touched the Thunder Relic, a searing red wave of killing intent locked onto him. The viewers watching the stream gasped at the sudden vicious turn of events. Subaru swiftly dodged the sneak attack from behind as the system immediately flashed an emergency notification. "You have been attacked by a member of an allied raid party. The penalty mechanism will not be applied if you choose to counterattack." Subaru turned to see his attacker. It was Demon, a wicked grin plastered across his face. The brutal mercenary advanced menacingly, his eyes blazing with absolute greed and malice. Demon's voice was a low, threatening growl. "You just got lucky. That's all. Now, be a good boy and hand that over. Give it to me, or I swear I'll turn you into a human barbecue." Faced with such greed, Subaru replied with unnerving calm, "And what reason do I have to follow your orders?" Demon's underlings immediately backed him up. They argued that any items found here belonged to the locals, not to outsiders like him. The leader flashed a cruel smile, brandishing his weapon and growling, asking if Subaru wasn't afraid to die. Subaru coldly confirmed it. He knew full well that dying in a dungeon wasn't a true death, but the pain and terror of facing one's end were real enough to shatter anyone's spirit or leave them with severe psychological trauma. Demon licked his lips, his eyes glinting with bloodlust. He declared he was more than used to sending outsiders like them to the other side. Witnessing this brutality, the young man with Subaru realized with horror that the rumors about Conrad's mercenaries murdering other players were all true, and he instantly regretted ever setting foot in this place. In a panic, the purple-haired man hastily tried to intervene. "Hey man, let's not fight. We can sit down and split things nicely." But before he could finish his sentence, a vicious slash left him gravely wounded. Seeing blood spilled, the mercenaries gloated that now they had a legitimate reason to attack and turn them all into vulture feed. In that instant, Subaru shot forward like a phantom, unleashing a lightning-fast attack that tore through the enemy's defenses. The mercenaries stared in shock as their comrade fell so easily. No way. He's just an E-ranker. What in the world was happening? Subaru weaved through their ranks, each lethal slash giving his opponents no time to react. He looked his enemy dead in the eye and asked sarcastically, "Is not dying in one hit the only thing you so-called S-rankers can be proud of?" Cornered, Demon roared in terrified rage. "You deceived me. Who in the hell are you, really?" Subaru stood tall in the middle of the battlefield. Subaru unleashed a powerful thunderstrike, sending Demon's weapon flying and knocking him to the ground. The mercenary trembled in absolute humiliation, accusing him through gritted teeth. "A magic swordsman? You coward! You're only this strong because you're relying on your weapon." A loser's excuse. Towering over his defeated foe, Subaru retorted coldly, "Don't act tough if you're broke. If you want good gear, pay up and buy it." A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he delivered the final verdict. "Though, I doubt you'll get another chance to use it." All Demon could do was scream in hatred. "You little brat." Before a final brutal slash sent him out of the game, the system coolly announced, "You have eliminated Demon." Witnessing the horrifying scene, the onlookers could only gasp in shock. "Whoa!" Subaru held the glowing item in his hand, glanced at the purple-haired young man and asked, "You want this thing too?" Terrified by his overwhelming power, the purple-haired man immediately dropped to his knees, worshipping him like a god. "Never! That item is yours. It belongs to you, Lord Subaru." The audience watching the stream couldn't help but laugh at the whiplash-inducing change in attitude, commenting that Subaru was being revered like a deity. After retrieving his weapon, Subaru walked on amidst the heavy silence of the group. He ordered decisively, "All right, let's move." The party silently pressed deeper into the dungeon, where brilliant yellow lightning bolts continuously struck the menacing crimson rock walls. Walking behind Subaru's mysterious figure, the red-haired girl couldn't hide her anxiety. She quietly asked her companion, "Is it really a good idea for us to be following him?" When asked what she meant, she could only stare at Subaru's back and admit, with a tremble, "It's just, he's clearly not a normal person." As they went deeper, the purple-haired man whispered to his teammate that as long as they didn't provoke him, Subaru wouldn't do anything drastic. After all, a streamer always had to maintain their public image. He casually scrolled through the sarcastic comments, calling Subaru a leech who just followed others to make money, and thought smugly to himself, "I'll just play along for now. I'll expose him in a post later." Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed. Glowing red stone pillars crackling with electricity shot up from the ground, blocking the party's path. Panic quickly set in as everyone realized that their way forward and their escape route were now completely sealed off. While his teammates were panicking over the dungeon's sudden transformation, Subaru spoke, "Listen carefully. The first creature you'll face in this cave is the Thunderwolf." Instantly, glowing blue eyes emerged from the darkness. A pack of wolves, their fur crackling with violent electricity, stalked forward and surrounded them. Subaru warned that their numbers were overwhelming. If they tried to fight them one by one, the team's stamina would run out before the battle was over. With that, he suddenly shot forward, ignoring the desperate screams of his teammates behind him. "Bro, don't go. Without you to carry us, we're all dog food." Subaru thought to himself, "There's still one way to shorten this fight. Aim straight for their leader." Unlike normal creatures, for Thunderwolves, the smallest among them was the true alpha, the Thunderwolf King. Subaru launched himself into the air, delivering a devastating slash that tore apart a lunging wolf. He immediately activated his Cloud Step skill, allowing him to walk on air for a brief 3 seconds, basically hacking the game by walking on clouds. Subaru kicked off the empty air, propelling himself higher to face the massive monster roaring below. As Subaru soared through the air, the image of his old teammate Tosia flashed in his mind. Feeling a strange resonance between the power of lightning and his memory, he thought, "Tosia, so this is what you felt?" In that instant, The ferocious thunderwolves swarmed him from all sides. One lunged from behind, baring its fangs for a killing blow. Without flinching, Subaru spun around and swung his sword, creating a world-shaking thunderous explosion that blasted the enemy's attack away. Amidst the thick dust and crackling electricity, he landed firmly on the ground, even as the wolves continued to snarl threateningly around him. Subaru maintained a terrifying calm. A thunderwolf charged madly with a deafening roar, but the lightning now flowed fiercely into his nameless magic sword. Subaru growled with pride. Trying to race electricity? You're just a power bank, buddy. I'm the main source. A single devastating slash charged with destructive power tore the monster's body apart in midair. The system repeatedly announced that you had defeated the Thunderwolf King, causing the pack's frenzy to instantly subside. With his strength, agility, and stamina stats increased, Subaru strode casually among the trembling, defeated wolves. He recalled an old teaching. Once you defeat the leader, you become the victor, seizing control of everything. He was their new alpha. The Thunderwolves now bowed their heads in complete submission to Subaru's overwhelming presence. The system confirmed he had successfully tamed the creatures and could command them through his thunderblood. Witnessing this unbelievable sight, the purple-haired young man stammered in shock. What? What just happened? Subaru replied coldly. It was nothing. Let's keep moving, or we'll be late for the live stream. With his command, Subaru marched forward, an entire pack of proud wolves following obediently behind him. His companions could only stand frozen in absolute astonishment. They couldn't comprehend why these ferocious monsters, the very terror of this dungeon, had suddenly become so loyal and subservient to him. Subaru silently advanced deeper into the cave with his new army. Venturing far inside the cavern, Subaru suddenly stopped, quietly scanned his surroundings, and began to mutter to himself. Noticing the treacherous terrain with its glowing red cliffs crackling with electricity, he judged the location to be perfect for his plan. Beneath his mask, Subaru's eyes gleamed with a cold light. He issued a command to the subjugated wolf pack behind him. It's time. Howl as loud as you can. Immediately, the wolves raised their heads in unison, unleashing earth-shattering howls that shook the entire dungeon. It was a symphony summoning death itself. As the beasts roared, brilliant golden lightning crashed down from the cliff walls, creating a terrifying spectacle. The deafening noise struck the purple-haired youth with sheer terror. He screamed frantically, "Subaru, what the hell do you think you're doing?" From the dark crevices of the cliffs, swarms of bizarre creatures began to emerge. It was an army of giant insectoid monsters with glowing blue eyes and furiously beating wings. Drawn by the howls, they poured out like a crazed, unstoppable flood. Seeing they were surrounded, the purple-haired man yelled in a panic as he ran, "Dude, are you trying to make an insect hot pot? Why'd you summon so many?" In stark contrast to his companion's panic, Subaru remained perfectly calm. He slowly drew his magic sword, which radiated a brilliant red spiritual energy. He calmly announced his intention to turn the suffocating encirclement into a true hunt, declaring that this had always been his style. Looking at the charging monsters, Subaru coldly told his companions not to worry about him. With the support of the Thunderwolf pack, he alone was more than enough to handle everything. Terrified, the purple-haired man stammered, "Then, what about us?" But Subaru just shot him a contemptuous glance, reminding them that from the very beginning he'd made it clear they were nothing but freeloaders tagging along for the ride. Subaru commanded in a harsh voice, "Find your own way to survive." With that, he stood fearlessly in the center of the shrieking monster swarm, his hand gripping his sword, ready for a bloody massacre. Meanwhile, in a modern-looking room, the atmosphere was just as tense as Subaru's live stream played on a large screen. The echoing screams from the dungeon sent a chill down everyone's spine. Sitting silently on the sofa, Kazuki quietly observed the battlefield unfolding on the monitor. His eyes shone with grave intensity as he watched the unpredictable events happening in the Thunderlight Cave. Hasuka asked worriedly if it was okay to just let Subaru act like this, but Jotei simply replied that it was the streamer's decision and there was nothing they could do. He pointed out that this situation was a bit different, gesturing to the flood of messages on the screen from people asking to tag along. Jotei called it a free ride, because those people were nowhere near skilled enough to clear the Thunder Cave on their own. He reasoned that while it was a bit of a nuisance, letting them come along helped avoid negative comments from the audience. However, Jotei also warned that if word of this free ride spread, people would swarm to Subaru like ants to honey. Joteo's eyes turned sharp as he realized the young man's true intentions. Subaru is using them to make an example, to warn everyone to never even think about freeloading again. Deep in the dark dungeon, Subaru was frantically tearing through the monsters. Brutal slashes sent blood flying everywhere, the creatures nothing more than walking experience points. The system continuously announced his level-ups, congratulating him. With each level, his strength, stamina, and concentration stats were all enhanced. Subaru stood tall in the middle of the battlefield, his eyes blazing with power from behind his mask. All around him now were the piled-up corpses of the monster army, a testament to a merciless slaughter. He spoke coldly. I bet no one will be complaining about me going off on my own anymore, right? On the broadcast, the audience was stunned by his ruthlessness and overwhelming power. Some were in awe, while others thought his actions were too extreme. Subaru stood defiantly amidst the carnage, his blood-soaked sword in hand, and issued a chilling warning. Anyone else who thinks about tagging along should get their coffin ready. You'd better be mentally prepared. Subaru's stern warning echoed from the screen, where he stood defiantly in the blood-stained dungeon. Witnessing this calculated performance, Joteo couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter from his sofa. He realized Subaru wasn't simple-minded enough to ignore the weight his words carried with the viewers. Every move, every word, had been meticulously calculated to create the most powerful media effect. Jotei smirked, his eyes filled with genuine admiration as he was forced to admit, that kid really is a world-class gamer and streamer. Just then, Hazuka's phone buzzed incessantly. The caller ID read, "Annoying boss." She answered with a sigh, about to make an excuse about being busy, but Jotel's shout on the other end made her pause. "It's news about Subaru." Hazuka, shocked, asked what was wrong, and Joteo immediately demanded to know if she had told Subaru about the forum post recruiting people to tag along. Hazuka calmly confirmed it. "Yes," I informed him. Joteo's eyes narrowed with suspicion. He suspected this entire charade had been orchestrated by Hazuka from the very beginning. Faced with her boss's speculation, Hazuka delivered a cold threat. "Get to the point. I don't have time to listen to your wild theories." Joteo quickly regained his serious demeanor. He demanded that she hold on to a copy of that forum post, no matter what. With a smile brimming with power, he declared, "Then it's time we opened their eyes and showed them that Subaru is backed by an incredibly powerful corporation, an idol with some serious connections." Meanwhile, in a dark dungeon, the ear-splitting howls of thunderwolves suddenly echoed through the chambers. The wolves, their fur crackling with blue electricity, charged forward in a frenzy, attacking anyone who entered their sights. A fierce battle erupted as the raiders struggled to fend off the beast's deadly lunges. Amid the chaos and bloodshed, a team member screamed his leader's name in a panic. "Snyder!" Snyder appeared, a colossal spear in his hand, his eyes burning with grim determination as he faced the besieging pack of monsters. In the heat of the moment, a Blue Zone member was suddenly mauled by a thunderwolf, sending blood flying everywhere. He furiously turned and screamed at Snyder, "You're jealous of my talent, aren't you? You're using these wolves to get me killed." But Snyder's expression remained ice-cold, his eyes hardening with resolve as he thought to himself. "Found you." Snyder decisively gripped his weapon and unleashed a powerful strike. The shocking force slammed the Blue Zone soldier into the ground, leaving him stunned and terrified. "What the hell? Are you messing with me?" All the while, the ferocious thunderwolves continued to pour in from every direction. Without a hint of hesitation, Snyder's spear pierced through a thunderwolf's head in the blink of an eye. Standing among the monster corpses, Snyder still had to endure the taunts of the Blue Zone soldier. Well, well, I thought you were going to show us something special. Turns out it was just to take care of one measly monster." Snyder gave a cold command. "Sit down." His pride wounded, the man roared. "What? Are you giving me orders? You've been provoking me this whole time." "Fine, let's settle who between us is the real." His words caught in his throat as he realized the presence of a threat far greater than the wolf pack. The entire raid team was now completely surrounded by a suffocatingly massive legion of thunderwolves. The scene descended into absolute chaos. The Blue Zone soldiers shrieked in terror. "What the hell is going on? What kind of sick trick did you just pull?" Snyder glanced back at him, his eyes filled with contempt. "You and your bosses are nothing but frogs in a well. He sternly warned the arrogant soldier to back off immediately if he wanted to save what little face he had left in front of his underlings. Left with nothing but Snyder's retreating back, the Blue Zone soldier could only grind his teeth and curse in utter helplessness. That bastard. Snyder trudged deeper into the dungeon's darkness, spear held at the ready. Elsewhere, Subaru was also prepared. Behind his mask, his eyes blazed with menacing blue sparks of electricity. A terrifying wave of pressure suddenly crashed down as a colossal creature emerged from the rock face, its mouth filled with razor-sharp fangs and dripping with viscous slime. The system immediately confirmed the presence of the boss, Thundermaw. Facing the hideous monster, Subaru channeled all of his lightning into his body. He shot forward like a bolt, launching a punch of immense weight directly into Thundermaw's grotesque form. A surge of black lightning exploded, tearing through the monster's flesh in an earth-shattering blast that sent slime splattering everywhere. After clearing the obstacle with incredible speed, Subaru walked calmly through the desolate wreckage. Watching from a distance, Snyder reflected on the 3 long years he had spent just to reach this point with relative ease. However, Subaru soon realized a harsh truth. The real Thunder Grotto was only just beginning. Standing before a colossal, imposing red gate covered in strange patterns, he finally understood what Snyder had been alluding to. A true Thunder Grotto loomed before him, its massive stone pillars radiating a suffocating pressure. The system immediately announced that Subaru was entering the first gate of thunder. Standing before the giant red stone gate, Subaru mused to himself that, up until now, the Thunder Grotto had felt like any other ordinary dungeon. The warm-up's over, time for the real game to start. But according to Snyder, the real change would only happen once he officially crossed this threshold. The moment he stepped forward, the system announced the trial period was over and welcomed him to his doom. Ahead of Subaru now were crimson reliefs depicting the form of an ancient dragon. While the audience on the stream was still chattering about them being nothing more than incomprehensible scribbles, Snyder was lost in the memory of his own arduous training. He admitted to himself that it had taken him more than 5 long years just to pass this first gate. Suddenly, sharp-eyed viewers began to make out the shape of a dragon hidden within the drawing. Guys, did that dragon in the painting just blink at me? Just then, the ground began to tremble violently. The lines that were once thought to be lifeless suddenly stirred, moving with vivid life. Snyder's voice challenged him. So, how long do you think it will take you? Based on Subaru's Thunder's Roar attribute, the system began to analyze the correlation between his power and the trial ahead. Thunder's roar was the earth-shaking rumble that accompanied every lightning strike, and in the end, it all originated from a single, unique power. Subaru wondered if the reward in this place had something to do with the lightning he currently wielded. Even if they shared the same element, he knew their skills wouldn't necessarily function in the exact same way. Suddenly, an immense pressure erupted, coalescing into a legendary creature that bathed the entire space in brilliant blue lightning. The system coldly announced the arrival of a supreme entity, the arbiter of Thunder's Roar, Ragna. Subaru stood frozen, staring up at the colossal dragon, materializing from the void. Snyder watched Subaru intently and asked quietly, "You're the one who defeated the Wolf Warrior, Greg, aren't you?" Although he acknowledged the young man's strength, Snyder still delivered a grave warning. "But you'd better not even dream of defeating the dragon." A shiver ran down Subaru's spine, sweat trickling down his face as he felt the suffocating pressure radiating from the supreme being before him. He answered silently in his head, "What kind of person do you take me for, Snyder? I'm not crazy. Who in their right mind would fight a monster like that?" Subaru told himself he only fought Greg because he was part of the quest. Ragna's trial, however, was a true nightmare, transforming unpredictably with each appearance. Sometimes, it would cruelly force its target to endure the torment of tens of millions of lightning bolts striking their body directly. Other times, it would rob the intruder of all 5 senses, imprisoning them in a thick, oppressive darkness of absolute solitude. Ragna could even summon colossal, grotesque monsters, forcing players into a never-ending battle for survival. Amid a swirling torrent of azure energy, the adjudicator Ragna materialized. His blazing eyes locked onto the masked man as he demanded, "You here to conquer this place, or to become dragon feed, kid?" Without a shred of hesitation, Subaru's voice rang out with conviction. That's right, his arrogant reply made the chat explode with comments, a mix of excitement and ridicule at the rookie's audacity. Ragna smirked slightly. "How interesting. The ancient entity acknowledged that Subaru had already proven his worth through countless trials before. He commanded with absolute authority, "Take out what you're hiding in there." Subaru stared in shock at his own arm, which was crackling with electric sparks. He silently questioned the existence of the lightning trace, wondering why Snyder had never mentioned a word about it. Ragna advanced menacingly, having realized Subaru was the one who had truly opened the gate of thunder to enter. Staring at the brilliantly glowing crystal in Subaru's palm, Ragna asked in a low voice, "Is it possible someone other than you possesses this?" Subaru was suddenly reminded of the bearded man with the lightning spear he had encountered earlier. But Ragna immediately dismissed the idea, asserting that man hadn't entered by opening the gate but had merely stumbled upon a stone crystallized from the dungeon's energy. When the genuine article appears, all imitations fade to nothing. Subaru's eyes narrowed with resolve. It made perfect sense that he was the only one who truly possessed the power of lightning. Ragna roared, unleashing an earth-shattering pressure. "Now I shall grant you a trial." Ragna commanded Subaru in a booming voice, "Swallow it. That is your test." Before him now was the trace of lightning, a mysterious crystal of unknown rank, formed from the roars of ancient electricity in the sky. Looking at the radiant treasure in his palm, Subaru couldn't help but hesitate, thinking of its immense value. Even the audience watching the stream began to joke that he was planning to sell it and live a life of luxury, but the reality was he was about to face unimaginable pain. Facing this risky choice, Subaru narrowed his eyes, questioning whether he should continue gambling with this game. He understood that passing Ragna's trial didn't guarantee a reward more valuable than the crystal itself. Though he knew swallowing such a pure form of energy was an incredible waste, Subaru had already planned to save it for the next trial from the start. But looking at the colossal dragon entity before him, he told himself that retreating now would be a disgrace. His pride was on the line. More than that, it would be an unbearable humiliation for the name Blue Eyes. Without any more hesitation, Subaru decisively swallowed the trace of lightning whole. The system immediately blasted a shocking notification. "You have swallowed the trace of lightning. The gate's trial will now commence inside your body." This trial is a bit hard to digest. A violent storm of lightning erupted from within, causing Subaru's eyes to widen in horror and agony. The power of the thunder threatened to tear Subaru's body apart from the inside, turning him into an epicenter of destruction. While Subaru writhed in a life-or-death struggle, Hasuka was in her private room, absolutely losing her mind at the screen. Ugh, does that damn roach have any idea how much that stone was worth? She tore at her hair in frustration, furious at the waste. She knew better than anyone that Subaru was also obsessed with money. But even as she cursed him out, her eyes betrayed her extreme worry. She silently prayed that he would survive this catastrophe unharmed. Hasuka quickly picked up her phone and contacted someone named Kiyoharu. "Hello, Kiyoharu? I'm almost there." The voice on the other end replied casually, "You've arrived? Well, I guess that place is pretty close to you." Hasuka sat silently in the dark room, her pensive gaze fixed on the glowing phone screen. She answered the call with a grave expression. "Hey, what's wrong?" On the other end, Kyo's voice trembled. "I'm so sorry." But Hasuka had no intention of being lenient, cutting him off sharply. "This is your last chance. If you can't do it, don't ever show your face to me again." Hasuka's voice was a low growl, making sure he understood there was no way out. Inwardly, she was frantically thinking, "You know damn well how broke I am right now, don't you?" Hanging up with a sigh, Hasuka left him with a cold farewell. "All right, good luck with your surveillance." She sat quietly at her desk, her gaze landing on a card bearing Kiyoharu's name with a calculating look. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a young man with purple hair stared at his screen and exclaimed in utter disbelief, "No way!" The scene suddenly shifts to the 5th floor, the domain of Buren, the divine blacksmith. Bathed in the glow of a brilliant sunset, a magnificent and grandiose palace stood majestically. Subaru strolled through the vast courtyard. He glanced up at the ancient architecture and thought to himself, "Ah, the old house. But why does my stomach hurt today?" But his nostalgia was quickly shattered when the system announced that the trial of the lightning trace was officially beginning inside his body. Violent bolts of azure lightning erupted, engulfing Subaru's figure. His eyes blazed with a golden light, radiating immense pressure as his veins bulged, evidence of the horrific destruction within. The system continuously announced, "The trace of lightning has settled in your body. Mana increased by 1." Subaru gritted his teeth as his weakness stat continuously jumped from 67 to 73. Amidst the bone-deep pain, he felt a violent pulse relentlessly attacking the smallest channels in his body. This time, the sensation was the complete opposite of before. Something was constricting him, blocking the flow of his mana and preventing him from moving as he wished. The system repeatedly warned that the trace of lightning was spreading and beginning to take control of his body. Subaru ground his teeth bitterly, feeling death's approach. I got too greedy, and now it's stuck in my throat. Someone, save me. Suddenly, another stream of energy flared up from deep within him. The system announced, "The heart of lightning is fiercely resisting the trace of lightning." Subaru was stunned by this strange resonance, asking himself, wait, wasn't that just a piece of equipment? Although his mana had increased, his weakness stat had reached 81, causing him to collapse. The two power sources seemed similar, but their natures were completely different. A flash of insight struck him. Subaru realized the adjudicator's true test wasn't just to swallow the crystal, it was to swallow the heart of lightning as well, to create a perfect balance. Without a moment's hesitation, he brought the one-of-a-kind crystal to his lips and swallowed it whole. Instantly, a cataclysmic war of energy erupted inside his body, causing the lightning storm around Subaru to explode more violently than ever before. The ferocious power of two colliding lightning sources erupts, creating a pillar of light that shakes the very fabric of space. From within the brilliant golden current, the majestic silhouette of a colossal dragon gradually materializes, enveloping Subaru's small frame. Facing the towering arbiter, Ragn smirked in satisfaction and spoke, "My neck's getting stiff, waiting for you to finish your meal." A world-shaking torrent of energy erupts, transforming the space into a raging sea of lightning. In the eye of the storm stands Subaru, his hair blazing white and his golden eyes brimming with power. In the center of his chest, the lightning core beats relentlessly, radiating the dazzling light of ultimate strength. Subaru clutches his chest in agony, where the lightning core throbs in a non-stop resonance. Witnessing this, Ragnar speaks softly, "You've got a first-rate tool, yet you use it like you're trying to break it. It's almost sad to watch." The ancient entity mocks Subaru's incompetence, but doesn't forget to acknowledge his effort. But the fact you realize that, on your own, is quite significant. Subaru collapses to his knees, his breathing heavy and ragged. He snarls through his exhaustion. "Are you kidding me? I almost died in there." Rag materializes amidst the crackling electricity. He declares with authority, even the previous owner of the lightning core couldn't tame this thing. However, the giant dragon's eyes reveal a glimmer of hope as he looks at the young man. But this time, "I have high expectations for you." Instantly, a brilliant golden spiritual power flows from Rag directly into Subaru's body, causing the system to continuously announce his level-ups. The lightning core skill surges past level 3, then level 4, and finally reaches level 5 in an explosion of divine power. The rank of the lightning core officially ascends to S rank, a class far beyond anyone's imagination. Meanwhile, back at the dungeon entrance, the atmosphere suddenly falls unnervingly silent. Captain Snyder and his warriors stand frozen, stunned as the terrifying lightning phenomenon before them abruptly vanishes. Snyder stares into the void, his face smudged with dirt, a look of pure shock and disbelief on his face as he utters, "It's gone." He and his team are speechless, realizing the dragon painting on the cliff face has completely disappeared. The bald-headed soldier exclaims, "Captain, does this place seem empty to you, or is it just me? The dragon is gone. We missed the entire test." Snyder stares at the blank cliff wall, his eyes narrowing in deep thought. He asserts in a low voice, "I hadn't even started the test yet. Someone must have slipped in here before us and interfered." The Blue Zone soldier with them turns pale at his words, asking frantically, "What? Someone other than us? Don't tell me it was Subaru." He starts to lose his patience, shouting that he doesn't care if it was a dragon painting or some dragon tattoo. The only thing that matters is hurrying up before someone else beats them to the punch. He was getting seriously anxious. "Are you just going to let him snatch all the rewards before we even get there?" Snyder suddenly stops, glancing back with a look of contempt before asking, "Do you really think I came all this way just for some rewards?" In stark contrast to his subordinate's anxiety, Snyder cracks a mysterious smile. He silently realizes that things have finally started to shift. now that someone else has actually reached the end of the lightning cavern. Snyder strides forward, closing in on the blue zone soldier with a chilling aura. He growls a warning, "I'm in a good mood. If any of you wants a beating, now's the time to speak up." The other man can only tremble and reply, "All right, I get it." To break the tense atmosphere, the blue zone soldier quickly tries to reassure everyone that there's no need to rush. He recalls facing Subaru in the tournament and being taken down with a single slash, but then scoffs, claiming that even two Subarus couldn't easily pass the trials that lie ahead. He was completely wrong, but he sure loved making predictions. Snyder silently takes the lead, guiding his troops deeper into the darkness. He warns them sternly, "Stay vigilant. If it is the first ever conquest of the Lightning Cavern in history, the first condition is that we stay alive." The Blue Zone soldier follows behind, his eyes filled with suspicion and fear. He wonders to himself, is that guy not even planning to clear the trial himself? And what the hell was waiting for them up ahead? The entire group stands silently before a massive stone gate which radiates a menacing crimson spiritual energy. Beyond the glowing red stone door, the true destination of the Lightning Cavern is finally revealed. Snyder thinks to himself, Subaru must have already crossed this line and is long past this door. The system announces they have officially entered the second lightning gate, revealing a vast, dark, and solemn hall with a long path leading to a high platform. A throne of thorns radiating a suffocating pressure sits in the very center of the hall. The system issues a cryptic command, "Sit upon the throne." Snyder leads his group forward in silence, but as he inspects the scene, his face hardens. Checked. No sign of Subaru. Looks like the kid went off on his own. The Blue Zone soldier beside him, bewildered, asks what he means, but Snyder firmly repeats that Subaru is not here. Annoyed, the man snaps at Snyder to stop muttering Subaru's name, suggesting their rival probably just sat on the throne and moved on. Snyder immediately refutes him. That's completely impossible. As his comrades look on in confusion, he quietly steps forward, his eyes locked on the space ahead with extreme caution. Suddenly, the system flashes a crimson warning. They have trespassed into the throne's domain. A colossal pillar of azure lightning suddenly strikes down from the high ceiling, creating a cataclysmic explosion that blasts the entire raid party backward. Amidst the raging bolts of electricity, the system announces the presence of the Guardian. The Lightning Knight has appeared. A giant warrior clad in silver armor, glowing with electricity, materializes from the void, ready to crush any unauthorized intruders. Witnessing this terrifying entity, the member of the Blue Zone cries out in shock, "The Lightning Knight is the boss of this area? How can a human be a monster? A boss can look like anything." Snyder silently stares forward. He knows that no one can proceed unless they defeat this guardian. In Snyder's mind, the haunting memory of his past failure resurfaces. It's him. The impenetrable wall he had once faced, an existence that no one had been able to overcome for the past 10 years. The entity's identity flashes brightly amidst the azure lightning. The Lightning Knight, Puss. Snyder remembered that was the name he had used to introduce himself when they last fought. It was the first time this Knight of Lightning had ever revealed his true name to a challenger. Sitting in a tavern, Snyder thoughtfully shared this strange coincidence with Subaru. He wondered aloud if it was possible for two different people to have the same name. Since both were trials related to the Lightning Core, the most logical conclusion was that they were one and the same. Yet, Snyder still couldn't understand why this secret had never been revealed before, especially since the name Peleus was already so famous. He was certain he was the only one who knew the Lightning Knight's true identity, but it wasn't until that life or death moment that he realized who the man truly was. Looking at Subaru, Snyder was dead certain. His lightning skills and those of the Lightning Knight had to be connected. For that very reason, he had hoped Subaru would appear before he arrived, but reality fell short of his expectations. Back in the gloomy grand hall, the harsh clang of Peleus's armored footsteps echoed across the cold stone floor. The towering Knight of Thunder emerged from a haze of electrical charge, his deep voice rumbling, "You again? Been 10 years since I've seen your face." Snyder and his comrades gripped their weapons. Peleus squinted at the group and asked, "Waiting for your girlfriend or something? You look awfully eager, kid." Snyder had to admit, the man assessed the situation quickly. When Peleus pressed him, asking if he'd met the person he was waiting for, Snyder simply gritted his teeth and gave a sharp reply. "No, not yet." Understanding the situation, Snyder tightened his grip on his sword's hilt and thought, so that's how it is. Instantly, he gave a clear command to his entire troop. Surround him! Block all his escape routes! The soldiers surged forward in unison, closing in on the Lightning Knight, who was radiating a menacing, brilliant blue energy. But, sensing the imminent danger, Snyder yelled in alarm, Stop! Right now! He knew full well that rushing in blindly would only lead to pointless casualties, but it was already too late. A single slash, imbued with the power of thunder, tore through the air, felling the vanguard in an instant. Snyder stood frozen, sweat pouring down his face as he watched his comrades fall so easily. He realized with bitterness that cheap tricks like that would never work on the Lightning Knight. Snyder's eyes widened with anxiety in the face of his opponent's overwhelming power. Ignoring the warning, a warrior with long hair roared aggressively, Enough of your whining. If you're too scared to do it, then I will. All confidence, no skill. He charged forward recklessly, putting all his strength into a direct clash with Peleus. A blinding explosion of energy erupted as his sword struck the Lightning Knight's armor of thunder. However, against the suffocating pressure of the lightning, he could only grit his teeth and curse in frustration, Damn it! Before being thrown back by the violent electrical current. Waking up in a dark cave with a blood-stained face, Subaru groaned softly as a sharp pain shot through his body. Looking at the dried blood on his cracked mask, he muttered to himself, Woke up from a nap with my face covered in strawberry syrup. Must have been sleeping pretty deep. On the other side of the screen, nearly 12,000 viewers were relentlessly posting sarcastic comments about his signature move, fainting. Someone even bluntly demanded that he team up with Howie again if he planned on passing out another time. Subaru recalled the explosive effect of their previous collaboration. He realized that joining forces with someone who had a massive viewership like Howie was the perfect stepping stone to achieve even more spectacular results. Glancing at his hand, which was still tingling with electrical charge, he thought, fine, count me in. The status window appeared with some stressful stats. Even though he had reached level 37, Subaru's body exhaustion level had hit 71. The alarming number made him worried, but Subaru quickly composed himself. All right, gotta pull myself together and keep going. Meanwhile, back in the dark Grand Hall, the confrontation between Snyder and the Lightning Knight had entered its most brutal phase. Azure bolts of lightning tore through the air as Snyder's spear clashed head-on with his opponent's thunderous blade. Snyder focused all his lightning power, unleashing mighty purple slashes to break through that impenetrable defense. The impacts created blinding electrical sparks, a testament to the terrifying pressure both were exerting on each other in an earth-shattering clash. He thought to himself, 10 years of training, and I'm still just a punching bag for this guy. At that moment, the bald-headed subordinate behind him chimed in with a sarcastic remark. He cruelly asserted that the warrior had been nothing more than a tool, a piece of bait put out there just to provoke the captain's pride. The Lightning Knight gave him no time to think, relentlessly continuing his barrage of attacks. In his moment of crisis, the image of Subaru flashed through Snyder's mind. He thought about the one who had defeated him. The continuous impacts forced Snyder to grit his teeth and endure. This hurts. The price for 10 years of persistence is a steep one. He was horrified to realize he was still completely powerless against his opponent's overwhelming strength. Despite his efforts over 10 long years, Snyder was starting to feel exhausted. He wondered how many more minutes he could hold on. He estimated 2 minutes at most. Or maybe just a single, fleeting minute. All around him, his comrades were continuously struck down, falling under the blue blade of the Knight of Thunder, creating a truly devastating scene. With no way out, Snyder decided to bet everything on one last gamble. If this is it, then I'll pour everything I have into this one critical strike. He threw all his remaining strength into a head-on clash, but the moment their weapons met, his opponent's sword stopped his attack with ease. The Lightning Knight, Peleus, saw through his effort and remarked softly, Not bad, kid. Looks like you've actually been training these past 10 years. But just before the finishing blow could land, a brilliant golden thunderbolt suddenly detonated, halting the fight in a world-shaking explosion. Stunned, Peleus staggered back, his eyes narrowing with caution. From within the thick cloud of dust and smoke, the towering figure of Subaru emerged, his body covered in wounds, but a ferocious golden lightning still crackled around him. Subaru walked past the fallen Snyder and gave a cold command, Get back. In your current state, you'll only get in the way. Giving his opponent no time to recover, Subaru shot forward. His demon sword crashed directly against Peleus's thunderblade, sending shockwaves that rocked the entire hall. Amidst the flying sparks, Subaru's deep voice rang out with a greeting. "Hello, teacher. I've come to turn in my homework with my sword." The high-level confrontation left the onlookers frozen in terror. The bald soldier trembled and stammered, "What? What in the world is happening?" Despite the chaos all around, Subaru kept his eyes locked on the knight and declared, "I've already heard everything." Facing his benefactor, the Lightning Knight slowly raised a hand to remove his heavy concealing helmet. His voice was low and somber. "I am not sure if you still recall this face, so allow me to greet you with the utmost respect." The moment the iron was lifted, a horrifying figure was revealed, sending a wave of absolute shock and terror through everyone watching the live stream. "It is I, Peleus." One half of Peleus's face was now decomposed. The audience couldn't stop leaving comments filled with sorrow and shock. "Is that really Peleus? What happened to his face? What in the world did he go through?" Peleus looked at Subaru with eyes full of reverence. "I never knew where you went after that moment, but I always believed that if I came to this place, we would one day be reunited." Subaru stood in silence, an overwhelming sense of sorrow welling up inside him as he wondered just how much time had passed since that day. Peleus observed, "You truly are from another world. I can no longer determine the exact time myself, as I stopped counting after 100 years had passed." He had long suspected that Subaru didn't belong here because the lightning trials were tests that could be retaken as many times as one wished. Subaru asked in shock, "What happened to the villagers? And why is your body in such a ruined state?" Painful memories flashed through Peleus's mind, framed by blazing fires. After Subaru left, the giants' rampages never ceased, and in the end, the entire village was razed to the ground. Peleus choked up, "I am the only survivor. I swore an oath to become as powerful as you, the benefactor of my life." For that reason, he relentlessly sought the kind of power Subaru once possessed, until he finally found the path to this cave and saw that great source of energy. But the price for someone unworthy of touching such power was far crueler than he had ever imagined. Peleus admitted with bitterness, "I got greedy for something powerful and now I'm blind because of it." He even bore a curse that prevented him from leaving the cave by even a single step. Peleus stood tall amidst the crackling lightning, his sword planted in the ground, and declared, "All I could do was steadfastly wait for the day you would return." Beneath the silent night, Asaji's footsteps moved slowly through the tall grass. Her heart was heavy with thoughts. She sighed softly, telling herself he would probably be furious when he found out. Asaji's eyes were tinged with sadness as she bitterly realized the problem wasn't that she couldn't retrieve the relic, but that she had chosen not to. Lost in her self-reproach, Asaji suddenly froze. Her eyes widened with alarm as she felt a familiar pressure emanating from ahead. Asaji rushed toward the old wooden cabin, now completely encased in blocks of cold blue ice. Seeing the desolate scene before her, she worried to herself, "Oh, he really is furious." Asaji tiptoed closer, carefully peering through a crack in the frozen stone door to see what was happening inside. She held her breath, sweat trickling down her face as she witnessed a violent storm of spiritual energy ravaging the room. Mustering her courage, Asaji squeezed through the sharp shards of ice to enter. The moment she stepped inside, a massive explosion of spiritual energy threw Asaji backward, causing her to narrowly avoid being impaled by ice fragments. Asaji screamed in terror, "Hey, this is going too far. Are you trying to kill me?" The dry sound of footsteps echoed steadily on the stone floor. From the shadows, a tall figure with long silver hair emerged, calling her name like a debt collector. Faced with the opponent's suffocating pressure, Asaji could only stand frozen in fear. The silver-haired man growled, "You're right. I should pay with my life." Terrified by her comrade's extremism, Asaji quickly bowed and waved her hands frantically. "I'm sorry." "No, wait. I should be the one sincerely apologizing." He cut straight to the point. "You let him take it on purpose, didn't you?" Asaji hesitated, about to deny it, but under his piercing gaze, she had to bow her head and admit it. "Yes." She stared into space, her golden eyes filled with sorrow, as she explained that even though she couldn't see his face, the feeling that boy gave off was exactly like the Subaru of old. "That's why I let him hold on to it. I'm sure he's not the type to just pawn it off." Seeing Asaji's remorseful expression, Yenika's voice softened slightly. "I understand. It's true I've put you through a lot. Since you've returned safely, let's just call it even." Asaji asked joyfully. You'll forgive me? But Yanaka coldly turned his back and added another condition. However, you're cleaning up the house. The words sent Asaji into a rage. She screamed in frustration since he was the one who had destroyed the house and turned it into a frozen wasteland. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, the warriors were stunned by their opponent's overwhelming power. Is this really the third floor? It's just a playground for monsters. They should just fight it out themselves, man. This is insane. Snyder struggled to defend himself, realizing the Lightning Knight had no openings whatsoever. Amidst the raging storm of thunder, Subaru was straining to face Peleus's deadly sword strikes head-on. Snyder analyzed the fight, realizing Peleus's greatest weakness was his blindness. Subaru told himself that if he could completely conceal his presence, he could find an opening to counterattack. Just then, the system continuously flashed red warnings as Subaru's weakness points hit 81. Suddenly, Snyder's thunder spear pierced straight through his arm. He declared coldly, perfect timing, and prepared to unleash a decisive, finishing blow. Though gravely injured, Peleus roared defiantly, I'm not done yet. With his remaining arm, blue electricity exploded violently around the Thunder Knight's body as he tried to muster his last ounce of strength. But Subaru had already seen through it all. You still have a long way to go. He immediately activated Cloud Stepper. You can now move through the air for 3 seconds. Using that brief moment, Subaru launched himself into the air, escaping his opponent's grasp to Peleus's astonishment. A colossal pillar of golden lightning descended from above like a final judgment, completely engulfing the Thunder Knight's body. The world-shaking explosion tore through the space, shattering the ground below. Amidst the dust and crackling golden electricity, Peleus whispered with a serene expression, My benefactor, I'm sorry to have troubled you until the very end. Peleus's form began to dissolve into mystical blue specks of light. He smiled in contentment toward Subaru. Thank you. At last, he could rest in peace. Below, Snyder and the raid team members watched in shock at the entire horrifying spectacle that had just unfolded. A sword suddenly flashed past his face. The man had an ice-cold expression that intimidated others. Witnessing his victory, a soldier from the Blue Zone yelled resentfully, What the hell was so different about this fight compared to Snyder's that you had to do all that? This bald guy couldn't stand the other despicable long-haired bastard using such dirty tricks. Seeing that Subaru was on the verge of collapse, he roared to his comrades, Narukami Subaru is exhausted. This is our chance. Attack him all at once. When the warriors remained frozen, now screamed in a fury, Hey, are you deaf? He's the one your precious leader has been chasing all this time. Kill him and end this feud now. He gloated, noticing Subaru's heavy, ragged breathing, and thought to himself, He's not showing any signs of using lightning, so he must be out of juice. Seeing an opening, now turned and snapped at Snyder. Snyder, what are you just standing there for? Your chance for revenge is right in front of you? Glancing at his own injured arm, Snyder coldly refused. Don't be a fool. If you want to die, go by yourself. Why drag me into it? Now flew into a rage, threatening him with the guild's rewards and punishments, but Snyder just shrugged it off. What nonsense are you spouting? That reward clearly belongs to him. Besides, I joined the Blue Zone to conquer the Thunder Dungeon. I couldn't care less about the guild's problems. Realizing he couldn't use Snyder, now instantly changed his tune. He approached Subaru with a fake smile plastered on his face. Hey, Narukami, I have a very attractive offer for you. He tried to entice Subaru into joining the Blue Zone, promising him the entire reward and a position equal to that of a demigod. Inwardly, Now was scheming, I originally planned to take the lightning and solidify my own position, but I'll have to let that go. For now, I need to keep this guy on my side. Now asked with confidence. So, what do you say? With this offer, there's no need for us to be enemies, right? In response to that hopeful question, Subaru just stared at him coldly and asked back, What makes you think that? Facing the man's smug expression, Subaru declared decisively, Your offer doesn't interest me. In the same instant, a single slash from his sword tore through Now, bidding him a final farewell. Subaru stood tall on the battlefield, his cold gaze falling on his defeated foe before turning to the other side of the room. Snyder, are you joining in too? Though injured, Snyder answered thoughtfully. More importantly, I want to know what's over there. Subaru shot back. So, you plan to come with me? A challenging smirk played on Snyder's lips. What's the matter? Are you scared? Turning to the brothers he had fought alongside for 10 years, Snyder gave a firm command. Everyone, help him. Despite their shocked protests, he confirmed it was an order and his final request as their leader. Looking at his choked-up brothers in arms, Snyder suddenly drew a dagger and plunged it deep into his own leg. One more thing. How about this? Witnessing the man's extreme resolve, Subaru silently acknowledged him. Indeed, a fitting person to travel with. Even with his body covered in wounds and blood streaming down, Snyder strode forward, forcing Subaru to wonder, what should we do now? While the audience spammed praises for a true man, Subaru made his decision. The two of them trudged toward the center of the Great Hall, where the Thunder King's throne awaited. There it was, the Loitoire, the legendary Thunder Throne, shimmering within a haze of electrical energy. To the absolute shock of everyone watching, Subaru slowly ascended the stone steps and boldly sat down in the seat of supreme power. In that instant, a ferocious spiritual power exploded outwards, and Subaru's eyes blazed with authority. The system delivered a chilling, world-shaking announcement. You have sat on the vacant Thunder Throne. The moment Subaru's body touched the throne, a terrifying pressure of pure lightning erupted, engulfing the entire hall. His eyes flashed a fierce golden yellow, and sweat poured down his face as he strained against the violent energy that was relentlessly reforging his body from the inside out. In the midst of the upheaval, Subaru was stunned as an ancient vision suddenly flooded his mind. In a dark and silent palace, a massive glowing door was suddenly thrown open, shattering the hall's gloomy atmosphere. A figure in brilliant golden armor strode in majestically. The sound of iron-soled boots striking the stone floor echoed with authority along the long red carpet. It was a young man with long red hair and fiery eyes, exuding the powerful aura of a true monarch. He gazed toward the throne and admitted in a low voice, "I cannot withstand the power of the Thunderlight in my current state." With a resolute expression, he acknowledged he wasn't yet qualified to sit in that supreme seat, but declared loud and clear, "Therefore, I cannot take this throne. One day, I will return as a worthy vessel." He turned his back and walked toward the blinding light of the doorway, leaving behind a cryptic message, "I came here to tell you that, Father." The red-haired warrior's figure slowly vanished into the brilliant light, leaving an ancient silence to once again blanket the great hall. The moment Subaru sat down, the Thunder Throne suddenly crumbled under an immense pressure, causing the ground around it to collapse. Amidst the rubble and billowing dust, confused comments from the audience began to flood the screen. Did it break the second he sat on it? Doesn't look like anything special. Guess he's heavier than you'd think. Subaru was shocked to realize that the viewers streaming his adventure hadn't seen the vision he just witnessed. He questioned himself, wait, the audience didn't see that story cutscene? Subaru pushed himself up from the wreckage. A sphere of brilliant blue energy suddenly materialized, hovering right in front of him. The audience immediately began clamoring to see the item. Subaru reached out and grasped the dazzling light. The system immediately announced, "You have cleared the Thunderlight dungeon. You have obtained the hollow heart of the Thunderlight." Along with this achievement, Subaru instantly gained 3 levels, and his strength, agility, stamina, and focus stats all received a significant boost. However, the treasure itself, the hollow heart of the Thunderlight, displayed its rank and classification as unknown, leaving viewers intensely curious about its true purpose. Staring at the reward in his hand, Subaru clicked his tongue. This reward is kind of trash compared to the difficulty of the test. But then, a sudden thought flashed through his mind, making him pause. Wait, could it be the same type as the Heart of the Thunderlight? Just then, Snyder staggered forward through the ruins. He exclaimed in shock, "What just happened? What in the world was that?" Seeing the glowing item that had appeared from the dust in Subaru's hand, Snyder couldn't help but ask, "What on earth is that thing?" Seeing that Subaru was also lost in thought, Snyder let out a soft sigh. "Even you don't know, huh?" He looked at Subaru with a complicated expression. "If the guy using hacks doesn't even know, then I've got nothing. I guess if I want to see the results of my 10 years of dedication, I'll have to watch your stream." Subaru maintained his usual cold demeanor, replying nonchalantly, "Results? We're just getting started." He reminded Snyder that he was also about to leave this floor, then began to walk away with a very practical demand. "If you're watching, you could at least donate enough for a meal," he muttered to himself, knowing it was finally time to complete his last mission. Snyder stared at Subaru, who was already completely absorbed in his tablet, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Is that seriously the first thing you do after conquering the Lightning Cavern? You really are a strange one." Ignoring the remark, Subaru's eyes were locked on the numbers dancing across the screen as the system continuously announced enormous donations. Villa Inn has donated 20,000, Boss Foz has donated 10,000 C. A look of deep satisfaction crossed Subaru's face as he leaned in. Thanks to everyone who stuck with me until the very end. And so, even as disappointed viewers flooded the chat with messages begging him to stay, Subaru decisively announced, "All right, that's a wrap. The stream ends here for today." The device screen instantly flashed to black, displaying a single final message. Narukami Subaru has ended the live stream.